Very good morning, honourable members of the Portfolio Committee on SCOPA. Good morning to you, Chairperson Zibi. Very good morning to the members of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I wish to extend a warm welcome to our Minister, Minister Shikunga, our Deputy Minister Letseke, the Executive Chair of the NYDA Board and her Deputy, the CEO, all board members present. I would also like to welcome our support teams, members of the media present, members of the staff of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I think at the outset, Chair, we did prepare an agenda which has been circulated. We normally ask for a mover and a seconder of our agenda. If I can put the agenda to the meeting, if I can take a hand for anyone to move for the adoption of our agenda, and then we'll deal with apologies. Honourable Megan.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to all honourable members and executives and officials and the media. I hereby move for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we take a seconder? Honourable Kanile.
Thank you, Chair. I second the move to adopt the agenda.
Thank you. Chair, can I hand over to the Secretariat to table any apologies, if there are any? Ms. Silly. Honourable Khadebe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honourable Kuno, she's not feeling well. I don't think she will join us. Okay. Thank you.
Are there any apologies from SCOPA?
Yeah. There's one member, Honourable Nondenj, who's indicated she's not able to come. Yeah. Okay.
Yolanda? She's not in the meeting. Okay. Chair, I would want to start off by thanking you firstly for agreeing to this joint meeting this morning. Firstly, what arises or what brought us here this morning is the fact that as per the ATC of 14 January, the late submission of the 2024-2025 annual report, which was only tabled in 2026, of the National Youth Development Agency and its financials, as well as the report of the Auditor General, was referred to SCOPA for your consideration. As we come to the end of this term, we therefore felt it prudent for us to join forces as two portfolio committees to look not only at the ATC that was referred to your portfolio committee chair, but also for us to interrogate issues that have arisen since that ATC was referred to your committee. Of late, we have seen quite a number of whistleblower reports that have been referred both to our portfolio committee, but also to the President and the Minister. The whistleblower complaints, in essence, focuses on financial mismanagement, nepotism, corruption, governance issues, and leadership failures. We've also seen the entity, unfortunately, being marred by several negative media reports. The latest negative media report focused on the fact that the agency is alleged to have procured services of a forensic investigator to look for the whistleblowers instead of looking at the veracity of the complaints that have been leveled against the entity. We have also heard of instability at board level. This was also confirmed in a letter that was written to us by Ms. Tembisile Maua, which was submitted to us. She's also a board member. We've also heard of allegations of the NYDA feeling that they do not report to Parliament. We also don't know why the Audit Risk Committee, the appointment of the Audit Risk Committee has been delayed. And then the last media report that surfaced over the weekend indicated that the chairperson had gagged the Sunday Times from writing about various issues as it pertains to the entity. So in a nutshell, Chairperson, we want to combine the work that you as SCOPA have to do in terms of your financial management, also in terms of our oversight. As members of Parliament, we've got a constitutional obligation to conduct oversight over these issues. It is Youth Month, and we know that youth unemployment is a national crisis, and therefore we've got a duty as members of Parliament to interrogate all these issues and make sure that we walk a journey with this entity to ensure that it delivers on its mandate. And that in essence what brings us here this morning. I think I will then hand over to the Honourable Minister to make her opening remarks, whereafter we'll hand over to the entity to make your presentations. You'll have 40 minutes in total, whereafter we'll give all members 10 minutes to have a discussion with the board and its leadership, and also the ministry. Honourable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I don't know if this will be done through the Minister or through the executive of the NYDA, but perhaps it is also quite important for us to know who is in attendance from the board and from the NYDA as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm sure the Minister will introduce her delegation and will ask the NYDA to do the same. Over to you, Honourable Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, as well as the Chairperson of SCOPA. Also, let me appreciate and recognize the honourable members of SCOPA as well as the Portfolio Committee, the Deputy Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Honourable Steve Litsike, members of the department. We have Dr. Benis leading from the department, but also I want to recognize the chairperson, executive chairperson of the board, and executive deputy chairperson of the board, the CEO of the board, and members of the board of the NYDA, our support staff that is here. I think the chairperson of ARC as well, if she or he's here. Let me allow Chair the opportunity to members from the department to introduce themselves. And then, of course, we will then make our opening remarks. Thank you. DM.
Good morning, chairpersons. Let me appreciate this moment. Good morning to Minister and colleagues who are here. My name is Mapaseka Steve Litsike, Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Good morning, chairpersons. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Benis Tlhagala. I'm the Chief Director responsible for youth development in the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities.
Good morning, chairpersons, members of the Portfolio Committee and SCOPA, and Minister and DM and the board and the officials at NYDA. My name is Desiree Lehwale. I'm the CFO in the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Thank you.
Good morning, chairpersons. Good morning, Minister and the DM, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Nondumiso Ngolunga. I'm the Director Legal Services in the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Thank you.
Good morning, chairpersons. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Tandiwe Mpondo. I'm the Parliamentary Liaison Officer in the Office of the Minister. Thank you.
Good morning, chairpersons, honorable members, Minister and Deputy Minister. My name is Spuso Khoza, Parliamentary Liaison in the Office of the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
So we can continue, Chair. Oh, okay. No, thank you very much, Chairperson. We have been invited by both SCOPA and the Portfolio Committee to present to it some matters that are broad but also interrelated. And they relate to governance questions facing the National Youth Development Agency. And given the significance of the NYDA as a government entity established to guarantee the future prospects of our youth, we've decided and intend to ensure that our replies today are accurate, sequenced and backed by evidence, and that they demonstrate how both the board and the executive authority have been proactive, just, and responsible in steering the strengthening of the agency. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to reflect briefly on the importance of good governance and transparency by an agency with such a critical mandate. The National Youth Development Agency is established in terms of the National Youth Development Agency Act 54 of 2008 and also as amended by National Youth Development Agency Amendment Act 11 of 2024. It is a Schedule 3A public entity as defined by the Public Finance Management Act 1 of 1999. The Board of Directors of the NYDA have committed themselves through both the NYDA Board Charter and the NYDA Code of Conduct to principles of discipline, transparency, independence, accountability, confidentiality, responsibility, fairness, and social responsibility as advocated in the King 4 report on corporate governance. The board charter sets out the corporate governance policies of the NYDA as adopted by the current board on the NYDA and into effect that came into effect on the 31st of October 2025. Through the board charter, all board members have committed to uphold the standard of good governance practice, the King Code on Governance, the Protocol on Governance of the Public Sector, and most importantly, the provisions of the NYDA Amendment Act 11 of 2024. Section 8.1 of the board charter states that the chairperson is the executive director and the head of the board. Section 8.1 and G further states that the chairperson of the board reports to the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities in the presidency and maintains open communication with the chief executive officer and the company secretary, provide overall leadership to the board without limiting the principle of collective responsibility for board decisions while at the same time being aware of the individual duties of board members. Section 8.3 of the same board charter states that when the chairperson is absent or unable to perform his or her duties, the deputy chairperson acts in his or her instead. In fact, perform any function of the chair. In fact, the deputy chairperson perform any functions of the chairperson. It is preferred practice that the executive chairperson and deputy share responsibility. In line with shared responsibilities and for accountability purposes, there should be clear roles, responsibilities for the executive deputy chairperson. For the board of directors, the board charter section 111 stipulates their expected and committed conduct, specifically section 11.2 to section 11.4. And this they stipulate, I want to read, the board shall be disciplined in carrying out its role with emphasis on strategic issues and policy. Directors' responsibilities and limitations are set out in the Public Finance Management Act number 1 of 1999, and best practices are stipulated in codes such as the King reports. The board discussions shall at all times be open, objective, and constructive. All decisions of the board must be made preferably by consensus and as a last resort by voting of all members present. Discussions and records shall remain confidential unless with specific direction from the board to contrary. Section 14 further says that a director of the agency must not use the position or any information obtained while acting in the capacity of a director to gain an advantage for the director or for another person other than the agency, not knowingly cause harm to the agency. On reporting and compliance matters, the NYDA reports to the Minister in the Presidency, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, as both the shareholder as well as the executive authority on behalf of government. Oversight responsibilities primarily include political and administrative monitoring, which include governance to ensure the agency operates efficiently, spends public funds properly, and fulfills its legal mandate to support youth development. This mandate is done through the minister communicating directly with the executive chairperson and as the head of the board, as well as through the departmental machinery responsible for oversight and quarterly reporting by the agency. Any other state who can communicate with the agency through the executive authority, who is the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, in terms of this prescripts. According to the National Treasury prescripts on oversight governance role over state-owned entities, oversight by a shareholder minister focuses on operational performance, profitability, and hands-on management of state-owned entities to ensure financial viability. In contrast, parliamentary oversight focuses on public accountability, adherence to constitution, statutory compliance, and evaluating whether these entities are meeting broader developmental goals for the public. Chairperson, I read these provisions from different constitutional legal prescripts and framework instruments for good governance to highlight the critical responsibility that each board member of the NYDA has, but to further emphasize to this meeting that the NYDA has a board that is expected to focus on the work of the entity for the social development of the youth of this country. Furthermore, to remind us that at the NYDA, there are constitutional and legal processes that are to be observed when the entity interfaces with the organs of state, such as parliament and committees. Equally, there are provisions, processes, and legally states protocols on how parliament and its committees are expected to conduct its business with the executive as a separate but interrelated organ of state. Chairperson, the NYDA must be held accountable, and all of us have a responsibility to work together to restore public trust in the agency. The board must play its rightful fiduciary duties and roles without undue influence or involvement in their operation matters of the agency. Equally, we recognize and respect the importance, of course, of the role of all of us. I just want to say this, Chairperson. We are appointed, and I was appointed as Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, all of us on the 3rd of July, 2024, together with the Deputy Minister. At the time of our appointment, the previous board of NYDA was still in office. The year under review is 2024-25 financial year, which began on the 1st of April 2024 and ended on the 31st of March 2024, and it fell under the term of the previous board. The Chief Executive Officer, seated next to me, was appointed during the term of the previous board, and he commenced the duties on the 1st of July 2025, and the year under review had already ended at the end of March 2025. The current board of the NYDA was appointed on the 1st of August 2025. Upon assuming office, the new board found that the regulatory audit by the Auditor General of South Africa had not yet been completed. The then acting CEO of the NYDA had in fact written to the National Treasury and to the AGSA and had requested an extension on the 17th of April 2025. On the 11th of August 2025, hardly 2 weeks after the dates of their appointment, the AG informed the new board of the NYDA that she was unable to submit the audit report within the prescribed timeframes due to the complexities surrounding the completion of the annual financial statement. The AG undertook to finalize the audit within the extended deadline of the 30th of October 2025. The board informed me of this development, which led to me writing to Parliament on the 17th of September 2025, requesting and informing that we, the Portfolio Committee and Parliament, that were not in a position to submit the annual report and financial statement at the end of September as expected. Of course, this was granted. For transparency and accountability, we made sure that the Portfolio Committee was also made aware of this development. Following the granting of the extension, we appeared before the Portfolio Committee. At the time we made the presentation, there was an outstanding 71 million rand whose assessment had not yet been completed between the AGS and the NYDA. This matter has since been addressed, and I think we will be able to talk to that one. The amount has gone down, of course, and I think they will talk to that. I just want to say, upon receiving 2 letters from whistleblowers on the alleged mismanagement of funds and on the alleged irregular appointment of the chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee at the NYDA, I did 2 things. First, on the 1st of April 2026, I wrote to the National Treasury and requested that the National Treasury, through the Specialized Audit Service Unit, investigate the allegations and guide us on the way forward. Secondly, while awaiting the National Treasury response, I requested the NYDA Board to put on hold the process of appointing the chairperson of the ARC because there were issues raised until the investigation by the National Treasury had been concluded. I'm pleased to inform the committee that on the 18th of June, we received the comprehensive response from the National Treasury, and we are currently processing and applying our mind on that matter. Honorable Chairperson, recently I have noted with concern the consistent negative media reporting on the NYDA governance issues, particularly around the leaks of board meeting deliberations and the agency's attempts to get to the bottom of the matter. It is important that the board steers the NYDA in a manner that is responsible enough to restore confidence. The agency's fundraising and collaborative partnership efforts rely on an NYDA that is able to inspire confidence among members of the public, here at home and abroad. Here I wish to say the following. The NYDA has a board charter and a code of conduct that all board members are expected to abide by. The NYDA has a whistleblowing policy, and everything the agency does must follow that policy and the law. The Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities also has a whistleblowing policy which we apply when we deal with such issues. South Africa's whistleblowing policy regime is governed by the Protected Disclosure Act, which protects employees from any occupational detriments. National policy emphasizes that law enforcement and oversight agencies are required to protect the identity of whistleblowers. The law must be upheld wherever deeds of misconduct and corruption have been reported, but equally it must be proven. To this end, I've thus directed the department to launch a full-scale investigation into the alleged claims detailed in the whistleblower letters. Robust oversight will be maintained to ensure unwavering accountability at all organizational levels. Until such time that we are able, in fact, we conduct this investigation, the matters that are in the media and everywhere else, they remain allegations. As the shareholder, I do not get involved in operational matters. As the executive authority, however, do have an interest in the agency taking the public into its confidence to demonstrate that no one is being victimized and that everything the board does is above board. Honorable members, I understand that boards of both public and private entities face varying governance realities. This board is no exception. I've since called a shareholder board meeting to ensure that all the issues facing the agency are ventilated in a safe environment that guarantee transparency and accountability. I must indicate that the special board meeting will be chaired by the chair of the board and not by the minister. Then, of course, decision will be taken, and also the board will be informed of what I'm talking about here today, the full-scale investigation and whatever that will be going forward. I have also recently met with the Institute of Directors in South Africa to explore a possible partnership that would further capacitate and support the board with the capacities to better steer the agency on behalf of young people of South Africa. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will, at this moment, maybe hand over.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for your opening remarks. We can now hand over to the NYDA. You've got 20 minutes to make your presentation and to introduce your delegation, Executive Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to the Honorable Zibi and all the honorable members present. My name is Sanchani Mnyende. I'm the Executive Chairperson of the NYDA. With the rest of the board members, we're just going to quickly introduce themselves, and then the CEO maybe will also introduce management, but we have all the relevant managers as the agenda was sent to us. Maybe the Deputy Chair, you can start.
No. Greetings to the Chair of SCOPA and Chair of the Portfolio Committee and all committee members present, our Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister. My name is Bonga Makanya. I serve as the Executive Deputy Chairperson. Thank you.
Greetings, colleagues. My name is Sibusisa Makateni, NYDA Board Member with Disability. I'd like to greet the honorable members, Minister, and the chairperson of committees. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Tembisile Mahua, board member of the National Youth Development Agency. Would like to extend my greetings to both chairs, members of the respective portfolio committees, as well as the people watching at home. Thank you.
Good morning to both the collective chairs and all the honorable members here. My name is Busisiwe Nandipangumala, MX, openly LGBTI member of the NYDA Board. Thank you.
Greetings to the chairs and the honorable members. I'm Kidi Bloy. I'm one of the non-executive board members of the National Youth Development Agency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. We have two apologies. Dr. Mbata is running late, as well as the ARC Chair, Ms. Dambosiso Ngobo. They're going to be here, I think, by 10:15. Once again, greetings to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the Chair of SCOPA, as well as the Chairperson of our Portfolio Committee, the Deputy Chair, and all the board members present, including all the honorable members, and to the young people that are watching at home, and just to say Happy Youth Month. As a board, we have been entrusted with advancing youth development, and we do appreciate the values of discipline, resilience, commitment, and endurance that such, and that's the reason why we're here today. This engagement follows a series of constructive interactions that we would have had between the board and the Portfolio Committee since our appointment on the 1st of August 2025. We welcome these engagements as an important mechanism through which Parliament exercises oversight and through which public institutions remain accountable to the people they serve. When the 5th Board of Directors assumed office, we did it clearly with an understanding of the challenges that are facing young people in South Africa. Young people are currently suffering from youth unemployment. Young people are depressed, and some of them, they've gone to university. So we do undertake this work with that particular understanding of the challenges that are faced by young people. And we also are guided by the Act. We have committed to ensure that we're going to build an organization that is going to be credible, that is going to be capable, as well as inclusive and innovative in the work that we're going to do, or the work that we're undertaking, and all that places youth development at the center of South Africa's social and economic future. We committed ourselves to strengthening governance and accountability, advancing economic participation, expanding inclusion, and ensuring that the agency programs are increasingly informed by evidence, measurable outcomes, and meaningful impact for our young people. 10 months into the office, the board can confidently report that the agency is more stable, the agency is more focused and better positioned to deliver on its mandate that compared to when we assumed office. While significant challenges remain, we believe the foundations required to strengthen governance, improve accountability, and expand opportunities for young people have been firmly established. Over this period, the NYDA board has provided strategic oversight on the review of the agency strategy. We approved our NYDA disability strategy as well as the NYDA rural strategy. We've strengthened governance and compliance frameworks. We have established all the board committees as is indicated in the Act, and we've also included a dedicated transformation committee understanding the challenges faced by young people. And we've continuously overseen improvements in governance, processes, and accountability systems. One of the areas, or some of the areas, the CEO is going to indicate on them when he's doing his presentation. But we also convened the agent's inaugural annual general meeting called the AGM, which was a significant milestone for us as an agency, as it reflects our commitment to transparency, accountability, and stakeholder engagement. Beyond governance reforms, the board has focused on ensuring that the agency remains responsive to the needs of young people. through strategic partnerships with government, private sector, development institutions, traditional leadership, and institutions of higher learning. The agency has continued to expand pathways to entrepreneurship, skills development, and economic participation. We've had various programs that we have initiated ever since we've assumed office, like the Last Mile Delivery Program, where we capacitated and empowered young people to partake in the last mile delivery initiatives that are currently taking place in the country. We've strengthened our rural outreach partnerships and collaborations aimed at advancing digital inclusion and STEM participation, which are all intended to ensure that opportunities reach young people where they are. The board has also played an active role during the Youth Month and commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the 1976 Youth Uprising. This was not simply a commemoration for us as an agency, but it was an opportunity to reflect on the unfinished task that we have before us. Throughout the month, the board members are going to be have been deployed in different areas of the country to engage young people, participate in dialogues, support outreach activities, among other areas. Honorable Chair, the board remains committed to ensuring that all matters brought before the agency are considered objectively, responsibly, in accordance with the established governance processes. And the board reaffirms its support for freedom of expression and for the constitutional role of a free, independent, and responsible media reporting. We also value the role of journalists and media practitioners in strengthening transparency, informing public debate, and advancing democratic accountability. The agency's relationship with the media extends beyond moments of scrutiny and is rooted in a shared commitment to ensuring that young people have access to information, opportunities, and stories that can shape their futures. We therefore remain committed to all the things that we have said we are going to do and the things that we continuously do, mainly being able to ensure that there is good governance in the organization, but at the same time protecting the reputation of the organization. That is the responsibility of the board. We must protect the reputation of the organization at all material times. Once again, honorable members, we welcome this opportunity in the spirit of transparency, accountability, and continuous institutional improvement. Honorable chairs and members, allow me now to hand over to the CEO to take us through the presentation as per the agenda that was sent to us. We have prepared the relevant responses. However, the presentation was also circulated to members timelessly. I think thereafter we're going to respond to questions as and when needed. I thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Just before you hand over, I just have a request that all of us respect the time allocations that the committee gives. Your colleague now has just a few minutes.
30 minutes.
So I just need you to understand, because if we're not firm with how we run the meetings and we respect the time allocations given, we will be here until midnight. You understand? So can I just ask for the rest of the meeting that we do not take the instructions from the chair as an option. So you've got how many minutes?
30.
You've got 13 minutes. And that's a choice that you have all made. Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Chairpersons of the Portfolio Committee for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Honourable Chair of SCOPA, Honourable Members of SCOPA, and of course the Portfolio Committee for Persons Living with Disabilities, Women and Youth, Honourable Minister, Honourable Deputy Minister, Chairperson of the Board, Deputy Chairperson, Board Members, Senior Leadership of the Department, and of course colleagues in management. Honourable Chairs, in the interest, of course, of time, I will then maybe just jump into the submission as per the request of the committee itself. Honourable members, the NYDA has been requested to really respond to four specific areas. The first have been the root causes that led to the 24-25 annual report, the late submission, and of course addressing the key findings and recommendations from AG. Secondly, to establish the veracity of whistleblower complaints and if there are any implications associated with the 2 financial years. Third would be the status on the Audit and Risk Committee, and then fourth would be the status on how matters are being dealt with. Chair, maybe just to contextualize the context in which this particular conversation is happening, the new board, of course, would have revised the strategic focus areas of the NYDA, the first one being focused on youth empowerment, and that being related to accelerating service turnaround times, and of course ensuring that there's inclusive access to the opportunities and of course the services of the National Youth Development Agency. The second being on economic transformation, and the focus here being on playing a catalytic role in high absorption sectors, such as high employment and growth multiplier sectors in South African society and the economy. The third strategic focus of the board relates to equity and inclusion, and this is around removing the systematic barriers that are associated with young people. And then the fourth one being on governance and accountability, which is around reinforcing, of course, oversight through aligned performance plans and measurable outcomes and transparent reporting, amongst others. Of course, honourable members, the vision, of course, and the strategic intent of the agency is really around building a credible, capable, inclusive, and activist development agency that is fully responsive to the needs of young people, with a strategic intent to build an intelligent agency that is both self-aware, that is efficient, that is data-driven, that is innovative, and is capable of anticipating and shaping future youth development needs. And of course, finally, with its mission to champion youth development across all sectors of society, amongst others. Of course, being able to do this is embedded in the values of the agency of inclusivity, collaboration, integrity, agility, accountability, and accessibility, amongst others. And all of this is to ensure that the youth mandate is fully serviced for South Africa's young people. Honourable members, this is also, of course, aligned to the medium-term development plan process, being the NYDA's contribution to the strategic priority 1, which relates to inclusive growth and job creation. The second being reducing poverty and tackle the high cost of living. And the third being a capable and ethical developmental state. Just to elevate some of the issues, honourable members, the first issue around the root causes that led to the late submission of the 24-25 annual report. This was as a result of an audit qualification on trade payables that was issued on the 31st of July. This was really due to migrating to a new system on ERP in the NYDA. In effect, it meant that 2 financial years had to be recaptured, and hence the requirement for a request for an extension from National Treasury and the Auditor General, which was indeed granted, and ultimately the annual report was then tabled. The agency, through its new leadership, did undertake a comprehensive exercise to correct this particular audit finding, and of course subsequently the audit was concluded on the 31st of October, with the audit qualification being reported as have been resolved, and so the new board resolved that particular qualification area. And also achieved an improved audit outcome, which was an unqualified audit outcome under the new board of the NYDA. The second being the progress in addressing the key findings and recommendations proposed by the Auditor General. An audit action plan was, of course, developed after the conclusion of the audit on the 31st of October. The action plan, of course, has assisted in monitoring, and of course, the Audit and Risk Committee is continuously reported on the progress of the audit action plan, and of course, the board as well as part of the oversight. As a result of the implementation, honourable members, proposed by the Auditor General, the the agency did successfully submit in this past financial year within the legislated timeline of the 31st of May 2026, which was an important milestone given the late submission associated with the previous financial year. And then finally, of course, honourable members, the non-compliance that was due to the late submission of the annual financial statements was also resolved in this new board. Chair will just elevate some of the key areas across finance, organizational capacity, and of course stakeholders. I think prior to the new board, there were of course the issues around the non-compliance and in not submitting in accordance to the legislated timelines, the reliability of the financial system, accumulated deficits over the past 4 years, and of course the program spending associated with the agency. Since the appointment of the new board has, of course, successfully tabled the annual report addressing the non-compliance issue, has achieved an improved audit outcome to an unqualified audit outcome, We've had a successful financial system upgrade as recommended by AG. The recommendation of AG was around the stability of the finance team. The finance team is now stable. AG also requested that the interim financial statements be produced within 9 months, and of course that was successfully done, and that also demonstrated a trajectory of a downward trend of the deficit of the agency, which is currently being audited by the Auditor General. And of course this is based on the board-approved deficit management plan over the medium term. We're seeing liquidity repair in the agency as a result of these interventions, and of course higher program spending, and of course incorporating the accounting standards associated with this work. Amongst others, honourable members have been remaining on track with the statutory reporting of the agency, the stabilization of NYDA's branches, increasing the resourcing for the customer care to support young people, and of course strengthening the ICT capacity of the agency to be able to meet the youth demands and improve the turnaround times. From a stakeholder point of view, honourable members, under the new board, there was a first political party youth consultations held at the head office of the NYDA, and of course a pre-SONA engagement inclusive of all youth structures, an approved disability strategy, an approved rural strategy for consideration, an inclusive LGBTQI+ strategy is currently under development, partnerships trackers, visibility on social media platforms, and of course work that is being done regarding the National Youth Fund in the agency, which the agency is doing together with the Department of Small Business, DTIC, and private sector partners as well. Again, honourable members and honourable chairs, will just move quite swiftly to some of the detailed aspects related to the late submission of the AFS's and annual report, and I would just, through you, honourable chairs, just request the CFO just to quickly browse through those issues for the consideration of the committee. CFO.
Good morning to the Honourable Chairpersons and the Honourable Members, Honourable Minister, the Honourable Deputy Chair, and the board members of the NYDA. My name is Okuhle Situmane. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer of the National Youth Development Agency. Just swiftly, Chair, as the CEO mentioned, the agency's audit concluded on the 31st of October 2025. The audit qualification has been resolved. The agency on the 31st of May submitted all the financial statements to the Auditor General, and those reflecting all the audit action plans that have been implemented since 31st of October 2025. The Auditor General is currently undergoing the audit. The matters, particularly of stability, have now been resolved within the finance unit. The matters relating to the material uncertainty of the going concern. You'd recall, Honourable Chairpersons, that the NYDA undertook a strategic direction of engaging the National Treasury. This was done before the audit closed off. We received recommendations from the National Treasury on the 11th of March 2026. The recommendations were implemented within the financial statements for the year that ended 31st of March 2026. We are engaging National Treasury where we have requested them to provide us assurance that all the measures have been correctly implemented. The process is underway concurrently with the process of the Auditor General that is going to conclude on the 31st of July. Honourable Chairpersons and the agency, we will then come back with the reporting of the effectiveness of those measures, specifically speaking to the paragraph of going concern, which the AG reported in the prior year, which we are confident that the measures of National Treasury as recommended have been implemented, and National Treasury is also reviewing those in this current season. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you very much, CFO. Honourable Chairs, if I may just request Advocate Rosie from the Audit and Risk Committee just to reflect on the status of ARC and, of course, the provisions for the protection of whistleblowers before we then conclude. Advocate Rosie.
Thank you very much, chairpersons of the committee, and the Honourable Minister, together with the Deputy Minister and my colleagues that are present. Chair, this ought to have been a presentation by the Audit and Risk Committee chairperson, but I am happy to run us through, as the CEO has indicated, the status of the Audit and Risk Committee, the internal dispute mechanisms that exist as part of the internal controls, and how whistleblower complaints are dealt with. So, Chairs, I'm safe to confirm that the term of office of the previous Audit and Risk Committee has indeed lapsed. However, it has been extended until such time as there is a completion of the recruitment process for independent members. But currently, chairpersons, it's safe then to confirm that there are 3 independent members. There are 2 NYDA board members, as well as 2 departmental representatives, and the AG, which plays then oversight in the existing and current Audit and Risk Committee. So then, once more, Chair, safe to confirm that there is, in fact, not a lacuna insofar as Audit and Risk Committee is concerned. There is an existing and functioning Audit and Risk Committee. Second to that, Chair, insofar as the internal dispute resolution mechanisms, we can then confirm that the Employee Relations Unit serves as a vehicle to solve any internal disputes as and when they arise. And insofar as our comfort levels as Audit and Risk Committee with the policy environment, we're quite comfortable, Chair, in that there is an existing grievance policy, disciplinary code and procedure, and other mechanisms in place to ascertain that there is an internal dispute resolution process before matters are then dealt with through other legal frameworks. Insofar as whistleblower complaints and the resolution thereof. So, Chair, there is an existing fraud, corruption and prevention policy as well as a strategy insofar as whistleblower concerns are dealt with. But also then, as an additional layer, is that internal audit does provide the necessary assurance to ARC insofar as the resolution of whistleblower concerns are. But there is their own process wherein they conduct an inquest or investigation or fact-finding, following which they then report same to the Audit and Risk Committee, which makes recommendations on how then those matters are to be dealt with. So there is an instance for internal audit to assess the veracity of the allegations that are made by whistleblowers. But all of this is done through...
Can I make a request? So, sir, can you switch off your mic so the sound becomes muted for the streaming outside when all the mics are on?
Thank you, Chair. But I was concluding, Chair, to confirm that there is an existing policy environment to deal with whistleblower complaints, as it were. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate Rosie. Honourable Chairs, the final one is just an insight in terms of the current thinking in the agency to execute, of course, an evidence-based program delivery. The agency is indeed driven by 5 areas or pillars regarding a research agenda for the agency, which drives the programming of the agency. The first being a focus on youth labour markets. The second being youth enterprise, finance and asset formation. The third research agenda being focused on youth cost of living and social protection. The fourth being on public finance and youth budgeting. And then the fifth being on the digital economy and the future of work. And it is based, honourable members, on these 5 pillars that informs the, of course, the research, the evidence that is then derived from the research to inform the kind of investment mobilization that the agency does to drive youth development, which then therefore also informs the program design, development and delivery. And then ultimately the objective is not only on just key performance indicators, but on the outcomes that we are able to achieve in delivering youth development in the country, such as, of course, increased youth employment through the facilitation work being done by the agency, growth in youth-owned enterprises, and of course, a greater participation of young people in society and of course the economy. And then finally, the financial sustainability of the NYDA, which is what has been the key focus of the board. Honourable Chairs, I hope that we tried to meet the time. Thank you so much.
You did better than most. Thank you.
Yeah, and they also know I'm not strict with time, so it's better to have you as my co-pilot, Honourable Zibi. So thank you very much to you, CEO. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Executive Chairperson. I think Honourable Zibi will be the first one to ask questions. But before we do that, Honourable Members, we will adopt the SCOPA styles question and answer way of doing things. So you'll all have 10 minutes to ask your questions. So it will be a free interaction between yourselves and the board and the ministry. So can we get an indication who would like to start after Honourable Zibi so that I take down your names? I see the hand of Honourable Beasley.
Honourable Beasley, yeah.
Oh, you want to start from there? Honourable May first or Honourable Beasley first? Okay. So it's Honourable May first and then the colleague, okay, then Honourable Beasley. Then Honourable Tsotetsi. Then Honourable Kanile. Okay.
Since everyone is getting 10 minutes, maybe if a member doesn't want to ask, they
We'll
can
just pass them.
Sometimes people like Honourable Maduna say, skip me, I'll come back later.
Okay. So after Honourable Zibi, we'll start with you, Honourable May, and then we'll see if honourable members want to be skipped or they would like to donate their 10 minutes to another member. Honourable Zibi, I'll hand over to you for your opening questions.
No, thank you very much. Minor clarification questions. So they don't pertain to their substantive, just to make sure that we all have a common understanding as far as some of the issues are concerned. So I just need a bit of education. It could be from you, Minister, and I think you, Chair, maybe can also assist me. So I noticed that in terms of the NYDA Act, there are two things. The board chair and the board deputy chair are executive directors. Those are also full-time roles, I understand. The Act also says that the board must meet at least 4 times a year. Can I just get a sense of how that then intersects with the role of the chief executive officer in terms of the day-to-day, right? Do any of the board members have, because I, without sounding horrible, I just need to understand what outside of board meetings do you do the rest of the time, since you are not management? So it's just an education. Please, there is nothing behind this question. You truly are the only agency I'm aware of in the public sector that has got executive directors in this way. Typically, only the CEO and CFO are executive directors, and the rest of the board are non-executive. So can you educate me, at least, as far as how that works? You can choose. It could be you, Minister, or the Chair. I don't know. I just need to understand how those roles kind of happen in practice. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair, for that. So the role or the work that the chairperson and the deputy chairperson as full-time executive directors is clearly stipulated in the board charter as well as in the Act. I think the Act, there's somewhere where it does stipulate what is it that the chairperson does. But on a day-to-day basis, it's mainly around the lobbying and the advocacy on issues that pertain to youth development. So on there's a clear line between what the CEO does as the accounting officer. On our side, we're the accounting authority. So the chair stands as the representative of the accounting authority. Then the CEO is responsible for the operational side of things. But we don't necessarily get into things that are operational related. The CEO and the management, they deal with those things. Our role is clearly stipulated in the board charter, but we can always share the board charter with the chair for clear understanding on those issues. I thank you.
No, thank you very much. Can I just ask you to, maybe just because we're not going to see the board charter now and there are people who are watching, so they also won't see it. So just pretend we are sitting outside having a chat. Are you saying that your role is in between board meetings where you basically engage with management on strategic and operational matters? Your role is primarily external? I just simplify it for me. I mean, it's not deep. I'm just trying to get a sense.
Okay, it's at a strategic level. Maybe let me make an example. Minister Stella Ndabeni is going to be launching a youth fund. So majority of private and public institutions. they would come to the NYDA.
You are being sabotaged, Chair. I apologize.
There are those that don't like me, Chair, it's clearly. So I was saying, Chair, ordinarily, so for example, if Minister of Small Business is launching something, an initiative around youth development or young people, they would then send the communication to me, for me to have a meeting around that particular, for us to, on a lobbying and advocacy level, at a strategic level. Then when me and the minister, through our minister, we finalize that particular discussion, then it goes to the CEO for the operational understanding or operationalizing whatever agreement that we would have gotten into. So our role is mainly on a strategic level, but not operational, as sometimes there might be that line. So that's, in a nutshell, that example.
No, thank you very much for that. Okay, no, I think I've got a much better appreciation now, so thanks very much for that. The last question I have pertains to the extension of the term of the Audit and Risk Committee. When did that happen again? When was that decision taken?
Thank you very much, Chair. We set our inaugural AGM, the annual general meeting, so that we go through a lot of our reports and also strengthen our governance and accountability. So we had our AGM in December.
No, you don't need to give the date. So an approximation, just give a month or late last year, early. Honestly, don't worry about that level of
late last year, Chair.
So it was late. It was late last year.
Yes, if I recall very well. Before I go through, it was. Yes, they're reminding me that in December, Chair.
Oh, it was in December last year. Okay.
Yes.
Who took the decision? Was it the board?
To
extend, because remember you have the old Audit and Risk Committee still, right? Its term has been extended. So who took the decision again?
It was in a board meeting. It was during our annual general meeting.
Yes, but who took that decision?
It was a board decision.
Okay, and there's a resolution to that effect.
Yes, we did sign a resolution.
Okay, so can you tell me what has been the delay in appointing an ARC then?
I think the minister would have highlighted in her comments that there were certain allegations that were brought forth of conflict of interest in certain members that were being recommended for appointment. So I think Minister in her remarks did indicate that the matter was then escalated to National Treasury to look at it, understanding the role of an ARC and how independent it must be. So if there are allegations that are brought forth on certain members of the board having interest in the particular process, I think that's what brought to the matter being investigated. So I think the minister said that she has received the report, and then through the special board meeting that is going to be convened, we're going to get the report on that particular matter.
Okay, so my difficulty is this. I mean, the board is supposed to run its own affairs, right? So can you just assist me? What was the allegation again? I'm trying to understand, and it might appear that I'm arguing in your favor here, right? So, in other words, if someone says, I have appointed Honorable Maduna, and Honorable Maduna is my cousin, it's an event that has occurred, right? There is something to investigate. What I'm trying to understand is an allegation about something that has not happened yet. You understand me?
Yes, I understand.
Yeah, so can you assist me there?
I feel like, Chair, we're now getting into the nitty-gritties, but it's fine.
No, we're here for that.
Yeah. So there was a leak before the appointment was finalized, and the allegations were sent to the president and to the minister with certain attachments into the certain allegations, serving as proof of some sort into the whatever allegations were brought forth. And that's the reason why then the matter was then investigated at that kind of level, not internally so, because it was implicating some of the board members concerned. That's the reason why the investigation was taken to National Treasury.
All right, okay. We can come back to it. Sorry? Oh, sorry, Deputy Chair. Okay, please.
No, thanks, and greetings to the...
sorry, colleagues, can you just remember so whenever you see him whistle to explain, so whenever you hear him whispering to me, it's because the people that do Parliament TV WhatsApp him and they say they can't hear. So when more than one mic is on, the sound quality outside is not. So can I ask that each time, like now yours is on, you need to switch it off? Right. So can you hear? So it feels better. So it's just a request to everybody who will be speaking. Once you finish talking, just switch your mic off. Okay, thanks. Please go ahead.
No, thanks, Chair. Greetings to the honourable members again. Chair, there's a slight challenge with some of the responses that have been given by our Chair. And it's unfortunate because some of these responses we have not seen them, or at least I've not seen them, that have been submitted to Parliament. I'm seeing them for the first time in this meeting. But one, I've got a discomfort with the idea or the impression that there's a board meeting that sets and resolved to extend the Audit and Risk Committee of the board. It is true that we set an annual general meeting, which was, to my understanding, a meeting with the Minister to discuss issues pertaining to our upcoming annual report, which is fine. But in as far as extending the Audit and Risk Committee is concerned, and that decision, I do not recall a board meeting, which day it was, when it happened, where we decided that we would extend indefinitely until a new committee has been appointed. The last appointment I was a part of was one which we did a round-robin extension up until the month of January 2025. And from that point onwards, the term would have then lapsed. In December, the AGM, which I raised concerns as well around that process to say, I do not believe that the extension of ARC can be done through this process. It can only be done through a board meeting. And as from where I'm sitting, I do not recall being part of any board meeting that has extended ARC indefinitely until a new committee has been appointed. So I just wanted to clarify that and just absolve myself from whatever comment that the chairperson has made.
All right, thank you very much. I'm not going to, because I don't want to monopolize a member's time. Thank you for that input. The only thing I will encourage anybody who's speaking, and Minister, you are a member of Parliament, and you, Honorable Deputy Minister, can I ask that if you are not sure about, that's why I was giving you leeway, Chair, so I'm not saying you are not telling the truth. That's why I was giving you leeway to say an approximation is fine, because I understand you might not remember, and I don't want anyone to appear that they're misleading Parliament in their answer. All right? So the only thing I will ask of everybody here, because this is what at least our committee does, we subpoena internal documents when we have to. And therefore, it is important that if you do not recall, just say, I don't remember, I can check. If you were not there, say you were not there. If something is not true, please try and avoid giving information that is inaccurate to the committee. We will go as far as laying criminal charges if we must, because the Powers and Privileges Act says such is a criminal offense. So I am not, so I'm now saying, can we give each other a chance? Okay, start afresh and say if there is any information that you are not sure of or is inaccurate, rather treat it as such and not tell the committee one thing when the situation is another, because this kind of rejoinder now makes us want to ask more questions, which I will leave to the members, right? So that's all I will say. So clearly, the members can deal with it. There's now an issue about whether a board... I did think it was peculiar for such a decision to be taken at an AGM, by the way. I have done lots in my life. I have never heard of an AGM taking such a decision. The reason I asked the question and I said the board runs its own affairs is understanding that the AGM is a shareholders meeting. It's a meeting between the board and the shareholders. And the board meeting may decide to deal with concerns of shareholders or a shareholder at its own meeting at another time. But before I got wind of any of this now in this meeting, the only thing I wanted to say is that at a later stage, if the members don't deal with it, one of the concerns I will then have is the length of time, given that you have a 3-year mandate, the length of time it's taking to resolve these matters is already concerning for me, the matter around the ARC, because we are now in June, we are going to finish a year already soon, right? But Chair, I just wanted those clarifications. I'm not fighting. And then if the members want to pick up anything, they can. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Minister, can we go to Honourable May, and then I'm sure the issue will be raised again, so you will be able to clarify. Honourable May, your 10 minutes.
No, thank you, and good morning to the co-chairpersons, to our Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister, Chairperson of the Board, your team here from NYDA, Deputy Chair, my colleagues. Chairperson, you know, to the leadership of the National Youth Development Agency, you are the future leaders of South Africa. How you manage this institution today will be a direct reflection of the kind of governance you will carry into the future of this country. The responsibility placed upon you is not a small one. You are entrusted with an institution that carries the hopes and aspirations of millions of young people. Yet the scandals, allegations, and concerns around financial mismanagement that continues to emerge do not bode well, not for this institution and certainly not for your credibility as leaders. And you are the custodians of the youth of South Africa. The two questions that I have, Chairperson, is that what succession and talent retention strategies are in place to prevent future instability in key financial and compliance roles? How does the board evaluate its own effectiveness in proactively identifying and addressing governance risks before they escalate to audit findings? And then my last question, so I'm doing all the questions at once because we only have 10 minutes, is in cases where whistleblower allegations have been leveled against the NYDA itself, what steps has the NYDA taken to ensure transparent investigation, public disclosure of outcomes, and remediation of any substantiated issues? Please provide examples from the 2024-25 or 2025-26 financial years. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable May. We've got about 8 minutes for a response. Honourable Minister, do you want to start, or CEO?
But the chairperson is going out because I wanted to respond to him and let him know.
CEO, let's start with you, and when the Honourable ZB is back, we'll hand back to the Minister.
All right, thank you very much, Honourable Chairs and Honourable members of the committee. I think maybe the question around the succession and retention strategy of the agency does have retention policies in place that speaks to succession planning associated with the agency, though, so we can confirm that there is such a policy that is in place in the agency. When it comes to the transparent investigation process that the agency undertakes, I think Advocate Rosie would have elevated the point that there is at the level of internal assurance, internal audit and risk, which receives whistleblowing complaints and of course allegations and so forth through the various whistleblowing platforms, which is also independent in that respect. These issues are then, an inquest is then undertaken by the Internal Audit and Risk Committee, by the Internal Audit and Risk unit in the agency, which then reports these issues that are being investigated to the Audit and Risk Committee, and then Audit and Risk Committee then recommends to the board for remediation. There is a delegation of authority depending on who the allegations are against. If the allegations are, for instance, against the CEO, it would be the chairperson of the board and the chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee that deals with those issues. If it's against members of the board, then there's a delegated authority in terms of who deals with that, such as the chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee, the chairperson of the board. If it is against the chairperson of the board, then it would be the chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee and the minister that then deals with those investigations. So depending on who and what the allegations are against or for, there's a policy in place that outlines that particular process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. You've got 6 minutes.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, I wanted to respond to the chairperson, and in that we probably have different experiences when it comes to what the role of the AGM is about. As a matter of fact, the AGM is chaired by the chair of the board, and the minister attends, so she doesn't chair the meeting. The chair of the board chairs. and the decisions get taken and assigned. And amongst them will be the issue of the ARC. It might even happen, for that matter, that the term of the board is ending and the AGM will actually decide to extend the term of the board beyond the term of the board, so that at no material time do you have a situation where there is no ARC. And that happens at the annual general meeting, and it gets signed by both the chairperson of the board and the shareholder minister. And that will also include the issue of appointing or paying the AG, that the entity will continue to be audited by the AG. The amount that gets paid to the AG, it gets approved there. That also talks to other AGMs to actually even appointing the names. Supporting the names of the members of the ARC. So it's and adopting the financial statement by the shareholder, as well as the financial statement. It gets done at the AGM. So that's where the shareholder is able to actually ask questions and take decisions. And that it happens at the AGM. So my experience with your experience to say the extension cannot happen. As a matter of fact, it does happen at the AGM. It can go beyond the term of office of the board itself, if say it was towards the end, so that there is no vacuum at any given moment. And that is why there was such a decision. It is signed off as well.
No, thanks very much, Minister. So, in order to be fair to Honourable Neil May's time, so I've stopped the clock, Honourable May. Minister, we can deal with any follow-up questions later, or if any of the members want to pick it up. So, thank you for that answer. I was just going to say, Chair. So, yeah. So I was going to say, Chair. So the way we do, so I encourage short answers, so that the member can get to ask follow-up questions. So I'm worried that Honourable Neil May won't get, if you say the rest of the time is for answers. So my apologies.
My apologies, Honourable Neil May.
No, thank you very much. No, the questions were answered as a textbook. This is the system. This is what is supposed to happen. What we want to find out is actually what have you done. So who instituted a forensic investigation into whistleblower allegations? That is what we want to know. Because the whole idea is, in cases where whistleblower allegations, which have come now, we want to know what have you done. We don't want to know what should be done. Is there? This is a system. We all know that system. We want to know, you've had allegations, there are scandals in the newspaper. What have you as the board currently done about that? And how are you managing that? What is your space? What have you actually done?
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I request through our internal audit that they're able to respond? We do have Dr. Ndanda and Mr. Nkabinde. It's just that I can't see them. Or there they are in the corner, through you, Chair.
Okay, and also Honourable Neil May has asked board members collectively, what have they done? So board members can also volunteer to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings, portfolio committee chairpersons and members of the committees. My name is Ebi Nkabinde, responsible for internal audit and risk within the agency. In terms of the whistleblowing process, as the Minister and the Chair did allude earlier, that we do have a framework of how do we handle those incidences. What we have done once those incidences arrive to our office, and also instructed by the CEO as well as a board, we initiate investigations to attest the veracity of those allegations, and it depends according to the delegation of authority whether that incident is related to which official within the agency, so that at least is also handled according to those delegation. All those cases, we report on them we've got a registrar, and we've got a follow-up of how those cases are closed off. Like, for example, if any case is related to the board, as the chair did alluded together with the CEO, those incidences, they will be dealt by the chairperson of the board. If
Sorry, can I just, please forgive me for interrupting, so if you can switch off, can I just guide on how you should? So Honorable Neil May is asking about specific allegations. The question is what has been done. Please do not tell us what the procedure is. Say, we received the allegations on such and such a date, this is what we set in motion. So can I just encourage everyone else who's going to answer that we need to do that? We've now spent an inordinate amount of time on procedure being explained to us, and that's really, unless it's critical, please do not do that. When a member, because members have limited time, when a member asks a direct question, please answer the question directly. If the member needs to ask a follow-up because they're confused, they must ask a follow-up. If they shut up, leave them. So can you please just say, we received the allegations, this is what we did. Can you do that? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We have received allegations regarding maladministration of certain programs within the agency. We have launched investigation on those allegations, and those investigations are work in progress. And once we conclude the work, we report according to the delegation of the authority within the structures. We have also received allegations whereby they relate to misconduct in terms of ethical values of some of our officials. Same apply. Those allegations, we investigate them and close them according to the processes within the organization. And if I had to be specific, some relates to sexual harassment, some relates to promising jobs within the agency, and so they vary. And so, but all those cases, we close them according to our internal processes. And even the identity of the whistleblowers, they are protected within the framework of the policies within the agency. We can name them, there is no problem. If maybe the committee will also need a list of them, we will share that list.
No, I don't think Honorable Neil May was there. So, Honorable Neil May, can we indulge with one more question, because there was an interruption. One more follow-up question, and then we'll move on. Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair. This is for the board. When these allegations came to the board, and when some of the issues that were discussed at the board or not at the board, what did you as a board do? You're the governing body of this institute, of the NYDA. What did you actually do? I'm leaving. This is for. I'd like to hear from the other board members. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Can I maybe first provide a bit of context? When the allegations came, they were sent to the president and the minister. It was then when we sat at a board meeting and saw it prudent for us as a board to also look into the allegations, because at the top of everything, these allegations have a reputational damage to us as an entity. There are different stakeholders that we work with, and we thought that it's important for us to be able to look into the particular matter. I think I wanted to provide that background context first, that allegations were sent to the president and the minister. Then through you, Chair, maybe the others, when they're done, will also come into some of the areas.
Sorry, one of the board members is...
Thank you very much. I am Tembisile Mahua. I completely understand your question, and perhaps specifically speaking on what we have done, we were quite concerned when we received numerous emails coming through with numerous topics, if I can call it that. One very specific one, as I was heading the HRRC at that point was the leakage of names of the people that were shortlisted for the ARC process. And I think this is now where the forensic investigations and all of that now would come in, perhaps to answer also that question. So our concern mainly was on how did the names come out, because we need to then understand, was it a process that perhaps within us, was it an issue? So there was deliberations on that, and we said, no, that is what we as the committee want to recommend for investigation, not whistleblowers, but that specifically. So the conversation at board level now varied, because all matters, because we would then only deal with specific matters. But at board level, it was the entire emails that were sent, the whistleblower emails. And we said they are very concerning. And I believe at that moment, we were at loggerheads as the board on how to approach some of these things with regards to an investigation. And what then happened was that we were supposed to have terms of reference that would have then been adopted for the investigation to continue. That has not happened. I don't want to then get into why that did not happen, but those terms would have then provided the basis of what we look at, so then we would not have that forensic investigation, investigation targeting, for example, whistleblowers, which are protected, which we as a board also believe that we need to protect whistleblowers. We also stressed that the content is quite serious, and we cannot ignore the plight and what young people are saying as they are sending us these anonymous letters. So it was then a discussion amongst the board to say, we need to then have this investigation. And some perhaps members of the board felt like, no, because it has been elevated to Parliament, to the presidency, perhaps at that level, perhaps even board members can then be investigated at that level, because we can then not investigate ourselves in that regard. So I just want to then give light to say this was then the process that we have taken, and also the letters came in different stages, so they didn't all come at once. So there's this and then there's that. But one of the things I think the board at this point was focused on was the articles, because there was numerous articles that were then posted or that were then shared on several media platforms. So then it was just that, but with regards to the investigation specifically, that's then how the board would have then resolved, but we were not able to adopt the terms of reference to allow the internal audit to have a specific investigation focusing on something that we would have then all contributed to supporting. Thank you very much.
Honourable Mayor, your time is unfortunately...
No, thank you. I think this is just to say that the board is actually applying their mind, and I think that is what we wanted to hear, is that it's not just a one person or two person, but that there is discussion on the board, that there is concern. I'm not saying that everything is going the right way, but at least you now have some information that the board is aware of what is going on in the NYDA and is acting on it. Thank you.
Okay, but I do think we need clarification as to why the terms of reference was not adopted, because we cannot just leave it hanging like that. So is there a volunteer to explain why the terms of reference?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair of SCOPA, there's something very worrying. And it's worrying on the basis that we would have meetings of the NYDA before even as a board we get to adopt them. Because they're committees, then those things, they find themselves in the media. Before, even at a board level, we discuss those things. So before the terms of reference were sent to the colleagues that were responsible for the process, because only 3 board members were in that particular committee, as well as other managers, the issue was already in papers, and we had journalists calling us on the matter. And I think that maybe could have been some of the delays in terms of the terms of reference being submitted to the board. But the team that is responsible for that particular investigation, I think they can also allude on that. But our biggest problem, we have in-committee meetings of the board, we have committees of the board or discussions that leak to the media before we even get to deliberate on them. So once we get there, already the process is tainted, because how do we discuss something that is in the public domain when we have not, even myself as a chair, get surprised like everyone else?
Okay, but more specifically, so why were the terms of, I get that, and personally I will canvass it because it's terrible to work under conditions where internal deliberations are all over the show. I accept that, but why couldn't the terms of reference be adopted specifically?
Can I request the Dr. Ntanda and Mr. Nkabinde is ready to respond. I see the other board members have also raised their hands, but I'll ask Mr. Nkabinde to start off, Chair. Thank you, through you.
Thank you, Chair. Also, I would like maybe to also highlight, I will also provide an opportunity to Dr. Ntanda to also put a word too. We, as investigators, firstly, once there is an issue at hand, that issue is directed to us. And when that issue is directed to us, there is an objective that we had to arrive at. And so, what we usually do, it means we will develop terms of reference, specific procedures, so that we arrive at that particular objectives. There is no necessity for a committee to approve those terms because it's not like it's not like it's a process of a recruitment or so. Our main aim as a unit is to make it a point that the mandate that we were...
Sorry, I am sorry. Please forgive me for interrupting. So I am worried. So I'm worried that the other members won't get a chance before we run out of time. All I did was to just remind that, please switch off the mic here, was to just remind that the Honorable Chair's question had still not been answered because the question, the Chair just asked a simple question. Why couldn't the terms of reference be adopted that day or whatever the case is? Somebody just needs to say, Chair, this is what happened that day and therefore we couldn't adopt the terms of reference. May I also, for efficiency, suggest the following, and this is just advice, because when you have everybody chipping in on everything, it can take 30 minutes of people adding and adding and adding and adding. Okay. The chair and executive chair are primarily the commanders and deputy commander, and each has got different. It's okay for somebody to put up their hand to answer a question. But what normally gives us a bit of order in the meeting is when people are clear about their roles. So if you sit on the Audit and Risk Committee and there's an audit question, one of the members who sits on the ARC can perhaps put up their hand and answer. Then if there's anything outstanding, we can deal with it, right? Can I just ask that we do that? Otherwise, each question will have 9 people answering. And the honorable members on my right here will wait forever to get their chance to, you get what I mean? So I'm just pleading that we assist one another in that way. So if somebody could just explain why the terms of reference couldn't be adopted specifically that day or around this issue, that's it. And then we can move on.
Okay. I'm not sure through Chair, Dr. Ntanda's got, okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, members. Chair, I'll just respond to your question. On that day, we couldn't respond or adopt the terms of reference because we wanted to protect the integrity of the process. Our preliminary findings have already outlined or highlighted that the members who were present in the meeting were the people, they were the persons of interest. So going back as investigators, giving them that these are the terms of reference, we thought that it will then influence the process and affect our work. So to protect the integrity, we in fact, I myself didn't want to proceed in that manner in the meeting. So just to protect the process, that was the reason. Thank you.
Okay, so in other words, there were conflicts of interest. Okay, yes. Thank you. Please, colleagues, can we do that? You see, that answer was less than a minute. Did you see that? Please, colleagues, a good answer. We now get it. If Honorable Bila wants to take up the issue, she can, right? So please, then we'll be out of here in good time.
Honorable Bila, your 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Chair of Chairs, Honorable Sibi.
fired by Honorable Frolic. I do not receive that.
No, I was just honoring you for this minute only. Morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, and your team, the CEO and your team, the chairperson of the board and your team that you come with, my colleagues, our support staff, a very good morning to you. Taking into consideration, Honorable Chairs, about what the Minister has indicated, that some of you were not there when all these things are happening. But my understanding is that when you got into an office, you have to carry everything that you found there in your shoulders. That's why my questions will be directed to you, but knowing that you were not there. But those people who were there by then, they are not here. So where are we going to get them and ask them questions? So you have to take that responsibility. Let me go to my first question. Is on financial health and going concern. The NYDA ended the year with a net current liability position of 78.6 million and a net of liability position of 29.9 million, indicating that liabilities exceed assets. The agency incurred a deficit of 69.9 million for the year, an increase from the previous year's deficit. In the last month of the year, the NYDA was unable to settle short-term obligations due to cash flow challenges, mainly because of donor funding arrangements requirement, which was requiring expenditure before reimbursement. So I just want to check with you that with 100% of the 846 million budget spent and a heavy reliance on grant transfer, which was 454 million, and donor funding of 118 million. What is NYDA's strategy to diversify its income streams and reduce vulnerability to delays or reductions in external funding? What scenario planning has been conducted to assess the impact of potential funding shortfalls on core programs and obligations? And then, given the persistent and growing deficit, what concrete steps has NYDA taken to ensure it can meet its obligations without relying on future donor reimbursement or additional bailouts? Lastly, how does NYDA plan to restore its net asset position? And what contingency plans are in place should donor funding be delayed or reduced? Thank you.
Yeah. Over to you.
Honorable Chair, I feel like I must just say we just arrived, but it's fine. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to request the CFO to respond to the questions. Obviously, case we can't run away and say we just arrived, but even the CFO just arrived, but she's going to speak on the matter. I can't see the CFO. Okay, through you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairs. Those are indeed valid questions. And I think when we did open up, Chairs, we did elevate that we had consulted the National Treasury with the situation and the challenge we faced at the end of the prior financial year. The National Treasury responded with recommendations. We've implemented those recommendations in the current year annual financial statements, such that those statements are under audit. I think it would be very prudent when we come back with the audit report, it will clearly reflect the responsiveness, because our engagement with National Treasury was specifically looking at budget versus actual expenditure and the pressures that the NYDA has faced in the historical years, together with clearing the audit qualification. The board, incoming board, was faced with this mountain. The board has approved a deficit reduction plan that has been implemented already. We've seen how that has strengthened the financial position in the annual financial statements that are currently under audit. I think also what becomes very important is to say when we look at a going concern, we look at it at the end of the financial year last year. By the mere fact that the agency is standing today, having been able to submit financial statement, does prove that the agency is a going concern because we are already 12 months after prior financial year. We acknowledge the challenges that the agency faced. Those were disclosed in the annual financial statements, and that's why the agency had to engage National Treasury to assist, but there was no bailout. The agency did not receive a bailout, but we received recommendations on measures to manage the growing cost pressures that we face. We are in the process where National Treasury is also conducting an assurance to see, did we actually do what they recommended, together with the Auditor General. But on the ground, as an agency, we've adopted a 3-year deficit reduction plan that was approved by the board, and that is what we're implementing. The donor funding model by design.
Sorry, can I advise in this way? So please switch off the mic. So you have not answered the question, Honorable Pilar's question. So can I offer some guidance, right? The question is, what measures have you implemented? You know what those measures are. We will work out whether they've been effective or not once the financials are available. But Parliament, through Honorable Pilar, wants to know what measures you've put in place. You have not answered that question. You are now moving on to something else. Please don't. Answer Honorable Pilar's question. What measures have you put in place? To say you've got a deficit reduction plan tells us nothing. We don't know what you've done, and that's her question. So can you please give us 2-3 specific interventions you've made in order to remedy the situation? I've stopped Honorable Pilar's time because I'm now having to do this. And I encourage you, colleagues, that you do that. Don't obfuscate when you answer questions here. We'll be here for a long time. And this committee sits until midnight if it has to. Okay, and I want to release us before. So please, can you do that? Mention 2-3 things. We're not asking whether they've worked or not. Later, we will look at it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. In the main is the deficit reduction plan. What is in the deficit reduction plan? Cost containment relating to operational expenditure. Curbing the operational expenditure to directly link to the APP without overcommitting. So we've looked at our APP, how much it will cost us, and how much we have in terms of the National Treasury, the National Treasury grant, and the deficit management plan exactly is that to address areas of over expenditure and commitment of prior years by limiting future expenditure. So we're rebuilding the reserves because it's a 4-year issue through the deficit reduction plan and through cost containment of our operational expenditure. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, can I make a suggestion? So I'll now have to ask you some questions. Which line items have you reduced operational expenditure on?
Thank you very much, Chair. You would see in the main, it's our disbursements, from not grant disbursements, our operational disbursements, such that it's in the current financial year that is under audit, as you've mentioned. So it's in our operating expenditure.
Okay, you again, you're not worrying. So this is, if I was in your job, I would say something like this, okay? I'm now trying to assist so that Honorable Pilar gets straight answers. I would say, for example, and I'm not accusing you of anything, we have limited travel to only when it's absolutely essential. Those things now come to the chief executive or to me, and I assess whether people can travel or not. 1. 2, we used to pay, accounts payable within 15 days. We've extended that to 30 days because we can see that it's affecting our cash flow, etc. Number 3, we've done the following. Do you get me? You are not helping us when you answer in this way, and you are now making me nervous for somebody who's in your role. So can you please try again? What have you done to address this issue? Honorable Pila still does not have an answer.
Maybe, Chair, the CFO at a strategic level, at a board level, would have introduced the spending norms. We have said that on set we can't have.
She's the Chief Financial Officer,
Okay,
please.
my apologies.
We are not in the business of asking people with responsibilities to be rescued by someone else. Please answer, CFO.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, in the budget of this financial, we've introduced a stringent travel estimate plan. Each office is limited to traveling based on their travel budget, based on their travel plan, to limit travel expenditure. That's the first one. The second one, we've implemented an RFQ demand plan. Previously, the agency only had an annual procurement plan, which focused on tenders. We've now taken it down transactionally to RFQ level. No division goes out to ask for services from a service provider that is not part of the RFQ demand plan. The RFQ demand plan is structured in a line item manner, which each division says, in January, I will go and buy stationery for 5,000. I, as the Chief Financial Officer, know there is a budget for 5,000. You can no longer go again for the rest of the financial year. It is transactional level, it is divisional level. When we go out for each RFQ, it is assessed against the board approved, the executive approved, because it's operational, RFQ demand plan. It allows us, therefore, to stop expenditure, even from a RFQ perspective where you have exceeded what is planned. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You see what I mean? Now we know what you are doing. You get me? So I'm not being difficult. You've now given us an answer, and I think Honorable Pila feels adequately answered. So that was a reason for, but you were moving on to the other questions that the Honorable Member. So can you please answer them like that?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. You are indeed a good teacher. Let me go to irregular expenditure under assessment. 71 million in irregular expenditure is under assessment, correct? With dispute over procurement procedures, budget overspending, and travel authorization processes. A significant portion of 46.6 million relates to insufficient evidence of pre-approved travel, despite the use of an ERP system. With 46.6 million, which is 65.6% of the 71 million under assessment, reportedly due to missing insufficient pre-approvals for travel. What does your traveling involve? What does your traveling involve? Where do travel to for your alleged irregular expenditure to the amount of over 46 million due to non-approved travel authorization forms as flagged by the AGSA? Actually, I want to check where you were traveling to for spending such an amount, millions of rands, which will be helping our youth in all or nationally. So can you please clarify your travel involvement? Where were you traveling to? Because this amount is scaring us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Firstly, it wasn't us, but as we have said, but I think the issue is on a technical issue, but the CFO is going to respond accordingly to that. Thank you. Through you, Chair, can the CFO respond?
Thank you very much, Chair. To clarify the matter, there was no evidence. AG is re-looking at that. There is evidence. There is system-based evidence to every travel that has been taken place in 2024, 2025. The travel of the agency is separated into international travel, as we know, of course, that is done by the
the relevant officials in their work that they do, but most importantly, it's the servicing of the local programs where the agency does go to rural areas and we know the expense of traveling and we absorb it, part of the normal operations. There's no one traveling place that took place that led to 46 million. That 46 million is the whole travel expenditure for the full year operationally throughout South Africa, and there's an international travel that took place for the full year for the activities that were part of the agency. There's no one trip that you can say, I traveled to a specific place that cost me 46 million. I hope I answered the question as to where you were traveling to. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Some of these trips or this traveling were not approved. I just want to check how can we take a trip, for example, to UK, which is not approved by the necessary office which was supposed to approve it.
Just to clarify, the honorable member is referring to our own trip as a committee, so please don't explain UK, okay? We have an outstanding trip that has not yet been approved, so that's the inside joke. She's making an example. So please answer. She was making an example that we can't just go.
Thank you, Chair. The NYDA has a clear travel policy. There is no international trip that happens without the necessary processes being followed. There are clear delegations of authority on that regard, so no one can travel without an approval process. But also on what the CFO says, it's not that there is one person or all this money was full expenditure. Work was done. It's just that we are currently undergoing a process of relooking into the matter with AG on a technical aspect of it, because they were asking how does the approval process happen. So the travel did happen on the entire work of the NYDA that was undertaken at that particular financial year. So the issues on the technicality, not that it was just traveling. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, may I ask, Honorable Pila, your time is up. Sorry. Can I ask, what was a technicality? Can I ask for a favor? So there are officials from the department, right, who are sitting here. I don't think they'll be answering. My concern is that Honorable Pila, for instance, is asking you questions and you are sitting behind it. Can we ask the colleagues from the department to move to that side? And anybody from the NYDA who's going to answer questions can sit in a position where they can then face the members. Can we do that? Can we ask you, CFO, to just move to this side? My apologies. Then at least Honorable Pila doesn't have to hear a voice behind her and she can't see you. So my apologies, it's just one or two people. Sorry, colleagues. I was asking you, Chair, so you've mentioned a technicality. What was the technicality, if I may ask?
So AG was not clear on our thought process or how the approval goes about. And to say that, how does the approval process go? So for example, if I'm traveling, the CEO gets to approve my travel. So I think that was the technicality around it, but also issues pertaining to the ERP system. But the CFO, as you said, she's there for that.
Okay, I'll make a note of it. Let's move to Honorable's cause. I'll just make a note of it to come back later so that you can explain to us properly. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable co-chairpersons, and good morning to you, morning to colleagues from SCOPA and from the Portfolio Committee on Youth, Women and Persons with Disabilities, to the Minister and the Deputy Minister of the Department, the NYDA Board and all officials from the NYDA and other stakeholders present. Yeah, it's indeed an honor that we get this opportunity to interact with you as NYDA, which is our first interaction on our side as SCOPA. I know that on the side of the portfolio committee, we may have had a number of engagements with them. And I think you would appreciate the fact that when you were appointed, the National Assembly agreed unanimously on your appointment for the first time, I think, in the history, maybe in the recent history, let me say so, in the recent history of this parliament. And I'm one of the people who were following the processes, recruitment processes, including the interviews that were done by the portfolio committee. And where I'm sitting, I'm satisfied that the portfolio committee ran the process very well. It was quite a rigorous process. And I think all of you presented yourselves very well, and you demonstrated that you are equal to the task of being appointed as board members of the NYDA. So I think you do know and appreciate that. So you have made history to be a board that has been unanimously supported by the National Assembly across all different political parties. However, it's quite disappointing that today we sit here, there are various negative media publicity around yourselves, and that we are sitting with a number of allegations coming from different whistleblowers, something that does not give us comfort, because by the manner the process of appointing you was, and the manner that you presented yourselves there to show that you are equal to the task, speaking for myself, I never expected the board to have such negative publicity and to have so many allegations from whistleblowers. It's something that is really disappointing. More and above that, the fact that the chair of the board and the deputy chair, they seem to be reading from different hymn books on some of the matters. It shows that there is no unity within the board. Well, unity is not uniformity. To say we are united does not mean that we must think alike, we must have the same views on different matters. We will obviously from time to time have different views and approach to different matters. But unity simply means that we have to go to a meeting, engage each other, persuade each other up until we agree, and we've got a common understanding on different matters, and we take a decision, and that decision must be defended by all members, even those who had different views initially. That's what unity means. So I think what I've seen today from the chair and the deputy, engaging with them for the first time, I can see that there is no unity. I mean, if they can behave like this in front of 2 committees of parliament and in front of the millions of people of South Africa who are watching these proceedings, it simply shows that there is no unity. From the party where I'm coming from, we used to call it factions. So I've got a sense that there are factions within the board, which is quite disappointing. Just a few questions before my time expire. CFO, I think you did, CEO, I think you did indicate that the fact that the reason that you submitted the AFS later after the required time, it was because of the fact that you were moving from one system to another. Can you guarantee us that from now henceforth we are not going to have that same challenge of not submitting the AFS for audit purposes on time? Can you guarantee us on that? And with regards to all these allegations from whistleblowers, I'm asking to the entire board now, can you tell us whether are they all being investigated? Do you have processes? Because I think you know all of them. Allegations from different whistleblowers. Can you tell us whether are they all being investigated and who is investigating them, and when can we, as the two committees, get a report of the outcomes of those investigations? And with regards to contingent liability and legal exposure, is there any risk assessment, if any, and mitigation strategies that NYDA implemented to address the sharp increase in contingent liabilities, and how are these being monitored at board level? And can you provide a breakdown of all current legal claims, their potential financial impact, and the step being taken to resolve them expediently? And finally, with regard to beneficiary reporting and transparency, how does NYDA verify that reported beneficiary outcomes are sustained beyond the initial intervention? And what follow-up mechanism exists to track long-term impact, like job created, businesses supported, especially in light of the high unemployment numbers amongst the youth? Thanks, Chair.
Over to you, Executive Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, for that. I think maybe the first part of the honorable member, maybe when the time is right, Chair of SCOPA, we are going to bring the report accordingly, because I would have reported previously that there's a lot of interference in the affairs of the board. But when the time is right, Chair, we are going to bring that particular report. But on the issue of
we can have time, by the way, if you give us short answers.
No. I will, when the time is right, Chair. And then the issue of the beneficiary impact, I think, and issues of contingency liability, the CEO is going to touch on that. Over to you, CEO and CFO. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair and Honourable Chairs. Honourable Member, on the guaranteeing that the late submissions will not happen anymore, we can guarantee that. I think based on the guidance of the Auditor General and the interim measures such as producing the interim financial statements, which was a litmus test as to whether we are on track to submitting on the legislated deadline, and we did that on time. And going forward, the supporting sort of processes are in place, so we can certainly guarantee that going forward. On the other items, honourable members, I think on beneficiary reporting and transparency, follow-up mechanisms and sustainability. Beneficiary reporting, for example, I think in some of the flagship programs, which is related to the youth fund of the NYDA, young people are funded after they go through the business management training. Then the applications are then considered. They're provided both the funding and the support that they require, be it the strengthening of their website or business plans and so forth. After the funding, honourable members, there's a post-disbursement exercise that the agency undertakes after 30 days to confirm that the funding and the compliance associated with that has been completed. Then after 6 months, there is an aftercare exercise just to assess whether or not the business is, in essence, whether or not a young person is better off after an NYDA intervention. So we have 30 days and 6 months. We do have a limitation currently from a longer-term sustainability beyond the 6 months. And that is currently what we are developing now in terms of an impact measurement framework. We have strengthened the economic research team in the agency, which is currently developing a measurement that tracks those elements. This also includes integrating with the Mzansi Exchange platform on National Treasury's platform to assess as to whether or not a young person that has been an ID number that the NYDA has funded for a beneficiary can be seen from a transition point of view to now maybe contributing towards income tax or VAT in their business operations. We think that that kind of integration in the longer term can assist us to have more credible sustainability measurements where the NYDA's interventions are concerned. Thank you, Chair.
Board Chair, I get worried when you keep on referring to the interference within the work of the board, but we don't ever get any more details than that. Because you come to a parliamentary platform and you've raised this twice now, and we do need to get more information about this alleged interference in the affairs of the board. Otherwise, you're not painting a clear picture to honourable members here. Because if we're just going to put the allegation on the table without expanding on it, then members are none the wiser, because the honourable member raised the issue. He says, clearly what we are seeing here is a board that is not working well together. And I think he underscored the point. For the first time in parliamentary history, this board was unanimously supported by all members of parliament. Therefore, it's painful for all of us to sit here and to see you young people that must lead the masses of young people of our country, obviously not being unified in where you want to take this organization. Again, we remind you that you get the bulk of this department's budget. You get billions that you must invest in the future of our young people. You are clearly not unified in how you work. And then there's the allegation of interference. And Mrs. Kosana says that is worrying for us, because we never thought, you're not even a year in office yet. So we do need to, when we ask you questions, you need to unpack. When you give us such allegations, we need more information on that.
In other words, can you please honor Honorable Kosana's comment and yours? Because he's run out of time, but he still deserves an answer. The question is, so why are you not unified? And when you talk about interference with the board, what are you referring to? What has happened before? What's happening? And why does it happen? It's a very specific question. Yeah.
I don't think the question maybe, Chair, should be, are we unified or not? Because what we're here to do, we're here to work, and the work has happened. However, there are concerns, and at this point they remain allegations, because there's no fact to it. So that is why I would have said that when the time is right, then we're going to come and present the issues, because we've also written letters to the relevant authorities raising some of the issues. So when the time is right, I think we will definitely come to this particular committee and be able to present some of those things. Thank you, Chair.
I'm sorry, Chair, it's a bit late now. You said there is a lot of interference. Who is interfering?
That's why, Chair, I'm saying that it remains as allegations.
No, please, Chair, don't do that. You've told, and Minister, sorry, I'm asking the question of the Chair. She made the statement. You can't explain it. She made it. Who is interfering? You said there is a lot of interference with the board. I'm asking you a specific question. Who is interfering?
Chair, I've sent a letter to the minister on those things so that they're looked into. I don't want to come in a public domain and accuse and say names of people while they've not done those particular things. So I think...
You opened that door, Chair. You are the one who came up with the allegation of interference with the board. The members would naturally be concerned that you are saying that. You cannot leave the members hanging. Who, in your observation, is interfering with the board, and how are they interfering?
Chair, it's on different levels, and it's really complex, Chair. That's why I've written a letter to the minister to look into those things so that they're dealt with accordingly. I really don't want to come to a public domain and come and say this and this and has happened, because it has also a reputational damage to the entity itself.
Okay, you do know that, so let me explain a couple of things. I've had to explain a few things to you guys now. There is separation of powers. Parliament oversees the minister and you guys. Parliament can summon any person to answer questions before it. And those people have, unless there is a valid reason why they can't, have to answer those questions. It is not available to you to not account to these committees as to who is interfering and how that interference is happening. Can you please answer? Minister, I'll come to you. She is the person who has made this statement before these committees. She must explain it. I will come to you, Minister. She must explain it. How are you being interfered with, and who is doing it?
Okay, we have had one incident that I want to indicate on Chair without delving much on some instances that would have taken place. We'd have a board meeting and we'd have people giving instructions to certain board members on what the board meeting or how the board meeting should take their decisions. I think for now, Chair, I would want to maybe keep it there because I really want to protect the process because we've taken up the process to say that there are people that I want to put their hands into the affairs of the NYDA, and we think that that is not correct. Even some of the divisions or some of the things that you have seen playing out in the media.
Now you're moving on to other things. You still haven't answered our question, and you're gonna cause me to get impatient, and I don't want to do that. Can we please, Minister, I will come to you, please.
Yes, Chair.
The Chair has made a specific statement. You've said actually there is a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, you said a lot.
Yeah.
Right. You said it to members of both committees, right? We are asking you a question. Tell us how this interference manifests and who, in your view or in your observation, is interfering. Otherwise, it becomes just a bold statement that you are making here that you cannot substantiate. And if that is the case, I'd warned earlier, if you are not certain of something, do not say it.
Yeah, yes, Chair, I agree with you. I said the first example would be we're sitting in a board meeting and there are people that are sending board members instructions on what decisions we should take in a board meeting.
How do you know that? Do they phone? Do these calls get taken in the meeting? How do you know that someone is sending instructions to board members?
They send messages, Chair.
And you get to read them?
Yes.
So the people show you the messages?
Yes, it
as
gets
the
sent.
Chair?
Yes,
okay. Who are these messages from? No. I will. Okay. You are not in a meeting out there. You are in Parliament. Yes. Who have you seen interfering with the work of the board? You said you've seen the messages. Yes. Okay. Who are those messages from?
To protect myself, Chair, and protect the process, I'm going to email you all the evidence that I've prepared.
Okay, Chair, anyway, we are going to go around in circles. Can I assure you of something? We are not leaving this meeting without you giving us those people. Just know that. We might move on to Honorable Beasley now, but you must know, by the time you go home, you will have answered that question. Definitely. Okay. And you are not going to email it. You are going to say it here in committee.
Okay, Honourable Beasley, but I also want to remind both committees that in fact this was an issue that was raised in our budget vote deliberations when we were in Sandton, and it's one of our recommendations that we ask for a report on the alleged interference. It is contained in our report, and to date we have not received the report on the alleged interference. Honourable Beasley, your 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings, everybody. So I'm just going to start off with the comment. The latest unemployment figures came out, and youth aged between 15 and 24, unemployment rate is 61%. Between 15 and 34, it is 45%. This agency before us, we heard the word was supposed to be inspiring confidence, giving the youth hope. But the reality of it, what we're hearing today, you're giving it hopelessness. You, Chair, went on an overseas trip that cost over R1 million. There's an investigation into leaks into the agency. There's various whistleblower leaks. There's various press things. You can see that this board is not united, and it's a sad indictment what you guys are supposed to be doing for the youth of our country, and it really is sad because our youth of our country are battling, and they're looking at you guys and saying this is hopeless. So that's just my comment. Chair, you've recently taken, I think it was in court yesterday, you've taken a report, a gagging harassment order. What attorneys are you using? I believe it's in your personal capacity. What attorneys are you using? Can you answer that question?
Yes, Chair. The matter that is in court, it's based on the fact that, yes, we do acknowledge that there's freedom of journalism. It must happen.
No, that's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking you which legal firm are you using?
I'm not quite sure of the name. I don't have the names. Maybe CEO, you can assist. Or
But is it in your personal capacity, this matter?
No. It's not in my personal capacity, Honourable Member. Through you, Chair.
Sorry, can I stop the time? Okay. You were in court yesterday. So, okay, and I'm saying the matter was in court yesterday. You've submitted a sworn statement. I have it. I wish to remind you of what you've sworn to in court. I can read it back to you if you want me. So let me remind you for the last time. Please be honest with Parliament. Can you do that? Can you answer Honorable Beasley's question honestly? Otherwise, I'm going to tell you the paragraph in which you say you're raising this in your personal capacity. Okay? Please, Chair, please. Thank you.
The name of the attorneys, I think it's Pegati, but it starts with PH, along those lines. Yes.
Yeah, just coming back to what the chair said and what you've said, you signed an affidavit that you're saying you're taking this matter in your personal capacity. I've got the legal papers in front of me. I can read it back to you. It says you're taking this matter in your personal capacity. Now we're hearing that it's an NYDA matter. So I'm clearly confused, and I'm sure the legal people and the people that you've signed this affidavit to are confused too, because you said it is in your personal capacity, not under as chairperson of the NYDA. So if you can just clarify whose actual capacity is this under?
Thank you for that question. Yes, Chair, it is in my personal capacity, and the matter would have been relating to my responsibility as the chair of the NYDA.
But clearly that should have been said in the papers that you're doing it as a chairperson of the. You said you're doing it in your personal capacity. So if you're doing it in your personal capacity, the NYDA shouldn't be paying for it.
Maybe it's a technicality, maybe that I didn't see at that particular time. But the matter is concerning the work that I do as the chair of the NYDA. But the matter is still in court, and the issues are going to be ventilated when the time is right.
Yeah, I think for me it's quite clear that your affidavit is not correct, and that you've misled the courts because you've said it's in your personal capacity. But I will move on. Did the board approve this action as the board? Maybe I can ask the deputy chairperson, have you approved this particular matter that the NYDA pays the legal firms for the chairperson in a personal capacity? Has this been discussed at a board level?
No, thanks. No, there's been no discussion of the chairperson's legal issues or whether or not the NYDA is funding it at all.
There's a word that comes to me. It's just how bizarre. It's absolutely bizarre. I mean, this is the governance of our youth. Minister, surely, what do you say to this, Minister? I'm asking you this question. What do you say to this, Minister?
Chairperson, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm asked a specific question on a specific matter that probably has not come before me on who is paying for the legal fees, etc. And it's a matter that I will definitely want to look into going forward. However, indeed, the issues that are in the media are for the chairperson of the board. The issues that are in the media. They are not for Dr. Sunshine Miyende as a person from her home. Everything that is even in the whistleblowing messages, they are about the chairperson of the board. What then the chairperson may have said in the statement that she presented to court, whether personal or whatever, then I think that might be the issue that we look into. I've not seen that.
Okay, but Minister, just to come back to you, that this hasn't been discussed at a board level. I mean, surely that should concern you.
Definitely it will concern me. If decisions get taken, in fact, things are done without court resolution, body resolutions. Yes, indeed.
Oh, we've just heard that it hasn't been done, so yeah. And then sorry, how much time have I got left? Oh, sorry. Okay, just quickly, this forensic investigation that's been taken into the leaks, was that a board resolution? I'll ask the deputy chairperson that one. This forensic investigation that's been taken into, when I say leaks, was it approved by the board?
No, there's no board discussion or approval of a investigation into whistleblowers. For context, the Human Resource Committee in our last board meeting brought a report in our in-committee discussion whereby 2 issues were on that report, was the Audit and Risk Committee appointment, as well as investigations into leaks into the institution, in which the HRCC was saying it is asking for terms of reference for the scope of the investigation and has referred the matter for board approval. Before we could finalize on that item, the meeting was adjourned whilst we're on that item. So as far as I'm concerned, I've never sat in any board meeting that has discussed the terms of reference, the scope of the investigation, which was brought to us by the Human Resource Committee, which did come to board approval. It was one of our last agenda items in the in-committee. And the then chairperson of the HRCC is also here. She can also confirm or deny what I'm saying. But I've never been party to any approval of any terms of reference for an investigation. I've also said publicly that I believe that an investigation into leaks which seeks to uncover who the person is illegal and is wrong. And something that I've raised as a concern both to this committee but also including to the minister as well, that these things are concerning, particularly because there was an RFQ that was released by the NYDA in that regard, which is pretty clear around identifying who the person is and going as far as recommending that the firm must actually recommend action against that person. So I then wrote and said I believe that I don't think it's appropriate and I would like for us to discuss it at board. That discussion didn't finalize. The meeting adjourned before we could finalize or even discuss the terms of reference. There were discussions around whether or not the cybersecurity threats of the institution. All of those things were never discussed at board level. And I don't want to be part of any decision that seeks to suggest that that is the case.
Thanks. And then, I'm going to move on. And then the chairperson, this R1 million trip that you did to New York, in hindsight, do you think it was regrettable, bearing in mind the amount of youth unemployment that we've got in the country, that the organization is running at a deficit, that so many people could have been empowered, and you spent R1 million on a jaunt to New York, taking 5 or 6 of your colleagues with you? In hindsight, do you think that was wrong?
I think, Chair, considering what we came back from New York with,
It's just a yes or no. Is it yes or no? You don't have to just the yes or no. You're saying it.
I don't think it was regrettable.
Okay, thank you. And then, have I got any time left?
35 seconds.
35 seconds. Yeah. CEO, have you ever declined a chairperson's travel request?
Have I ever declined? Not in my recollection.
And I can tell you, you won't because of the conflict of interest here. Thank you.
Quickly going to give 1 minute to Board Member Baloy, 1 minute to Makatini, then come to Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, I think it's very important that I do note in March, a resolution was taken by the board, and majority of the board members rally behind that resolution with regards to the investigation into what was brought forth to the board. And in May, a status update was brought, and even in that meeting, there was no objections to the investigation that needs to take place. So I really want to ensure that the committee is made aware that a resolution was taken by the board and it was brought forth, and majority of the board members, and that day I can recall that all board members were present, members of the board that is represented from presidency and a member that is represented from the department. So I want to reiterate again, a resolution was taken by the board into the investigation with regards to what was noted before the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Makatini?
No, I just like to concur to what Board Member Kelly said. Yeah, there was a resolution and it was resoluted by the board, and yeah. So, and I'm just a bit disappointed that we get into this platform and then the people say there was no resolution and it wasn't made in the board meeting. Thank you.
Minister?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm observing, I think we're observing something, but I think I always take it that it's young people, and that is why we think maybe induction is also necessary. Because some of the utterances are not in line with how board members should behave. But I just want to leave it there. My concern is the member, honorable member, who says, did you ever decline any travel for the chairperson? And then she says no, he says no, and then he says you wouldn't because of conflict of interest. I think that statement, Chair, is worrying because we don't know, it's too pregnant. And one would wish to understand as to what that means.
Okay, Honorable Beasley, you get an extension of time to just explain why you believe there's a conflict of interest, because we put you under pressure with 35 seconds.
No, it's fine. So in terms of the conflict of interest, you've got an executive chairperson and you've got a CEO. The executive chairperson is higher ranked in the organization, and getting a lower person to actually sign the travel arrangements when who actually determines the person's pay, whatever. So it is conflicted. You can't be going to an insubordinate to sign off your travel things because the person is conflicted.
Please, Chair, do.
I don't think it's correct that the salary of the CEO or anything lies with me. It gets approved by the board. It's not an individual. It's not an individual thing. I don't think there's any conflict of interest on this particular matter. Thank you.
No, thanks very much. Thank you very much. And I think you've then dealt with a member's comment. You said you don't think there's a conflict of interest. Other members may canvass that issue later on, but you've given your answer. Minister, I do need to just maybe canvass an issue with you, because when people come and account here to Parliament, a lot of the time we're dealing with seasoned executives or public servants who have gone through the ranks and know how to account to Parliament. They know how to govern an institution and so on. The unique thing about the NYDA is that there is an inherent inexperience built into the model of choosing. And what I want to ask you before we get to 1 o'clock and move to the next member is whether there is a process of induction and mentoring that takes place when a new board comes. Can you just enlighten the committees on that? Because I also don't want to be unfair on the board members, because you can't, part of the apportioning responsibility is what people ought to know. And I don't want to be patronizing to the members of the board, but I feel that if we appoint young people to these roles, we must also adequately support them to do the work properly. So can you just appraise the committee, Minister, on the steps that get taken when a new board takes over the NYDA? What training do they get? What is your role in that, in order to make sure that the things that are beginning to emerge don't arise, or at least are minimized? Can you just have that discussion with us, Minister?
Thank you very much for such a direct question, Chair. Boards are inducted, including the NYDA board. It did have a vigorous induction. I think I attended the first day, and I delivered my own speech there, which actually was articulating the roles. And the question that you asked, Chairperson, initially, to say the executive chair, the executive deputy chair, and the CEO, we always anticipate some challenges that may emanate out of that. And we went there myself to actually outline the roles, but there was an induction that happened. We also used other art platforms, such as, for instance, the very AGM that we attended. One of the reasons one wanted specifically for NYDA to have an AGM was also to assist in dealing with the issues such as those in a meeting of that nature, so that we are able to see how the board works. And thirdly, we're looking at the issue now of actually ensuring that the NYDA has an MOU with the Institute of Directors in South Africa, so that those can actually assist the board. So that if at any moment we think that we have done everything possible to try and make the NYDA board aware of the legal obligations that they carry, the fiduciary duties that they have to execute. If we think we've failed, then we must say, but this is what we have done. And I think that is that. In fact, even my remarks, Chairperson, when I opened, I took through what is in the legislation as a way of saying, board members, it doesn't matter who they are. This is the expectation. The things that you are doing are in law, but also in the code, what is this, the King Code. And the King Code, even if it is not law, but it is used by courts today to take decisions on how board members are supposed to behave. So yes, indeed, there is work that we have done. There was induction, but I think we also can actually accelerate that. Thank you very much.
But Honourable Zibi, I also want to say that when we conducted the interviews, many of them came informing us that they've already had board experience or some governance experience. And so that was contained in their CVs. Honourable Mbiko, it's your opportunity.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to all the colleagues here. I've got nothing to comment because I'm working on something here that I may raise before the end of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mbiko. Honourable Isaac, your 10 minutes.
He's our naughtiest member of the committee, by the way. Yeah, you must keep a tight leash on him. He's
Okay.
he's problematic.
I don't know. Do you want to comment on that, Honourable
He's a
Isaac?
problematic member of the committee, but we try and rein him in.
Oh.
We try and rein him in.
I will give you free rein, Honourable Isaac.
Awesome, yeah, I got it on. Yeah, Chair. What do I gotta take the punches on my on my chin, right? Chair, thank you for the opportunity. Good day, colleagues. Great to have you, members of the board, fellow South Africans out there. Yeah, it's great to be with the NYDA. I just want to get straight to the point because I always end up having time constraints, as Chairperson has pointed out. So please explain to me somebody, CEO, CFO maybe, yeah. CFO. CFO, I've been reading some notes and trying to figure out aggregated reporting. So I think we'll just do one question at a time, okay? So we'll have an interaction with the chairperson's permission, and I'll move on to the next one quickly, because lots has already been spoken of, but I just want to get to one or two issues. So through you, Chair, if the CFO can perhaps just educate me and polish up my fellow esteemed colleagues on aggregated reporting in terms of your financials. Who decided this? Where did this aggregated reporting come from? Just educate me, please. Thank you, Chair.
CEO, CFO, who will be answering?
Thank you very much, Chair. Through you, Chair, may I ask for clarity as to where do you, perhaps, Honourable Member, pick up aggregated reporting so that I can answer directly?
Okay, so it's in our notes here, in our briefing notes, and you speak, and it's spoken of in terms of your accounting practice, that you, or rather when the AGSA does, Mr. Madonna, you're looking it up, right? When the AGSA does your financials, okay, and he refers to aggregated accounting is an accounting practice that is being utilized. So I'm trying to figure out, and I'm trying to educate myself. That's why I said, please educate me. What is meant by aggregated reporting, rather, not accounting, aggregated reporting. But okay, if you're not clear on that, don't panic. I promise you, when I'm done here, I'll be back with that one, give you a concrete answer, so you can give me a concrete reply. Cool. Let's just move on quickly. I need to understand, now I'm not sure who is going to explain this one here, Minister, but how do we drill down to the value for money that you expend, and also as well as the transparency for monies that are expended on beneficiaries? How do we drill down to value for money? Who's decided that? How do we work this out? Because I need South Africans, I need myself to understand that. This is a taxpayers' funds, okay? So how is it worked out that there's value for money for allocating this guy, and how does he qualify? And why does this guy not qualify? I'm trying to just simplify it in simple terms, Chairpersons. So, again, maybe if it makes it easier, please explain then, what systems do you have in place to measure outcomes? Does that make it simpler? Okay, got it? So then I'll ask one more, and then you can reply, and I'll come to my final question, if that's okay. I just want to raise this issue now. My colleague raised the issues on numbers and finances, but simple English, guide me and guide fellow South Africans that are listening out there. So I've read here that your employee costs, Minister, in this department, in this agency, the employee costs is 268 million and odd. You can go and check it up. So your employee costs are 268 million versus project disbursements. Your project disbursements in the last financial year was 247 million. Okay, now just explain to me, just in simple English, no rocket science here. Your expense is 268 million, but your disbursements are 247 million. Your employee cost, wages, salary, employee costs 268 million, but you disburse to people like me that might be disabled for some reason a maximum of 247 million. Does it make business sense? I don't know, but the esteemed gentleman there and the lady in the back there may be more qualified to explain to me, how do I get value for money? I pay you people 268 million rand, but you only disperse to local ordinary South Africans that might be disabled or that might not have opportunities in life. You only spend 247 million. So I don't know. Answer me. What kind of salaries do you people earn? I heard my colleague say you went on a jaunt to the Big Apple. First class, business class, I don't know. Please tell us, add that question there, CEO. What are the salaries of the members of the board? Someone just put it in there when you reply. Okay, and then Chairperson, I'm going to stop there, and then I'll come back with my one final question when I've got some answers with your permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take the responses, please. CEO.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member, for that question. I'm going to try to be as direct as possible, drilling down to value for money for beneficiaries. I think first, it's important, we do acknowledge that it's an important area of consideration for every single expenditure. And it is a focus area for the agency to ensure that value for money is indeed derived. The second part, I think, in terms of the beneficiaries from the NYDA, they are both the KPIs in the APP that we measure value for money as to the young people that have been impacted through the various interventions of the NYDA as one measure that is based on your question, Honourable Member. But over and above that, to triangulate as to whether or not the performance as reported in the APP and as audited by AG also speaks to the impact question. That is why currently the agencies has undertaken the process of building an impact measurement framework to triangulate as to whether or not what we see in audited performance can also be reflected in the lived experiences of young people in society. A case in point is we have had scholars from the Wits School of Governance who have actually shared their own research around the grant and voucher program of the NYDA for the period between 2016 and 2019. And they were assessing as to whether or not that program is impactful or not. And what they found, Dr. Fotoya from the Wits School of Governance, that for every R1 that is spent on the grant funding program of the agency, R3.60 is generated in social returns. And so impact measurement assessments are then another measure to assess as to whether or not, over and above the compliance issues that the agency undertakes, to go a step further to determine as to whether or not the lived experience is felt. The struggle, I should acknowledge, Honourable Chairs, that we do have as the agency is that, for example, with the grant funding program, in the APP, we can afford to fund about 2,600 young people. And then I think something it really, it's difficult for us to consistently reconcile and address, but when you have a target of 2,600 young people in the context of 4.7 million young people in the NEET rate, when young people critique the agency and say we don't see the agency, we don't feel the agency, it then makes sense because 2,600 young people versus 4.7 million, we're bound to get that critique. And it's a critique that challenges, I believe, us around what more the agency should do to address that particular question. So I think that's an ongoing challenge to address the question of not only value for money, but also the extent to which we can reach more young people in making sure that every rand goes further, as Dr. Fotoya's research suggests. The employee costs in the public service, it does continue to be a balancing act, at least in our view. We agree with the assertion that there should be, when balancing the expenditure, more on project disbursements as opposed to employee costs. So we agree with that. The question I think that we are trying to address and are really grappling with is the extent to which human resources are required for the delivery of programs. And so that is why we've also undertaken a process to explore ways of automating some of our processes to assist in reducing the numbers of employee, the employee costs associated with the agency. But I think from a broader public service point of view, the question also becomes, maybe in a different sector such as health or education, to deliver healthcare or education, can we deliver it through other means that can reduce employee costs by reducing the headcount? I think that's a debate that we would need to explore as to how we create those efficiencies in such industries. We faced a similar challenge in the delivery of youth development programs. And so I think the continued guidance and support as to ways in which we can effectively do that would certainly assist the agency. But it's certainly an item that we are grappling with. And that's why I think even with the measures that are sort of in place that the CFO would have maybe highlighted earlier with the guidance of the Honourable Chair, are ways in which that can further support the agency going forward to create that balance in execution going forward. Honourable Chair, if there are other items maybe I would have missed that technically the CFO can maybe answer, then I would maybe
Okay.
request.
But Honourable Isak, you asked how much do board members earn, if I heard you correctly. You also wanted clarity whether the international travel was first class. You did ask that. Yes. So can we have a response to that before he goes to his final question?
There was no first class, Chair. But secondary to that, the issue of how much we get paid, I think that's public knowledge on what the salary of the chair and the deputy chair. But maybe the concern would be around the non-executive board members. One of the challenges or one of the resolutions that we took as a board is to cap the board fees so that there is clear direction on the work that we want to do or the things that we achieve, but at the same time bearing it in mind the cost effects of that. So we've kept it at a certain amount of money, and then I think that will be part of our annual report when we appear in the portfolio committee.
Okay, so can I just provide further guidance? So it's not enough to say there was no first class. Say what class you flew. That's the first thing. The second thing is, can you just assist the committee further? I'm always uncomfortable discussing salaries, but those that are by law disclosed, say what they are. And if there is a per meeting or per hourly rate or whatever the case is for board members, you don't have to tally up for each board member how much it is. Just give the members the numbers when you have them, please, so that at least we get a complete answer. Can you do that, please?
The board took a resolution of capping the board fees at 60,000 per board member per month. So if anyone is exceeding that, then we then take it down. Previously, it was a bit high, and then we took a resolution considering our financial standing to reduce it and cap it at 60,000. And then when it comes to mine and the deputy chair, I think it's in the public domain. I'm really not sure on that.
Which is more reason why you should just say them, please. I mean, it's in the public domain.
I think it will be. Where's it? I think
you don't know.
I don't know.
You don't know how much you get paid.
Obviously, there are deductions in it, so I'm really.
No. Just say what the total package is. I mean, it's in the annual report.
Yes, that's why I need. I don't want to mislead. That's why I wanted the ED Duma of Corporate Services, maybe just to indicate that on an accurate basis.
I see. Okay, so can you just say, what did you then fly? Economy? Did you fly business class?
I flew business class myself and the deputy chair based on the travel policy of the NYDA.
Okay, no, you don't need to justify yourself. You're just giving a complete answer. Okay, one last one.
We were going to go to corporate services.
Thank you, Chairperson. So the annual package for Chairperson is 1.2 million. And then for Deputy Chair, it's 1,023,387. That's a total cost per annum.
So, sorry, through you, Chair, the 60,000, we kept it for the non-executive board members because it was increasing. So we took that resolution to keep it at 60,000 per month.
Honourable Isak, your last question.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so quick one is, if perhaps we can be just informed, what is the current cash flow scenario at the NYDA currently? And I ask this because when regarding the expenditure budget being exceeded, of course, what is the exact amount, if you're able to tell us what is the current cash flow? And then, I think the others have been covered. And there's the one on the aggregated one, which I opened up with, if I'm allowed to go back to that one, because I think they needed an explanation. Yeah. Okay. So in the notes that I have before me, ma'am, so you'll allow me this, Chairperson. The NYDA generally does not table a public nominal list of all individual beneficiaries to the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Ma'am, are you with me? Yeah? Okay. So instead, they present consolidated statistical performance reports that detail aggregated data on beneficiaries, demographics, provinces, etc. Okay. So that is why I asked in simple terms, and I repeat, you will recall, please explain to me and educate me and my colleagues and fellow South Africans out there what is meant by aggregated accounting. Shall I explain it again, ma'am? Because I'm just telling you what I don't understand and I need to be educated. Here are the notes in front of me. So you should know.
So, Honorable Isaac, it would help if you maybe say where is that from? Is that from a response by the NYDA to committee?
Yes.
Okay, so that's
that's what I'm reading here.
Okay.
Right in front of me.
Okay, no, I'm not saying it. I was just saying where it's from.
Cool. Thank you, Chair. But look, if they're not able to answer that now, I'm happy to let them off the hook till after lunchtime, and you can interrogate it then. How's that? Cool. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Deputy Minister, you had your hand up.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. Maybe just so that we have sense of appreciation, many times in monitoring and evaluation, at times a statement like that will just refer in how you compile a report by disaggregation. Now, you've got beneficiaries in this case. Hypothetically, you've got 100 beneficiaries. You are not stipulating their names. But by virtue of saying we are disaggregating the data to demonstrate beneficiaries are represented by 40% women, 20% from rural communities and this sector. So it's a disaggregated kind of a tool approach or analysis that allows you to actually see the diversity of those beneficiaries. I thought I must just say that.
Yes, Deputy Chair.
Sorry, Chair, not to derail the meeting or take us back, just for purposes of the record, in some of the submissions or responses to the Honourable Member around the terms of reference, can I just request that the minutes of that meeting that we last had be shared with the committee, and that the recording of the meeting, the in-committee recording, be shared, because I've made an input that didn't happen, and there are members of the board who feel that did happen. So I just requested that be shared with the committee, not to derail the session.
Okay, so we will break for lunch. There'll be we'll get an opportunity to just untangle properly. I have some questions around that issue. So can we maybe give time to do it then? Is it fine? All right. Thanks.
Yeah, so the idea is we'll try and get all members to ask their questions before we go to lunch. Then we'll break for a short lunch and come back and re-ventilate some of the issues that we still need clarity on. So we'll go to Honourable Skosana for your 10 minutes. Or
Oh, no, this is Honourable
Oh, sorry.
This is Honourable Maduna.
Maduna, sorry, my apologies. Skosana, you already asked your questions, Maduna.
Dr. Maduna.
No. Your Excellency, Dr. Maduna. Dokotela.
No. Thanks. I'm hoping one day. Research is not easy. I've gotten used to that, but I'm hoping one day. No, thanks, Chair. Morning to you, co-chairs, members of the portfolio committees, the Minister, NYDA, and your staff. No, thanks. I'm also, 10 minutes is not much, so I'm just going to focus on the issue of ARC. Maybe to ventilate some of the issues that I would not understand, just to get clarity. Maybe as a comment, one should start by saying that we all agree that the money that NYDA is not enough. The funding by the fiscus to NYDA is not adequate, given the responsibility that you would have. I think we all agree that we have a very youthful country, close to 60%, if not more, of this country. So you would generally expect that that institution be adequately funded to ensure that we empower young people on the ground. But with that being said, it is also a responsibility of NYDA to ensure that you manage what you have adequately. And the recent media reports and so on are not reflecting good on you, especially the board with the input that has been done by Honorable Skosana, that you were one board when we voted for you that everyone agreed on. So we would have not expected that we would be having what we are seeing today, because it's clear that there are disagreements in the board. And now, through you, Chair, I think my first question, what I would want to check, when I'm not sure if the Chair is here already. The Chair of yeah, just to him, I just want to check, how many terms have you served in that ACT?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairpersons, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, Honorable members of the two portfolio committees, the leadership of the NYDA board led by Dr. Miende, NYDA Deputy Chair, NYDA board members. My apologies for arriving late.
Chair,
I needed to
just to be economical with the time, Chair, can the greetings not be removed from my time?
Not a problem. I wanted to observe the protocol because of our travel arrangements earlier in the morning. They were a bit problematic and I was still acclimatizing. So I wanted to just indicate that to the Honorable Minister accordingly and the staff members of the NYDA. I have served since 2023, the 1st of July. So that was during the part of the previous board, whose term ended in July 2025. So that was just not a term, rather. So you asked me how many terms. It wasn't a term. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so I wanted to check that you've been appointed to a board once for a period of 3 years.
No, I don't have an appointment letter of a period of 3 years, no.
It was for how long?
It was, remember I joined in 2023 July. So, and the contract kept on extending. So it was to end with the term of the then board, and it kept on extending.
No, I'm asking originally when you were appointed as a board member, you were appointed for a term of how long?
It was for 1 year. That contract was for 1 year.
Okay, and then there was a extension. How many extensions?
If I recall, it would have been, I don't want to make a mistake and mislead the House. I'll have to just go and check that record, Honourable Member. Because there were a couple of extensions just to make sure that we keep the work going and the work of the audit committee going.
So I believe that you are the oldest board member that is part of the, sorry, you are the oldest ARC member there.
Yes, that is correct.
Others joined you throughout the...
When you say throughout, through the chair, when you say throughout, remember in terms of how the Audit and Risk Committee is structured, there are members of the board and there's also two professionals who are independent members. Currently there's a third member that's going to be joining that structure. So I'm not understanding what you are saying.
No, I'm asking on those, sorry, I'm asking on the independent ones, the experts. I think you are supposed to be 3, ne? 3 or 2.
The charter reads 2 and a maximum of 5 board members, but it's in the purview of the board to consider if there's any capacity constraint. We have highlighted it in our report to Portfolio Committee that we believe that the Audit and Risk Committee can be strengthened with ICT governance skills, and I think the board and the ministry is looking into that.
the reason why, perhaps, Chair, let me put it like this. The reason why I'm asking that is because if you look at the PFMA and other prescripts, they put a number of terms in terms of how many terms a board member can serve. Now, that is why I'm a bit, it's a bit unclear to me with the extension, whether do they form terms or whether do they form as extension, because now I'm sure you know that at some point you would have to have a cool-off period, and that is why it's for that specific reasons why I'm asking how long you've been in the board.
Thank you very much again for the question. So I think certainly it hasn't been more than 2 terms, but we will just request COSEC just to indicate the extensions and so on. Yeah, but certainly hasn't exceeded the 2 terms. Yeah.
No, thanks. So tell me, what is the responsibility of risk management and internal audit? They report directly under you through the, or it's only internal audit and then risk management through?
Internal audit does report to the Audit and Risk Committee. Risk also does, falling within the same structure within internal audit. So if internal audit picks up certain things, they flag it through to risk and then to us. We have a direct access to the risk units as well. And we can always copy internal audit when we have certain issues that we are flagging through risk.
So what role does internal audit play in appointments in procurement before the appointment actually happens?
When you say appointment in procurement?
I'm saying, let's say NYDA want to source a contract. What role does internal audit have before the appointment for that particular contract?
Okay, I'm looking at it in 2 ways. Structurally, you've got an annual procurement plan, which obviously internal audits will also have a record of. And then process-wise, in terms of those annual procurement plans.
No, I understand that the annual procurement plans, the reviews with the annual annual plans and all that. I'm asking, let's say in a particular matter, NYDA wants to procure security services. Does internal audit have any role before the appointment happens?
In terms of the policy, no.
So would it be correct if we are in position of a risk assessment report that is signed by your internal audit to say that it's prepared by risk management and approved by him? Would that be correct?
Risk management does get involved because you also have to check a couple of other things, including suppliers' capacity.
I understand, but I'm asking on internal audit. I understand that risk management usually would have to do the risk assessment of the projects before award. Some does, some don't. It depends on the policy of the organization. But I'm trying to understand internal audit would. In any risk assessment, what do these reports that are prepared before a service provider is awarded with a project, would it promote independence, objectivity for internal audit to have any role to play in that particular report?
I want to respond this way, Honourable Member. If we as Audit and Risk Committee pick up something in relation to a procurement process, which may be an anomaly or some sort of allegation, we would, in such an instant, then request for internal audit just to have a look at it for sanctity purposes, in terms of making sure, because we carry the fiduciary duties for the organization. So in instances where certain things like that would come to our attention, we would certainly make sure, because our function is also to make sure that the agency is not exposed to any external risk, even from a supplier risk point of view. But it's not in the policy.
Okay, so I would assume that report would be prepared and approved internal audit.
Yeah, they would certainly do so if also requested as part of the process, if there are certain risk areas that have been identified, yeah.
Okay, no, thanks. No, Chair of Ask, I'm asking because I'm in position of an overall procurement risk assessment report. And my greatest confusion is as to why it's signed off by Senior Manager Internal Audit, Mr. Abrinkabinde. That's what I'm failing to grasp. It actually took me out of all the questions that I wanted to ask. What is mostly confusing out of all the documentation and what given that I've been in internal audit before, I was very confused in terms of how will he audit this procurement after he has signed off this assessment report. That's why it's as if I'm asking you.
Through the chair, I would have to look at that record because and discuss it with the Audit and Risk Committee members because I would be answering something which I'm really not sure of. It might relate to a certain process that we may have flagged, but I'll have to look at that report.
I think my 10 minutes might be almost over. I must say this to you, Chair.
1 more minute.
That I'm really worried. Actually, I started being worried earlier on, Chair. I think when you were canvassing some of the question in the manner in which internal audit answers on behalf of management. I'm not sure whether he knows his responsibilities is not to be part of management. And I really got worried. You were still not here. I really got worried when they kept on asking questions and he kept on being the one that is saying when we receive this. And I think as a part of the parting shots, I believe I will get another question to canvass this issue because we need to promote the independence and the objectivity of internal audit. That is why it was designed in the first place. Now, quickly, do you have a hotline? Do you have a hotline, a fraud and corruption hotline? It's managed independently. Yes. So after they would have received, and I saw the delegation in terms of where you take what. After you would have received them, to have, I'm sure it would be obviously from time to time you would look at it, actually. After they would have received the complaints, this fraud hotline that you would have had, what is the process or system description of them, disembezzling them back to where the board to look at them, who must look at them and all that? What is the process? I just want shortly a system description. The rest of the questions I will canvass later. I will canvass them later. But I must express that I'm really worried about you on the side of internal audit, and I'm still going to canvass more issues as why I want to support my statement why I'm worried about his independence. Thanks.
Just deal with the description of the process, that's all, in short.
Okay, thank you. So if there's a whistleblower complaint that comes through the anonymous tip-offs hotline, it is assessed by the service provider that the reports are being received by. And depending on the allegation, if it's a branch matter, it will be sent through to the CEO, the internal audit, as well as myself as ARC chair. And those are then carried through to the in-committee sessions where those are discussed. In terms of the structure, if the complaint relates to an executive, then it will come through to me as ARC chair and also to the CEO and board chair. And then that assessment then is done at that level. If it we haven't received a complaint externally. I think members were discussing the public whistleblower data that is out there. If in that instance, then if it's a complaint about the CEO, it will come to myself and the board chair. And if it's about any board member, it will then come through to the board chair and myself as well. I haven't seen an email that goes through to the executive authority, but I would certainly also understand that is also built into that functionality.
Thank you. Honourable Kanile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to both of you, Chairpersons, the Minister, the Deputy. Chair, I'm going to proceed on the protocol that has already been established. Chair, with that being said, I just want to indicate that it creates a discomfort when every Sunday of majority of Sundays, pardon, you will come across reports that things are falling apart at the NYDA. I also think those reports are also worrying for young, apologies for that, for young people of this country, as they look forward to this agency to ensure that it changes their lives. I think these are some of the things, or majority of the things that you spoke about when we conducted those interviews. And I think Honorable Kosana covered the process correctly, how well you presented yourselves in that interview and how your appointment was supported by all other political parties in the House. And every day when we are meeting with you, you will tell us about stability within the NYDA, how you expand opportunities for young people. And we get a shock of our lives if we are to wake up and see what we see on the newspapers. And the things that we are reading are a reflection on all of you as members of the board, and a reflection on us as well, for members of the community who knows that we have a responsibility to hold you accountable. When the minister was, during her preamble, she mentioned an issue that they need to steer the agency in a manner that restores confidence. I think, Minister, that is very, very important. I think we are all aware that there's been a lot of things that are being said about this agency, it being aligned with certain political parties, it not serving all South Africans, it not reaching the rural areas and all of that. So when a young person reads about all these things that are happening, one will wonder if they have the confidence in this agency. In addition to the induction that the Chairperson asked about, Honorable Minister, through you, Chair, I think you may need to also look at team building, because it is clear that there is division within the board members. And this is only their first year. There's 2 more years that they will need to work together. Can you please just have a look at that? Chairpersons, in the deliberations that we have listened to today, I think it has become very clear that we are dealing with 2 different issues. We have issues of whistleblower, and we have issues of people that are leaking discussions that are happening within the board. And when you go and read newspapers, you get an article that says there's a forensic investigators that are appointed to investigate whistleblower, and that is misleading. From the discussions that we are listening to here today, the investigation is on leakings. I think what we'd I think it causes discomfort also to work with people that are going to leak information, leak discussions. Right now, you have not even been in a position to appoint ARC because the information was already in the public domain. And those things are causing delays, and they become an obstacle in all of you to be able to discharge your duties. I think once this investigation has been finalized, we'll appreciate it if this report can be presented before us, and we are hoping that there's going to be clear recommendations on a step forward. And also, members of the board, you must remember that we recommended, was it 7 names, Chairperson, to the President? 10 names. Oh, we submitted 10 names to the President, and he made the appointments that he made.
It was 9.
It was 9. And then the President appointed 7 people, right? There's 2 more people that were not appointed. In everything that you do, you must understand that the main reason why we always ensure that we submit more names It is because should anything happen to any of you, anything, because you are replaceable, the president is going to go back to those lists and find somebody from that list. Thank you, Chair. Chair, I understand that there is reports that was sent to the Auditor General to address the issue of 71 million. But before I get to that, I think I may use up my time before I get to the issue of sexual harassment. I think this is one issue that is very close to my heart, and it is an issue that sits within this portfolio committee, the issue of gender-based violence. We also deal in this portfolio committee with issues of statutory rape. Mr. Nkabinde, you have mentioned that there are investigations or allegations. You are also investigating issues of sexual harassment, but it was just by the way comment that you have made. Can you please just give us details of what allegations you have received? Because I think it's very important that we get full details when it comes to those issues, considering that the people that we are dealing with here are the most vulnerable within our communities. We deal with little girls that want bursaries. We'll deal with little boys that want bursaries, little girls and boys or teenagers that would want to apply for opportunities, whether be it business or grants that the agency is offering. And what sexual harassment cases were you referring to? Because we're very unfortunate that this matter is brought before us and we don't probe it further. I think I'd like to pause here for now, Chairperson, while I await for the response, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you.
You'll have 2 minutes left after the response. Let's hand over for the response.
Thank you very much, Chair. I become concerned when issues of sexual harassment are being brought forth, understanding where us as women, we stand in issues that pertain to gender-based violence. But I'm going to allow Mr. Nkabinde to also rein in on this matter. But the social harassment case, and Chair of SCOPA, what is quite exciting is that this matter is in the public domain, and one doesn't know how it got there. There's been a sexual harassment case that it's called sexual extortion that has been brought against the deputy chair to say that he's offering people bursaries, jobs, well, like it's a whole lot of things. And I would have said, because this matter, it's one of the matters that I think that I would have brought to the executive authority, because I don't want to be conflicted in the matter. According to how we deal with such complaints, I'm the one that is supposed to be dealing with it. But I've resorted to say, Minister, this has come to my attention, and how best do we deal with this case? And it's a whole lot of issues, but the sexual harassment or sexual extortion does come out quite strongly in that complaint. But maybe I'll allow Mr. Nkabinde or Dr. Ntanda, in fact, to also maybe make additions to that. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, we'll take Dr. Nkabinde, and then we'll go to the 2 board members there. You'll have a minute each.
Thanks, Chair. I think the NYDA Chair did mention the one for sexual extortion, and also promising programs of the agency or work within the agency for sexual favor. Thanks.
Zwide.
Thanks, Chairperson. Because this is a sensitive matter and we're in a public domain, I think we also should have consistency on this, because it's not good to come here and not be transparent as a board, because there were 2 sexual allegations alleged. It was not only on the DC, it was also on the CEO. So we should also address everything in consistency and not just, thank you.
Board Member Maua.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's so unfortunate that I have to agree with the honourable members that there are specific disagreements and divisions that you would then see play out. But I also want to say that it is unfortunate that, as we are appointed by the collective, we perhaps didn't have the same ideologies or aspects coming into the board, because it is going to be very difficult for myself, as an example, to agree with a 1.2 million that is spent on a career day and say, I agree with that, we concast as a board and we agree with, I cannot agree with that. I cannot agree with millions being spent on flights. just flight tickets to go to New York with staff, maybe 3 staff members. What are they going to do there? How does that benefit the agency? Where have we seen the return on investment even till today? So as much as we do not want to look like we're a board that does not work together. There are things that we do agree on, there are things that pass because work must continue. But there are things that vehemently I would disagree with, and I do not believe are in the interest of the young people of South Africa that we serve. And we cannot now lie or want to present a united front with things that are definitely not in the interest of young people, Chair. So I don't want it to look as if perhaps the divisions are caused by intrapersonal skills. There are issues that are at hand that we vehemently disagree with. Another example with even this forensic investigation is that some of the discussions that have been had amongst the whistleblowers, that you would find certain members of the board saying they're going to open a case against a whistleblower. Then you see the intention of the investigation is to get names. I personally, as a lawyer, am against that. We need to protect whistleblowers. So there are issues, there's discussions in the board that we need to sign NDAs. For what? We are a public entity. So when we come to such a platform, it becomes an issue for us to have a presented united form, because there are issues that we terribly disagree with that affect the people that we purport to be representing. So I do not want it to perhaps seem as it is just the divisions that are caused by intrapersonal skills. There are serious issues that are at hand that we discuss at board, and there are serious issues that we literally argue with and disagree with, that even after team building, the team building will not make me agree with a 1.2 million that is spent on a career that you can do it for free, by the way. With all partners, you can do it for free, but 1.2 million is spent. I do not agree with that, and I believe I will not agree with that even after a team building is had. So I think those are part of the issues. There was also a question that was raised. I don't want to take us back, just that it was not responded to, Chair, that was raised on legals. I just want to confirm to the committee that out of okay, so legally, we have 55 attorneys appointed on our record, but also I want to confirm that Pakedi Incorporated Attorneys, which is what the Chair was speaking about, forms part of that. I do want to confirm to the committee that that law firm is part of the attorneys that are on the list with the NYDA. We've got, of course, 81, if you include everything, it's 81 contract management. These are MOUs, SLAs, MOAs that are signed with different entities. We have 18 letters of demand that have been sent by the NYDA. We've got 6 litigious matters that are currently in court, and we've got 1 matter relating to a pension fund, and we've got 4 recoveries that we are currently undergoing. Thank you.
Your last 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister and the Deputy Minister. It does look like there's some work that needs to be done. Can you please ensure that you attend to the issues that are being raised here today? And I want to go back to the issue of sexual harassment. You have received the claims or allegations of sexual harassment or sexual extortion. When did you receive those cases, and then what action has been taken to date?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member, for the follow-up question. Through you, Chair, when I received the allegations of sexual extortion and many other issues, as you would see the articles in the media, it's circulating in all the WhatsApp groups, I would have called the Deputy Chair, as indicated in the policy. I would have given him the allegations that were brought forth. I would have then said to him, he must go and apply his mind. But my view would be, because I'm the one that is then supposed to institute or kind of investigate the matter, I would have recommended to him that we take it to the executive authority, which is the minister, to investigate of his case through the relevant channels, or we get an independent person to look into the matter, because there are serious matters that myself as a woman, I wouldn't want to seem as if I'm protecting them or anything like that. That's what I would have done pertaining to the issue of the deputy chairperson. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, Honourable Zibi, can you please assist me? The chairperson keeps on saying, I would have. You have already received allegations. What I am asking, what have you done about those allegations? Have you spoken to him? Have you spoken to the minister? What are you doing to address them? Is he still in the employ? Has he been suspended pending the outcome of the investigation? What is the current status of how are you handling these issues? Thank you.
The deputy chairperson is not suspended, but as I would have indicated, I would have called him to give him the allegations. Then you would have said he's going to seek for advice, or I think you would have said legal advice or something along those lines. And then we are yet to sit again, but I would have advised the minister on this particular matter, because also through you, Chair, would have received a letter from the organized union around the similar or related matters concerning the deputy chair, and I would have given him both letters for him to be able to look at. And then I think it will form part of the things that when minister comes to meet the board that are going to be discussed. But as an organization, we're standing with the victim, the alleged victim, until the process of investigation is finalized. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you very much. Can I just get some? I'll come to the housekeeping, because we do need to talk about how much time we allocate for the rest of the day. So I do want to have a negotiation about just allocating enough time to discuss these issues, because my concern is issues are now coming up in the meeting, and I don't think it will be correct for the committee to then leave, and we leave them hanging. So there is no house in the afternoon, correct? We're not going to the house. Do any of the members have a difficulty carrying on after lunch, at least until, let's say, 4 or 5? Do the members have difficulty? Okay, I'm going to come to the minister. Minister, and Honorable Deputy Minister. Okay, so you know, like when it's like, yeah. And then no, please, Honorable Member, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I just want to find out, in terms of the scale of the matters that are also arising in this meeting, which some of them did not fall part of the scope of what was prepared. Would this then necessitate, if we go beyond the time that is allocated until 4 in the afternoon, for us to further probe the issues at a different time? And perhaps my recommendation would be that any issues that require further probing after the time that you have allocated of 4 p.m., we do then continue with a joint sitting, perhaps 4 p.m. Between yourself and the chairperson of WYPD. You will then speak to the chair of chair if a date can then be allocated to ventilate whatever it is that we have not concluded on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I have no difficulty with that proposal, Chair. Are you?
Yeah, I think if we go until 4 and there are serious issues that are left over, we will definitely ask Honourable Frolick to give us a date, and then we'll have another joint meeting which could possibly even continue on the virtual platform. I'm happy with that.
Honourable Member, you want to second? You just want to say yeah, or not?
Honourable Tsiamo, second, please.
Oh no, your turn is going to come. But remember, the minister is also the minister is also the member of the executive responsible. So I need to ask you, Minister, and you, Honourable Deputy Minister, about your time constraints, similar to the members.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I am a little bit concerned in that we might be engaging allegations that can assassinate characters of people without any evidence. I'm a little bit concerned about that. And I'm concerned because the people that we're talking about, these are young people, whether it is deputy chair, whether it is a CEO. And the matters that we are talking about can actually even impact on the families. When after investigation, we might find that they don't even exist. I just wish, Chairperson, that maybe for these matters, we allow investigation to happen. I indicated that I've decided that we constitute
an investigation on these matters so that what comes to the portfolio committee or even the joint committee is something with evidence. We might be assassinating, in fact, entertaining things that do not even exist. If you look at how they happen, they have a pattern, Chair. And these are young people. I do believe that we can protect the persons. It doesn't matter who they are. It doesn't matter. But I'm a little bit concerned that when you talk about sexual harassment, that's serious. It's a serious stuff. And it can actually assassinate your character and find that later, it's something that doesn't even happen. Whether you speak extortion, I'm just asking for your indulgence, Chairperson, to say we seem to be going to allegations that have no evidence whatsoever. I would request.
No, thank you, Minister. If I can respond to that, so we'll come to you. So one of the reasons I want us to extend the time is that I do want. I've been whispering to the chairperson to say that I need to make a housekeeping intervention, and the housekeeping intervention is in line with what you are saying, and to provide guidance on how we deal with some of the matters in the meeting, and also just to distill kind of what we deal with here. So I am saying that I agree with you in the sense that the committee cannot conduct an investigation live here. We don't have witnesses, etc., etc. So one of the things I was going to say is to provide guidance in the following manner: that when we discussing allegations that are still being investigated, what you need to say is, we've received an allegation against a member of management. The allegation is of a sexual harassment nature. This is how we are dealing with the matter. We got it on such and such a date, etc., etc. It's not necessary to know at this point who those people are. The committee might become interested in whether appropriate action was taken in light of the outcome of that process. You understand? So it's important. I'm saying this to say to you, Chair, when you said the Deputy Chair, for instance, and then one of the colleagues said the Chief Executive, is the kind of thing that we should not do, right? I think it's enough to say one allegation pertained to a member of management, the other allegation pertained to a board member. And this is how we're dealing with them, right? Then nobody really knows, right? We understand the seriousness thereof, but we're also not attaching a name and then not giving that person an opportunity to respond, because we shouldn't be conducting a hearing here anyway. So you understand? So I am agreeing with the minister to say, let us be careful in that way. The reason I was also saying let us extend our time until 4 o'clock and then look at another time, there are several issues that have arisen in the meeting that cannot simply be left hanging. We have to get to a point where we all agree what the next steps for the minister, for the management and the board, and also for the committee are going to be, and when we are going to meet with one another again. Right? So, which is why I've been whispering to the chair to say perhaps we take a break for about 40 minutes for lunch. We come back, we carry on until 4. That's going to be a hard stop. We don't need to, we can't canvass, possibly won't be able to canvass everything. And then when we come back on another day and we'll talk to the House Chair, we have a concise agenda dealing with outstanding matters only. Can we do that? But I agree with you, Minister. We can't conduct investigations live here in the meeting, but we can ask questions about how issues are being dealt with. Are those actions appropriate? Are you slow? You know, all of those kind of things. I think we can. Deputy Chair, your hand is up.
Yes.
Are you commenting on the housekeeping?
Not to respond to you or the allegations, Chair, but to maybe place into context the process that the chairperson would have outlined for purposes of the record. when she says she called me. What? Number one, the meeting in question had no agenda. Number two, the meeting in question, in my view, was an unofficial meeting, which she gave me a letter or a statement from Niao, which does not speak about any of the claims that she's referring to. And number three, the issue of the sexual harassment claims that have been raised. When I received them, I sent them to her and the CEO to say, I've received this, can you have a look at it? And what is most important about that is that the allegations were faceless. And as far as I'm concerned, as of right now, there are no complainants of any sort. However, I did refer the matter to the chairperson, and I did say to her, I also do not agree with any process to investigate me that is done by her or any other board member, and that any process to investigate any of these claims, should they surface, I will be available to avail myself to the process, and that it should be done by an external body, preferably even this committee or the executive authority. I just wanted to place it on record that the sequence of events that have been outlined by the chairperson, that is how they would have unfolded.
All right, thanks, Deputy Chair. Can I then propose, because that was going to be my last proposal, that when we come back, can I get Chair, you and the members? So one of the things that I'd like to get clarity on, before we get into any specifics, is just how the board manages organizational affairs and its own affairs, right? Because if we are going to do this where one board member says X, another one says Y, then it becomes he said, she said, we are going to be here until midnight and then ask people to produce documents and so on. So here's why I'm saying perhaps if we can indulge one another for 20 minutes or so after lunch, is because it is also notable that the organization does not appear to have robust internal processes to deal with governance matters that arise. The minister is not just a member of the government executive responsible, she is actually a shareholder of the NYDA. Organizations do not call a shareholders meeting every time there is. You understand? You don't escalate. So there are supposed to be self-contained measures that where a board member is concerned, there is an issue. So for example, in another organization, there'll be something called the Directors' Affairs Committee. The Directors' Affairs Committee is led by the lead independent, non-executive, who will then look into matters pertaining to directors, chief executive, CFO, chairperson, etc., etc. You understand? So I do want to have a conversation about your own arrangements, because what you are inadvertently doing, you are also making the minister interfere, even if she doesn't want to. You understand? Because she keeps getting dragged down into not dealing with strategic matters, but dealing with squabbles of the board. In which case, if I was in the minister's shoes, I would eventually say to the president, I abaham. You know what I mean? So can we just have that discussion, honorable members, if you're okay, and the other members can provide guidance, because I am concerned that we are going to have mutual accusations between members, and I don't think it's going to be helpful. Is that okay, Minister? We deal with it that way. Okay, thank you very much. I see lots of hands. Honorable, so you're not an honorable. Are you commenting on the housekeeping? Because we're not dealing with substantive issues. We're going to break for lunch now. Okay, so are you dealing, you've got a time constraint or anything, Chair?
Chair, I don't want this house to be misled. The Deputy Chair is misleading the House by saying
we will deal with that when we come back,
Oh, no,
Chair.
come back. Okay,
yeah,
thank you,
please. I am dealing with housekeeping now. Sir?
Chair, thank you for the opportunity. Chair, with respect, the comment on the organization not having strong internal controls, I think it's important just to emphasize that I would disagree with that.
No. Can I stop you? So I said, and please don't be defensive. We are going to have time when we come back for you to ask an input. I will ask the questions in a way that invites explanation. you will be able to explain what the internal arrangements are. The only thing I've said is it appears to us when we are sitting here, and therefore I want to allocate time for you as a team to explain how you deal with internal arrangements like this when we come back. Are you happy with that? I'm not making an accusation. I'm saying when you guys are doing this, it gives us the impression that your internal arrangements don't work. Okay, are we happy? Okay. Honorable Deputy Minister.
No, thank you, Chair. Can I request just only around 2 o'clock that I be excused for about 10, 15 minutes and then rejoin? That's the only time, just to address a meeting virtually then.
Honorable Deputy Minister, we at SCOPA are always accommodating to people who want to come back. People who don't want to come back, then we've got a problem. Okay, I am also noticing that the CE is not here, so I'm a bit concerned. So can we break? Because I do want us to just see if he's okay. Is that fine?
No, he's having a family situation. His son is not well.
Okay, so is that why he's okay?
Yes,
No, that's fine. Can we? We'll give him space to deal with that.
Okay.
There's lunch anyway, so just inform him that we will come back. What time, Chair? You said about. What time is it now?
It's 1:10.
Can we come back at 1:45? Would that be too little time? The canteen is just downstairs. Is that okay? Thank you.
And the next honourable member is Honourable Tiamo Tsotetsi, and I see he's not here.
Can you deal with those governance matters first?
Yeah, we can go. So
Now, before we go to the members. Can
Okay,
you
no, that's fine.
I'll ask Honourable Maduna to assist because the governance is a mess.
So we go back to what do now?
I'll ask a few questions and ask Honourable Maduna.
Okay. Colleagues, while we wait for Honourable Tsayamo to rejoin us, because he's the next member that will be asking questions, there are just some matters. Can we have one meeting, please? We need to be able to finish before 4 so that members are still able to take their flights. I'm going to hand back over to Honourable Zibi. There are some governance matters that he wants to clear up before we get Honourable Tiamo to ask his questions. Honourable Zibi.
All right. No, thanks very much, Honourable Chair. And some of these had arisen from Honourable Maduna's questions as well. So let me just share my observation with all of you in a couple of minutes. And that observation is that there appears to be no clarity in terms of how the board and management resolve internal governance issues without having to escalate to the shareholder or to the executive authority, right? Otherwise, what you end up with is a situation where the executive authority is being dragged into the day-to-day matters of the organization. All organizations have got these kind of challenges where there are some conflicts on the board, there's tensions, there's disagreement about priorities, etc., but there are internal mechanisms to resolve those issues. So that the only things that get escalated to shareholder level are really a few exceptional issues, right? So what I just want us to get an understanding thereof is how that lay of the land works. For instance, I am interested in your internal dispute resolution mechanisms as a board, and I will give the members an opportunity to also ask questions. What are your internal dispute resolution mechanisms? So first of all, let me ask more specifically. There are instances where you disagree on priorities and so on. One of the members mentioned, expenditure and that kind of thing. So how do you manage those issues, first of all? Secondly, there are internal governance matters where something pertains to a member of the executive management, it pertains to a member of the board. What are the self-contained mechanisms, the internal mechanisms for dealing with those? Because what I don't want us to do is now to trade accusations here and we try and resolve them here without evidence. So can we get, because if there's something that's defective, then the members can make inputs in terms of how you fix it. And then you come back and you tell us, after a month or whatever the case is, what you've done to fix it and how it now works. You understand? So can we, and we'll start with you, Chair, and the other members of the board, I'm not asking for accusations at this point. I am asking, how do you resolve internal disputes? So that's where I am for now. Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was hoping that the company secretary will be inside.
But you are the chair, though.
Yes.
So you lead us while
Yes,
they are coming here.
I'm going to start, Chair. I would have consistently referred to our board charter and our internal audit, fraud and corruption policy that speaks on some of the issues. And I think the process would have been elaborated on by Mr. Nkabinde as well as Dr. Ndanda. I just want to quickly peruse, Chair, through our board charter so that I'm able to make the relevant or the accurate reference. Okay, maybe, Chair, I would start with maybe
So maybe let me assist in this way, right? So how often do you have board meetings?
Okay, our board meetings accordingly, we're supposed to have them quarterly to review reports from management that would have been processed through the board, the management committees. The CEO has a committee that he sits with management. Then after the matters come to the EMC, which is the Executive Management Committee, which constitute myself, the deputy chair, as well as the CEO. After processing of reports, they then go to the board for finalization or approval in some instances. So it's on a quarterly basis, unless there's a special board meeting that needs to deal with a specific matter, and then those particular special board meetings are called.
Okay, so can I just take from something that you said when the honorable member asked about remuneration? So you've said you kept it at 60,000 per month. That gives us the impression that it probably escalates beyond that, or it's previously escalated beyond that. What is the rate per meeting?
So it's 3,900 and, if not 64, 54, but I know that there's a 4 at the end, but it's 3,900 and something, almost 4,000. That's the rate.
Per meeting?
Yes, per meeting. Chair.
You do realize that to get to 60,000 rand per month, you've got to have about 16 meetings. Actually more at that rate.
Yeah, but also it includes the different activities that board members will be attending on behalf of the board in cost of executing their responsibilities. And it also includes the committees that they sit in. It also includes that particular amount of money. But previously, the reason why we kept it, we saw that it was increasing. Then we decided that as a board, we must have good financial management ourselves. So that's why we kept it at 60,000, Chair.
Okay, all right. I'll let the members canvass that. So I'm assuming you've had a board-approved strategy.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, so there's a board-approved strategy, and you're supposed to get quarterly reports in the normal course because you're aiming to meet once every quarter. You get to meet quarterly. What reports serve before the board as a standing reports that you get as a board?
So the first one is around the operations or the organizational report that the CEO presents that includes all the activities from all the different components within the organization. That's the first one. Then the second one, we also process the reports from the board committees that get recommended to the board for noting or for approval but we also get a report on the financial statements or the finances of the organization, if we can put it that way. Then also get a report on the internal audit on any risks that are arising in the organization so in a nutshell was that. But we also get reports around maybe our investment, how many partners have we gotten, considering the work that we need to do. So we also get reports on those particular things. So in nutshell, it's the entire functioning of the organization that we process in board meetings.
Okay, so before I hand over to the members, maybe 2 or 3 questions from me. So when you have to have a board resolution, can you just explain how that works? Is it consensus first? Do you vote first time around? If there is no agreement, what then happens? Can you just describe to the members how that process works?
So we have never reached a point where we have to vote, and I think it's something that is clearly indicated that board members must be able to find each other on matters. We have never got into a space where we need to vote on a matter. So many a times it has been on a majority having a particular view on a particular matter. Yes, there've been differing views from onset where individuals with different thinkings, so those have been there, but at the end of the day, the majority view would have prevailed at that particular point.
How do you work out a majority if there was no vote?
It's based on the views that get submitted. When, for example, we're debating about I don't know what example to make, but majority of the room, if it agrees on a certain perspective and they give a basis on what they're saying, obvious case being supported by what maybe the management will be saying. I'll make an example of one of the discussions that have been there. There's been a discussion around posts that were supposed to be advertised. And the the view would have obviously been based on the fact that do we have the available budget to make that particular decision, and then the CFO or management through the CEO will provide that basis of making that decision. So the decision doesn't come from nowhere. It would have been through that particular guidance, and even if it means it's a legal guidance that we must seek or sort, then that particular exercise is undertaken.
Okay, so what happens when there are strong views on an issue? There is, some people are chiefs, others are pirates on the mat, and they may never agree. What happens? You then take a vote. You said you haven't had to take a vote.
No, we've never voted on any matter.
Okay, so can you say you've agreed by consensus then? I'll tell you why I'm asking. It's apparent to the members that there's lots of conflict on the board. So when you say you have not had to vote, the assumption is you agree by consensus. But then if you also don't agree by consensus, I then have to wonder, so how do you get to a point where you guys are at each other's throats here? You understand you understand where I'm coming from. So, Chair, you don't need the only one who needs to answer, by the way. I'm not frying you. Your colleagues are also on the board, but I do need to understand how the board is functioning. I've got two more questions, and then I think Honorable Maduna had some questions to ask as well, and other members, if you do, you can put up your hand.
I'm not sure. Do you want me to?
No, you are the chairperson, so if there's another member that you think can assist, please, you can say you are the general.
No, I'm not the general chair. Yeah, maybe we can allow others, but what is happened, Chair, yes, others have had their different views, and some members would have then said they are going to register their different views through the portfolio committee or through the minister, whatsoever, but the different views would have been registered accordingly to say this particular person didn't agree on this particular view. But when we come out of a meeting, I think the corporate governance does require us to have an agreed view. We've had different views from day one. So I think it's one of those issues, Chair.
So here's why, and I'll ask my two questions, then I'll hand over, right? Here's why. So you've just said, for instance, some people might get in touch with the portfolio committee. Now, as a parliamentarian, I am all for Parliament as an oversight body being appraised by organizations. But you see, that kind of thing is also a problem. The board is a corporate body, right? Sometimes in a board meeting or in any meeting, there might be 10 of you, there might be 3 of you out of 10 who are not happy, right? That doesn't say you must now take it outside to try and get the internal decision changed by outsiders, you understand? That's not the role that we are supposed to play, because we're also not supposed to interfere with the agency. We're supposed to conduct oversight, you understand? So I am saying this in a way also, don't want to say mentoring, but also just to say, when that sort of thing happens, even if people feel they're doing the right thing, it has got serious implications for the cohesiveness and effectiveness of the board. Because you invite people from outside to get involved in the day-to-day, because what was discussed yesterday, I'm not happy with. Final question from me, right? So please take that feedback, and we will say what needs to, at least I will say what I think you need to provide to the committees after doing some work. When, and I'm not asking about individuals, please, what is your procedure? And I think Honorable Maduna, one of the members, asked, what is your procedure when there is a complaint against management, a member of the executive management, one, whoever they may be, not the nature of the complaint, let's just say a serious complaint against a member of the executive? What is your procedure? Explain it to the committee. What is the procedure when it's a board member? Can you explain to the committee? So start with incident number 1, procedure number 2. So let me play open cards with you. The reason I'm asking this, there are several instances where you said we escalated to the minister, we escalated. You see that? The minister is an outsider too, by the way, on day-to-day matters, right? That's a concern for me. in the sense that you are dragging the minister into your internal affairs unnecessarily, right? That's what it appears like. Can somebody explain the procedure in these 2 instances? And then I will go to the 2 honorable members. Okay, Deputy Chair has had his hand up. Do you want to start, Chair?
Yeah, I will start, Chair.
I'll come to you.
Yeah, I think the first one, honourable member, is that our first encounter of having dispute or issues being raised amongst board members was a discussion, or was a fight between.
I am trying to avoid getting into those. Just describe the procedure. Yeah,
yes,
please just describe the procedure.
I want to explain the process and why then the minister comes in.
No. Leave the minister out for now. Just say, in terms of our internal procedures, this is what is supposed to happen. That's all.
Okay. I think CO and Mr. Nkabende would have also explained that when a matter is concerning the chairperson, I'm going to start with myself. According to the NYDA policy, it gets referred to the ACT chairperson as well as the executive authority. When a matter is pertaining to the deputy chairperson and other board members, it gets referred to the chairperson. When a matter is pertaining to the executive, to the CEO, it gets referred to the ACT chairperson as well as myself. When it pertains to executive directors or management, it goes also through the CEO as well as the internal investigation or HR processes. It gets processed at that level. So that is the process, Chair.
No, thank you very much. Honorable Matuna and then Honorable Tia.
No.
Oh, my apologies. Oh, Deputy Chair, I am so sorry.
No, thanks, Chair. No problem. Chair, to your previous point, just for context and clarity, there is, from where I'm sitting, there's no board member who has referred an issue of the board to the portfolio committee or to the minister when there's been a dissenting view. What has happened is that if, let's say, some don't agree, they will say to the company secretary, please register my dissent in the minutes, but that I do not agree with this resolution that is being taken. But subsequent to that, there's not been an escalation to the portfolio committee or to the minister. I, myself, as the deputy chair, wrote to this portfolio committee for the first time when there was an issue around the board failing to complete a meeting. So the only time I'm aware of, at least, I wrote to the portfolio committee to say, there are some governance concerns I'm concerned about. I'm elevating it for now because I think over time, this conflict can be serious, and I wish to bring it to the portfolio committee's attention. And I think in the absence of that, I'm unaware of any item where there's a discussion, someone's not happy, and someone brings it to the portfolio committee or to the minister. I'm unaware of that. I think all of our disputes have been internal, and we take resolutions like that. And I do still stand, by the way, by the comments I put on that letter, and that's why probably you see some of the things playing out the way that they are, because I would have highlighted there is some strain in the board, and these are some of the challenges that we're facing.
All right, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I completely understand your question. It is a question that I myself have posed. This is also something I can send to the committee. On the 5th of October last year, we were discussing as a committee, in fact, the panel that will sit for the ARC processes. And the minister we were told, because I also don't want to say the minister was appraised because I was not there, but we were told that the minister has been appraised or the minister has been consulted on a matter that even the board has not resolved on, or there's no board meeting that's set to say we can now take the matter to the executive authority. So on this email, I write, and I quote, and this was addressed to the COSEC because now it was a governance process, where I say that COSEC, may you please confirm if, as the COSEC, you are the one that reported to the minister of the process as it was adopted by the board and through sharing of minutes, which have not been adopted by the board as yet. It is my understanding that the ministry, as EA, receives a report which is first tabled before the board and then sent through. So I want to say there is a pattern in the board where we will just be told the minister says this. The minister, without even receiving a proper communique either from the minister or receiving a written response to say, no, this is the discussion that was taking place and this is what the minister advised. Another example of this would be when the minister, as stated in this meeting, that she advised that a process be halted of ARC as well. It was sent in the meeting. That letter was sent in the meeting. So we didn't even have an opportunity to read through it because now we were just told this is what the minister is saying. And we cannot even authenticate some of those things. So I just want to say it has been a challenge where issues have been escalated, or we've been told that issues are escalated to the minister, and then the minister's advice is given through the chair without any concrete evidence, and we just take it as a board to say, no, this is what the minister has said. And with regards to meeting, with specifically how the meetings are run, there is no specific vote that is taken. So the chair will take into consideration what all members have said. So if I was in support, basically she would count it. So it's not a vote, as we say, we are putting it to a vote, but she said, okay, this board member agreed, this board member agreed, this board member didn't agree. So by virtue of that, 2 board members agreed, we are moving with this item. So that's how things take place. Thank you, Chair.
Can I add just one final question? I'll come to you, Honourable. Is that then noted in the minutes of the meeting to say these were the views expressed by the board? When you get the minutes, is that reflected then?
Thank you, Chair. So the manner within which our minutes are drafted, and this was a resolution that was taken by the board as well, one that I believe that was a bit problematic because it does not speak directly to some of the discussions that took place, but just a mere summary of what, just to say there were deliberations on, but sometimes not even the context of it. And this is what the board decided on. It was not a COSEC thing to say, this is how you write me. This is what the board decided. The minutes are going to then be reflected. So sometimes the recording of the meeting will then play a bigger significance in exposing the true nature of the discussions that took place within the meeting. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Honourable.
No, thanks, Chair. I think you cover me. My first question would have been the board minutes. If today, are they clear in terms of each board member's view in a particular matter? The reason why this would have been encouraged before, I would make an example. Once we recently dealt with draft, and the minutes told us a lot about board members' behaviors in relation to what was happening in the organization. For instance, let's say a particular tender that is approved at the board, I'm just making an example, I'm not speaking about it. We know that board member Y supported it, and then we find out that a couple of days later, a couple of days earlier, they met with the service provider that they were supporting that must be given that tender. So that's why I'm just making an example. That's why it's always important to know each board's member view on a particular matter, so that one day when we know there was a wrongdoing, then we are able to go back and say this one supported that we must hire this person, not this person gave these reasons for that particular matter. So I think if you write board minutes in a manner that you consolidate them, I think it would help you to try and untangle them, so that even if we request them, they tell me what was the mood of the meeting, so that the decisions that you might have reached. For instance, I've read board meetings from RAF whereby a particular decision was taken, but for us to be able to untangle the matter, we were assisted by receiving minutes where the ARC chair clearly stated that it does not support the view and the view is incorrect. So I think we get where we're going. So I wanted to first ask on the issue of board minutes. I think they need to fix them to be board minutes that are, and mostly board members, Chair, are my age mates, most of them. So I think now, Chair, I will just try to speak as people that were my age, because really I think what you are doing to this board is not going to help all of you. And going forward, I believe that you are very young. This is not the last time you'd want to serve in a board. But in the manner in which you are conducting yourselves, I do not see private sector touching any of you. It's not going to only taint a particular person, but it's going to taint all of you. That's one. It's very important that we must tell you that, and then you decide if you want to continue in this manner. Chair, I wanted to speak one, because I think me and you now agree that there are governance matters. Most of the things that I have a feeling that are making you more to disagree on things are things of that relates more to you are impatient with each other. One, as board members, I have that feeling. Two, I feel that the organizational framework is not sound. I say this because of what I would have asked earlier on, that I've never seen a senior internal auditor signing off a risk assessment of a tender. It doesn't happen at all. Because at a later stage, the same internal audit must come back and audit that tender. How do you audit what you signed off yourself, that you supported? So I think, Chair, because I think the issue of asking more questions, I do not think it's going to help us much. I think maybe they must have that responsibility as a board to go back and sit down and look at their organizational framework, the roles, the reporting lines, and so on, so that we do not have the battles like that we see in front of us. And then we see how we go forward. And I wanted to also, I think it's Schedule 2 or 3A of the PFMA that speaks about the approval of the, it would speak about the approval such as the board chairperson or the travel. I think it refers them to say, yes, Minister, there is a conflict of interest. I must start by saying so. Usually when a person that reports to you approve your travels, they are not going to decline them because they report to you. Even if you don't approve their SARAL, they are not going to decline your request. So usually what happens is that the board approves the travels of the chair, and then the deputy chair and the CEO sign them off. I think in other organizations, that's how they usually do it. I don't know how you would choose. And then international travels, I think they are usually, in the private sector, it's usually a responsibility of the shareholder to say, I concur, you can go. I don't know how it works with us. I don't know whether there are international travels, do they bring them to you or what happens. But I'm saying, basically, Chair, where I am is that they need to relook at the entire government structure of the NYDA to make sure that they go forward, and we don't see what we are seeing. Really, our age mate, and now I was saying, Chair, that the people that are watching were always sitting here, were always pleading, give young people an opportunity, give young people an opportunity. But if we are doing what we are doing, really, it's defeating the purpose. Thanks, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. What we'll do though is we will prepare the secretariat of both committees will prepare structured questions for you to provide to the committee, and then you will to the committees, and then you'll get feedback in terms of what our expectations are and by when. You are next, Honorable Siam. I just want to also mention something to you, Minister. You and I had an exchange about an AGM and a board meeting. And I said I would deal with it because I feel this is important to also address it with you so that you understand, at least from our perspective, and the members can also chip in. An AGM is a shareholders meeting. It's not a board meeting. It's a shareholders meeting. It's chaired by the board chairperson, but it's a shareholders meeting. Management and the board do not vote in that meeting. It's the shareholders who do. The resolutions that are taken there are not board resolutions, they are shareholder resolutions. At a later stage, the board might basically implement some things that the shareholders had resolved needed to be done or had stopped and said we don't like. So for instance, shareholders might reject a remuneration of executives, in which case the board has to go back and do something different, but shareholders have said no. This is important, Minister, because if the decision to extend the ARC was taken at an AGM, it says, Minister, that was your decision. It was not the board's decision. By virtue of the legal framework of that particular meeting. So I'm hoping we can find each other on this. The AGM is a shareholders meeting, not a board meeting. Management are there to answer. That is the board. Is there to present, explain, answer, and then the shareholders decide. In this case, you are the only one. Because what government owns 100% of the... There's no government, it's the same for ESCOM and everybody else. And in any case, NYDA is not unique in that way. So I do want to say, I hope you therefore realize that the decision to extend the ARC, if it was taken at the AGM, to the extent that you were under the impression that it was a board resolution, it wasn't. Okay, so it was your decision. Okay, I think that's why we're missing each other earlier. And again, the chair was saying it was a board, it wasn't. So those kind of confusions should not occur when the structure is running properly as it should. That exchange between you and I shouldn't have happened. You understand? So that is why I had a concern around the governance matters and felt that we need to deal with them here. The last thing I'm going to say, and then I go to Honorable Tsiamo, because we need to go. Oh, Honorable Lonzi, I'll come to you as well. No, Honorable Tsiamo's hand was up before yours, yeah, just on this matter. So all I'm saying is that the reason we need to deal with the governance matters separately here is just so we know we've got a way forward. So we'll hear from Honorable Tsiamo, we'll hear from Honorable Lonzi. After that, we will then say what should be submitted to the committees, and then we carry on with the rest of the matters, because the honorable members, they still not asked their questions. No, we're just completing this segment only, and then we will go back to normal business. Honorable Sam, is it on this one? Or is it your 10? Because it was your 10. Which one is it? No, if... No, then Honorable Lonzi has an issue just on this special item, and then we'll come back to you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. And I'm glad you are saying this, because we would have raised this in our last meeting with the Minister. And the nice thing is that you were not in that meeting. So we can't even say maybe any of us would have influenced you to take this decision. There is no legislation that gives the Minister the power to take over that process of the board. There's none. And I shared this with the Minister the last time. It's a board decision, and the board must take that decision. Unless the board is placed under administration or there's any other intervention, then we can say the Minister will then come in. But what the Minister is doing with ARC, and we have to be very frank with the Minister, is part of the reasons and is part of the main factor that are creating problems for this board. Because the Minister is behaving like a big brother of the board. That's why these board members, they are unable to find each other, because whenever there's a problem, they threaten each other with the Minister. No, the Minister said this, then they must succumb. No, the Minister said this, then they must succumb. So, but I'll come to this point when I come. Just that I thought, let me raise it since you have raised it. We disagree fully with the Minister in how she ran the process of ARC. The Minister should have allowed the board to take that decision on ARC, and only when there is a view with proper reasons and evidence that the board is incapable of taking a board decision, then the Minister can be invited into that discussion. But I agree with you fully, and I raised this the last time when we had a meeting with the Minister.
All right, thank you very much. There was an issue in addition, Minister, that was said earlier, and I don't want to leave it hanging, which is there'll be a meeting going on, and then somebody says, the Minister says. That's very concerning. And I want to give you an opportunity to deal with it, because if that happens, it also amounts to inappropriate interference in the internal processes of the organization. There's supposed to be a structured accountability matrix where you're supposed to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, tell me where you are. And you ask as many questions as you like to get the accountability you need. But in meeting, some communication to a board member or even the chair during the meeting on an issue, and therefore it appears to then kill all debate. You see, you're not a board member. You are not supposed to insert yourself in that. But it's something that's been said in the meeting, and I want you to give you a response to then deal with matters that pertain to your name and the role that you've played.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the issues that have been raised. Let me start with the issue raised, I think, by the board member regarding the minister, etc. The issue of the ARC chairperson was not brought to me by whether the chair or whoever board members. It was a whistleblowing matter that also had my name and therefore addressed to the minister. That's how it came to me. I then received that it was the second whistleblowing letter. There was the first one, which a lot of things in it, then the second one. That is where I decided to say, on this matter, because it's about the ARC and it must be independent and the chairperson, let me get an investigation, appoint an investigation from National Treasury so that these matters can be cleared, not by myself. And that is where I decided also that the matter must be halted because already it's being blemished by the accusation of interference of board members. So that is how it came to me. I then, in writing, wrote to the chairperson to tell on this one matter, this is what I'm saying. Having also consulted, I didn't just decide, I consulted to say, under the circumstances, when there are these issues, what do you do? That was the matter that I had to deal with because it came to my attention. The second issue is the very whistleblowing letter that came, and the many others, including the letter that came from the deputy chairperson, which also was sent to the chairperson of the portfolio committee. I decided that I can't be dealing with issues that individual members. I sent the letter to the board to say, to the board chairperson, the board must process the matter. The chairperson had requested a meeting with, the deputy chairperson had requested a meeting with me, which I still owe him. And I said we would have a meeting, but the difficulty I had was to say, what do we discuss? So that meeting is still outstanding. I'd given him the opportunity, but of course it didn't happen. On the issue, Chair, of the ARC and extension, then it would mean that all boards that sit and have AGMs are wrong. All of them. Because I can say here now today that when AGSA AGM sits, one of the responsibilities that they will carry is to extend it to look into the issue of the ARC, literally signing the names by the shareholder and literally extending the term, whether, not like to say maybe they will be out of term. Any other entity that sits, whether it is a Schedule 3A, it is a Schedule 2, etc. As a matter of fact, some boards, in the boards, you have the responsibility as the chair, as the shareholder, to retire board members. It happens at the AGM. So you take these decisions, you sign off the annual report, you sign off the financial report, you actually take a decision on the issue of the ARC, in particular the ARC, so that there is no time where the entity does not have the ARC. That is what I was actually saying, to say, even if the term of office of the board is coming to an end before the end of the financial year, you will extend it to beyond the term of the board. If that was the case, then it means all boards are wrong, because that is exactly what is happening in the boards, and the decisions get taken indeed by the majority shareholder, because it is in the interest of the shareholder to have the ARC every day, every time and continuously. So for me, what was happening in that AGM is not anything unique to NYDA. It's not.
So, Minister, so the only reason I took issue with it is that if you recall earlier, it was said to be a board resolution. I said to you, it cannot, because it had, so the shareholders extend vote on the tenure of the chairperson, the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee. If it's a company, it's a lead independent non-executive director and so on. So it's shareholders who vote for people to continue as directors, or it's shareholders. Earlier you said it was a board decision, and I took issue with that. You recall? Okay, I took issue with that and I said, can't be. It's in a board meeting, right? But it's one of the issues that I think the members can canvass when their chance comes further. I'm just saying I had an issue with an AGM being called a board meeting because it's not. That was my issue then. Okay, Honorable Tia.
Thank you very much to the chairpersons of the meeting, and greetings to, let me just stand on the protocol that has been observed because I'm avoiding to sound like like the chair, the chair of the ARC. So you will remember the NYDA, you'll remember that what is it that made us to end up with a meeting like this? I'm trying to recollect so that we do not lose focus. One was the issue which you raised. It was raised by the committee on the 71 million issue with the Auditor General and your report, and which you have clarified to say that the issue has since been attended to. You have repeated that. The second issue that we have raised when we were in the meeting where you were presenting your annual performance plan was the concern which we had about the whistleblowers. Because we're getting a lot of information which is faceless. We don't know where is it coming from, but an impression is created that is coming from within the organization. And we wanted to understand what is it that the entity is doing with this information, if there is any corrective measure that has been put in place to try and resolve the problems. And what was alarming at that time is that the input was that we're investigating the source, which was then a bit problematic for the committee to say that we think that what should be above anything else is to investigate whether these issues that have been raised are there and what then becomes corrective measures. So we then told you that, okay, that was after that was after you said that what enables you to investigate the source is your internal policy around the issues of whistleblowers. And we took interest in that policy. And my interest today is to interrogate that policy with you. To say what exactly does it allow you to do, so that if there are areas which makes that policy to be in contrast, to contravene the protected disclosures legislation, we should really pick up, because one of the problems that we have in South Africa is the question of whistleblower protection. I sit in the Justice Committee, and we are even initiating an international trip to go and benchmark how other countries are dealing with this question. Now, I think that is what we need to deal with. We have not had sight of what you call fraud, corruption, and prevention policy. That is the one that you were talking about. That is the policy. You call it fraud, corruption, and prevention policy. Now, in terms of this fraud, corruption, and prevention policy, I want to check it against the objects of the Protected Disclosures Act as to how does it articulate itself when it comes to the protection of employees from occupational detriment for having made a disclosure? That is number one, Chief. If I can just get that, I'll then go to another one, because like I would have said, I'm taking interest in us interrogating this policy so that we see if it is in line or it doesn't endanger whistleblowers.
Chairperson, did you get the question? Yes. Okay. Can you assign a response?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to request Dr. Ntanda as well as our ACT to respond on the questions. Thank you.
And also, Chair, when you come back, were your devices hacked? Because I remember you also during a press conference said that the reason why you're looking for the people who leaked information is because your devices were hacked.
Yes, Chair, because at some point I would have sent a letter to the Minister, the Deputy Minister and the Acting DG, and that particular letter found itself on the media. So which means there is something fundamentally wrong. Thank you, Chair.
Can we get the response to Honourable Tsotetsi?
Dr.
Thank you.
Ntanda.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Member, I think I want to make a distinction on the ongoing investigations and just give clarity, because the conversations around the table are also misleading based on what has been reported on the media over the previous weeks. So there's two items or distinctions that we are investigating.
Just pause. There's a intervention by Honourable Tiamo.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Taking cue, Chair, from how Honourable Zibi was dealing with the issue, I will come back later to deal with, I just want to deal with your policy against the object of the Protection of Disclosure Act. Then if you can just deal with that, and how does these objects find expression in terms of your own legislation, then we'll come back to others later.
Okay, I was coming to that. Okay, so I'm responsible for risk management. Investigation lies within my unit. So what we are doing, there's two items. First, it is the investigation on the unauthorized leaking of information that we find after meetings. It's leaked, and it's information that would have been maybe around 4 people. Hence, we thought maybe there's a cyber breach within the institution, and we wanted to correct that. I think the chairperson has highlighted around why we wanted to do the investigation on unauthorized leakages, right? It is not to find who the whistleblowers are, but it is to protect the entire organization. Number 2, on the one of the you've confused me here, Mr. Gavin. On the one of the investigation on whistleblowing, those we have appointed forensic investigators. In line with our policy, we've got a duty to protect the whistleblowers, but also to investigate the contents of what is being reported. That is outlined in our policy, and it is my responsibility. The chairperson also highlighted an important thing, that risk management is independent. I think my unit is the only unit that can investigate the board, senior management, and everyone else in the institution, obviously following the delegations, but I've got that responsibility to check those allegations. So all the allegations that have been reported, either the CEO, the chairperson, are currently ongoing with our forensic investigators to check the truthfulness of those. And once the reports then have been completed, we have a responsibility to share them in this platform. I think that's what we want to do.
Yeah, let me just note this, Chair. You know, what you are saying to me is that I have got a responsibility to protect the whistleblowers. And later in the sentence you say, according to what has been also canvassed earlier on, is that the terms of reference that spoke to the appointment of whoever must investigate also says to them that after having investigated, you come back to us and tell us what do we do with such people. I might not be phrasing it the way you have phrased it, but in a nutshell, that's what it says. Now, what I'm not getting from you is, of course, the textbook says that you must protect whistleblowers. The law, in terms of the Protected Disclosures Act, expects you to do it. The question that we do not get a sense of in practical terms is, how do you do it, if you do it? Because remember, my issue is to say, this law, is it in sync? We can't have an internal law about whistleblowers that contradicts the broader act. And that is the point that I'm trying to make. But perhaps maybe deal with this one later also when you come. That policy of yours, how far does it go in providing remedies in connections to any occupational detriment that is likely to be suffered by those that make a disclosure? And the third and last one, you'll come to them, and after you have answered them, maybe I can just make my.
But you have a minute left after that.
Now, maybe perhaps just deal with them. Now, that very same policy, does it provide for procedures in which an employee can make a disclosure in a responsible manner or a safe manner? Because I think if it does, there will be no need for whoever has been making these disclosures to try and weaponize members of parliament against the entity. You will have a situation whereby they'll say this is the procedure of raising the query if there is financial issues that I think I'm picking up, without necessarily weaponizing members of parliament, the minister, the president, including the media. Because this is what will then inform our conclusion to say whether we're dealing with whistleblowers or we're dealing with the disorderly behavior of people who are fighting and they are leaking information about each other. So let me pause there.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Come back.
Thanks, Honourable Member. So the policy does outline the procedures of how whistleblowing or employees can make disclosures. And just to highlight, when the reports come, we've got an independent fraud and hotline number where either employees or external stakeholders can report. When that report comes to us, it doesn't even disclose who has made the allegation. So the whistleblower SA will give us that these are the reports that have been made, and then we take them to test the allegations. So we sometimes don't even know unless a whistleblower has came directly to us and told us that these are the allegations that they want to make. In that instance, we 100% protect in line with the Protected Disclosures Act. We protect the whistleblowers members. And there is no way where our scope of work says find the person who has reported such. We are not interested in that. What we want to uncover the truth if indeed those allegations are true. And then you asked me, how do we protect whistleblowers? I think I've outlined. We don't know who they are, and if they do come to us, we don't report them. And then you said, how far does we go to protect those who have? It's our responsibility that we must protect them. I don't think there has been any a whistleblower who has been outed in the organization. Even the ones that have been sending emails to all members of parliament, some of them have names. We don't even follow up. We don't follow up on them. We just do the report based on the findings. We then respond to them. We might not copy you when we respond to the whistleblowers because we usually just report to them based on the allegations. That is also part of us protecting. Gavin, do you want to add?
Deputy Chair, you had your hand up.
No, thanks, Chair and Honorable Toteti for the question. I think for me, I've got a serious concern around some of the answers that have been given relating to this specific investigation, particularly because there's a request for quotation that has been done by the NYDA that specifically says it's looking for an investigation or forensic services firm to uncover who is the person who is leaking information to journalists, media houses, etc., etc. And specifically because I've been hearing this come out a lot, that we are not trying to find who the identity is. Now, I'm concerned because I would have raised this within, for example, our board meeting. I said, guys, explain to me why exactly are we doing this? Why are we trying to find out who is leaking information to the media about our documents, and then also go on to say, recommend remedial action that must be taken against such a person? I asked the question, is that person protected by the Protected Disclosures Act? If a person within the NYDA decides that the deputy chair's travel to New York is expensive, they take the travel records, the invoices, they give it to a journalist, they give it to the portfolio committee or any oversight institution because they believe it's too exorbitant and it's wrong or there's some wrongdoing. Is that person protected by the Protected Disclosures Act or not? And they didn't answer that question. If the answer is yes, why are we spending money trying to find out who that person is? Do you aim to fire them? Do you aim to demote them? What is the point? But the reality is that there's an RFQ that has been commissioned that specifically says that whichever firm that's appointed must trace origin of information, but specifically identify individuals or entities responsible for the leakage. And that if the leak was intentional or not, or whatever. It even goes further to say they must probably even refer this thing to the Hawks, SAPS, or whatever. And if there should be occupational detriment. So the impression or idea that the NYDA is not trying to find out who the person is who's leaking information. There are 6 documents that they're saying they've leaked. We don't know how. Among some of the issues include cybersecurity threat possibly, but specifically the leak, who's leaking information. And the question I asked, is that person protected by Protected Disclosures Act? Must we take action against employees who are reporting wrongdoing, not only to this committee, but also to media houses or whatever the case may be? And that question was not answered, and perhaps this committee must answer if whether or not such action is appropriate or not. And if we're not trying to take action, why are we spending money on it? Why are we hiring a firm? What's the point? Number 2, the idea that there's a cybersecurity threat on the NYDA, that we've been hacked. I've never sat in any official, I sit on the ICT committee. It's a committee that assesses ICT-related issues. We've never processed anything that has to do with the cybersecurity threat of the institution. I've never had any CIO, acting CIO, say to us that we are under a cybersecurity threat. The chairperson of ICT is also here. So I don't know where this is from, when the idea that we are hacked or the NYDA is hacked and therefore we must procure those services, etc., etc. So if it's people's personal views that they believe they are hacked, I think it must be clear. But if there's a professional view that says the NYDA is, we believe it's hacked, we must look into it, then it must be put in writing by those responsible. We've got people who are hired in this institution to look at IT-related issues. They must come out and tell us that we've been hacked, and we're hiring someone for that. But this RFQ is not limited to being hacked. It's limited to finding out who the person is. That is the fact.
The RFQ does say find the source. So what do you want to do with the source? Dr. Mbata, and then we need to move on.
Okay, wasn't the colleague over there the one who was explaining what this is about? Who's answering the question of, because the RFQ does say find the source and how they did it.
I wanted also to provide a context on the source, Chair. Because when we defined the source, the problem is that we have had an issue of leaks, which was concerning even to us as board members, because we don't know who to trust, even in terms of sharing information through the social media, through our WhatsApp platforms and whatnot. we took a decision as a board to actually the management was mandated by the resolution of the board to appoint someone who will investigate what causes the leaks that we have within the organization. So the context of the source came on those bases that we do not trust anyone. The information that is leaking, really, you can tell that it's information from the board level. As a result, if we do not know the source of the leak of the information, it will become a problem. Then that of whistleblowers, we have never said that we want to provide person who will investigate whistleblowers, but the context of the source was to find out if ever we have issue of cyberbullying or cyber attack or whatnot, but it was never really to say we want to identify the names of whistleblowers. Thank you.
Okay, so can I read to all of you what the RFQ says? Because we are now going to have to resolve on people misleading this body. That's what you guys are doing. So let me read it to you, and you will tell us if we've got the wrong document. So basically, the document says that it has got the purpose, and the issues are conduct an independent forensic investigation into the leakage, not into the veracity of the claims, into the leakage, okay, of the following issues: head office building assessment report, recruitment report of independent audit and risk committee, the ARC members, the list building supply chain management reports, and the board chairperson trip to America. B, identify the source or sources, method or methods, and extent of the information leaks. Identify potential sources and channels of confidential information leakage. So let me start over here with you, ma'am, with you. You informed us just now that you are investigating the veracity of the claims. This is not what this RFQ says. Is there another one that perhaps does what you told the committee that's what you were doing? And perhaps this one is you were not aware of?
That's the correct one, Chair.
So why did you tell the committee that you are investigating the veracity of the claims and not say you are investigating the source, despite the honorable member asking you if you are investigating whistleblowers or not?
Source of leakage.
Yeah, but you all insisted that you are not investigating the whistleblowers. The honorable member was very clear. He's concerned about whistleblower protection. And you did not know we've got this document.
No, Chair, so investigating source of leakages of how those documents you have just outlined were then distributed outside NYDA.
Which means the person who is basically telling the media or a committee or the president, you want to know who they are. That's the whistleblower.
Or hacked, or we might be hacked. Someone might be hacking our gadgets, Chairperson.
Okay, but did you get a report to say that your system had been breached?
No, but the reports that are on the media gives us that indication that we might be hacked, because we can't account as to how confidential information are at public disposals after our meetings.
Can we then agree that you wanted to know who provided the information to outsiders? If that happens to be the whistleblower, then so be it. You want to know their names and you want to know how they did it. I don't think we should play semantics here.
That is the no.
The whistleblower can be an employee of the organization who feels that something wrong has been done, and they decide to tell an authority, either the minister or the president or parliament or whoever. That's the whistleblower, and you colleagues were trying to find out who it is.
That is what they're trying to do.
No, can you, I'm talking to the colleague here. That's what you guys were trying to find out. That's what this RFQ says.
No, Chair, we don't agree. We don't want to find the whistleblower. We want to find the source of the information or where the information is being leaked, but not the person.
What if this information is so what if you get to the whistleblower? How do you know that this is not the whistleblower? Because you know already The information has been sent to the minister. You know the information has been given to journalists. You know the information has been sent to the president and whoever else outside. You are trying to find out who that is. That person is not clearly not using that information to get a commercial advantage in a tender, and because there are different leaks. Somebody may get leaked tender documents ahead of their publication. You would be well justified to try and find out who that is. But if you are trying to find out who told the minister that this happened over here, you are trying to identify the whistleblower. Clearly, because otherwise you don't know who did. Am I missing something?
Chair, if I can just try and mediate this point. Section 6 of the Protected Disclosures Act means that, or articulates, I'm unable to list it as it's written in the Act. But if someone does make a protected disclosure in the procedural manner, they are then protected in terms of the Protected Disclosures Act. I just want to balance identifying the whistleblower, and then if that report has been done in an appropriate manner, the question of identifying the whistleblower and then that person then being subjected to protection under the Protected Disclosures Act. I think I'm sensing a bit of a disjuncture there in terms of how the question is coming through. But once you know the whistleblower, you protect that whistleblower who's done who's reported who's made the disclosure in terms of the regulated process.
Okay, so you were trying to find the whistleblower then. So that much is clear. You were trying to find them, you would protect them thereafter, but you were trying to identify them. That's what you've just said.
With respect, Chair, this is a board decision. I'm only providing context in relation to if you've identified the whistleblower who's reported procedurally, then you protect them. I'm trying to make sure that that balance is clarified. Thank you.
Okay. The second part that I had, I do have an issue. We were told here that the object of this investigation was to investigate the veracity of the claims. So let me read all of the terms of reference. Identify the source, establish whether there has been any unauthorized dissemination of sensitive information, determine whether the leakage is due to internal misconduct, negligence, system vulnerabilities, or external intrusion, establish whether there's prima facie evidence of misconduct, fraud, cybercrime, identify the trend, sequence of events, etc., 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 up to J. There is nothing about investigating the veracity of the claims here. Why is that missing?
Because it's not the object.
Thank you, Chair. I think here we are mixing issues here because we are dealing with whistleblowing, of which is protected under a Whistleblower Act, whereby the agency do have a responsibility to test those issues stated through that particular platform. Then there is another issue of leaking of information, like the report of the ARC. People who were interviewed, of which they didn't know about the outcome of the interview.
Mr. Gabinda, you are now not answering my question again. Can I please ask you to answer my question? I'm asking, where is the part where you are investigating the veracity of the substance of the claims? Where is that part in this year? Because that's what we were told a few minutes ago. Where is that part?
That spec, Chair, is in respect of the information leaking, whether it's through cyber attack or whether it's through any one of our officials internally, whereby issues that were deliberated during the meetings, they immediately leak to outside information. Then there is a whistleblower a policy or process that we follow. This one, it's information leaking, the spec we are reading it.
Okay, so can we confirm the only process that you as the NYDA have embarked on is to look for the whistleblower? There's no separate process where you're trying to verify the veracity of the claims. You have not undertaken that process. You are only looking for the whistleblower.
No. We have looked at both of them. That's why we have mentioned even earlier that is two issues. Information leaking internally of which those information, there's nothing wrong about the information that was leaked because it can, everything was still in process of being finalized. Then whistleblowing, of which we attest the veracity of the issues raised, whether those allegations are true or they hold no water.
So, Honorable Mr. Kabinde, I was going to go to Honorable Lonzi. If you recall, I asked your colleague, oh, sorry, I missed you, my apologies. I asked first if there is another RFQ we are not aware of. Do you remember that question? Because on this one, it's not here. There was a reason, because I wanted to give you an opportunity to say, you only have the one. There is another one where we are asking for the same, in which case we then agree. You've got two investigations going. One is to find the whistleblower. The other one is to investigate the veracity of the claims. That's where I was going.
We are not finding the whistleblower. We are finding the fact-finding of information leaking, whether it's through cyber or whether it's through our own internal officials. That's two issues of which we are running them parallel. The whistleblowing, there is a spec for that. And so that one is the spec that we have published for leakage of information through cyber attacks so that we can scan our environment and make it a point that at least the information that is still under process within the agency is not at the end of the day at the detriment of especially officials who were requested to attend those interviews. Already their names now, they are on a public platform, whereas they didn't know even with the outcome of what was deliberated on their interviews meeting. They were not even informed.
Okay.
And so it's two issues.
Okay. I think we need to go back to Honourable Tsotetsi, then we'll go to Honourable Lonzi and Honourable Chauke Adonis. But the fact of the matter is there's only one RFQ that looks for the whistleblower. We've not seen anything that speaks to the terms of reference about how we'll go about looking at the veracity of the information that has been leaked. But I'm going to ask, we'll come back to you, Chair. Honourable Tsotetsi wanted to do a follow-up because he was the one who raised it.
No, thanks, Chair. No, I think when it comes to assessing the veracity, there is a separate process that does not speak to the RFQ.
Yes. It's a separate one.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah, we did.
Perhaps we need to articulate it. But Chair, I still take interest broadly on that policy. Perhaps it will be the ongoing thing to interrogate it further, because anything that would endanger people who are bringing important information about malfeasance to the fore must be, as Parliament, we really must take interest. Let me pause there and then.
No, that's fine. We did hear that you said there are two processes. What we are saying is, why is it that we've only got the information about the process that is looking for the whistleblower? Why don't we have the information looking at the veracity of the claims? Yeah, okay, it's an internal process. Honourable Lonzi?
No, thanks, Chair. I also wanted clarity on this point, because, and maybe we must simplify it, Mr. Nkabinde, so that we don't overcomplicate with too much English. So a story goes out that says the board chairperson has spent 1 million on a trip to America or whatever. I'm making an example. And then you then say, as the entity, that this information was not public information, that the board chairperson has spent 1 million or whatever. And then you take out an RFQ to find out how did it become public information that the board chairperson has spent 1 million on a trip in America. Is that what the RFQ is saying, the one that is out there? Honourable Nkabinde.
Chair, can I kindly come through, Chair? There's a clear distinction, I think, on few matters. My background, I would have done forensic criminology at school, so this is not something that I Google. I think the first thing, Chair, it's not a secret, because when you're whistleblowing, you're unraveling something that is hidden, fundamentally so. It's not a secret that I went to New York. It's not a secret, the issue of the building or how much NYDA is paying towards a particular building. This will be in our reports that are public domain. But what we have seen out of, and what is a concern for us, and in this particular matter, I'm referring to a letter that I would have read myself to the minister and the deputy minister and the acting DG, and it got leaked to the media. So it means that there's a fundamental problem maybe within our system. And also bearing it in mind, Chair, that I get emails from young people and every other day, maybe complaining or submitting their business proposals. And in South Africa, you know that we've had a challenge of intellectual theft where people steal young people's businesses. And if it means that as the chair I'm hacked, that is a serious concern that I think should be looked at. And I think that's something that we would want to also indicate. The RFQ is out there because the NYDA doesn't have a capacity, an internal capacity to look into the source aspect, but the allegations that are being raised, it's within the NYDA's capacity to be able to look into that. If they're saying that I stole 71 million, then they must look into the system how the 71 million came from NYDA's account into my account. So that one is within our capacity to be able to look at.
I'm not, with respect, Board Chair, I think maybe you'll give the Chair the time. I'm asking Mr. Nkabinde a question here, and I'm trying to simplify this point, so that we make it very easy for South Africans to understand.
Mr. Nkabinde.
Thank you, Chair. I think on a lighter note, it's public knowledge that the Chair did. I will specifically to this one, that she did a trip. But now, the wrong narrative, now 1 million is spent, you see. And so it means, in other words, it means that trip a chair undertook, it was not supposed to be undertook because it initially...
No, sorry, Mr. Nkabinde. I'm asking a very simple question because I'm trying to understand what your RFQ is looking for. I think that's what we're getting at. I'm making an example. The board chairperson has traveled to America and spent 1 million. The people of South Africa don't know how much was spent there. And then it was maybe discussed in finance or discussed in audit or whatever. And then that information of how much money was spent, we agree that this is private property of the NYDA. Then that information finds itself in the public domain. Are we following? I just want to understand that we're following the same thought process. There is this amount of money which is spent. It's private information of the NYDA. Then through whatever process, this information then finds itself in the public domain. Your RFQ, as it is written now, it wants to understand how did these amounts find themselves in the public domain? Is that what your RFQ is looking for?
What we want to look for, it's especially when our officials, they are doing a business trip or conducting the work that they're supposed to do, is as if now they are wasting money.
No, Mr. Nkabinde. I'm not talking about wasting money. And if you are saying you are hacked here, we're talking about information. Let me oversimplify it further. You want to find out how private information of the NYDA finds itself in the public domain.
Yes.
That's what I was simplifying. Yes. Now we're saying to you, and this is why we find it problematic, is that the nature of whistleblowing, that's why it's called whistleblowing, is that you take private wrongdoing that you discover, whether it's in a municipality, whether it's in a university. I sit in the Portfolio Committee of Higher Education. There are a lot of wrong things that would happen in universities, but that is not information that the public has. It will be in the office of the CFO and what, and then a staff member. Maybe let me remove it from you guys so that you can get the understanding here. Someone who works in the CFO office, let's say in the University of Limpopo, then says, this thing, I know that this is confidential, but I'm gonna then take this thing and I'm going to whistleblow. So your RFQ wants to find out how that process takes place. And that's why I was saying to you, even if you can try to speak around it, maybe it's not a question, Chair, I'll just end it here. Even if you want to speak around it, you are looking for whistleblowers. That is the fact of the matter. And we take strong exception to this. And you can try and spin it however way you want to spin it. But trust me, we take exception to what you guys are trying to do, of purging whistleblowers, of taking journalists to court, but I'll come back to it when I speak, Chair. He doesn't have to respond.
Thank you very much. Chair, I just want to find out, must I ask do my 10 minutes? Oh, okay. Thank you very much, co-chairpersons, and I will just land on the protocol that has already been observed in the interest of time. Just on what the item that we were discussing now, I think I would want to be clarified in terms of the internal policy for whistleblower and any form of complaints that have to do with financial mismanagement and governance and structural issues. Which part or which policy specifically guides an investigation that gives, how do I say it, that empowers the institution on rolling out internal investigation as to suppose putting it against what is national legislation. And I think Honorable Toteti was also trying to get a sense of which part of the of your internal policies are the ones that then give you power or authority to then run your investigations. Perhaps before I proceed, if I can get a response to that. Which part of the policies, your whistleblower policy, because you have referred to it, that says it empowers you to activate the investigation that has been activated. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. To respond on that note, we've got a fraud, corruption and prevention policy, as well as a strategy. That policy enable us to activate whatever internal control measures had to be undertaken in this regard.
Can you just further elaborate which sections are the ones that empower or speak to specifications of how investigations are to be conducted?
There is section 1.6, and it's stipulated precisely, especially we did also share the policy. There is section 1.6, which state precisely what must be done, and also the objective of the policy also state why was this policy crafted, what is the governance issues around this particular policy, what's the main aim of
Perhaps before you conclude, I want you to just read through the specification of that section. If you can just read it for members to be enlightened on it.
Okay, I'm trying to zoom it. Okay. Not to be precisely, because I will take a lot of time. I did prepare some notes here. There is a section in the policy. Dr. Ntanda will assist me to trace that section precisely. What number is it? It states that in terms of the fraud, corruption and prevention policy, as well as the strategy, all cases where employees report alleged maladministration, wasteful expenditure, corruption, they are protected within the agency, and all allegations had to be investigated by the internal audit unit. And it also states that allegations in terms of these particular officials, how the delegation is going to be, how the issue, who is going to deal with that issue related to specific officials. And the policy objectives, it's also mentioned that the provision of this investigation will also be supported by NYDA, a code of conduct, and also if there is any ER policies, those policies will also supplement this one. And so the policy is clear, Chair, that we are entitled to investigate all the veracity of all the allegations that are labeled towards our officials internally. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Additionally, on that one, in terms of the investigation processes on internal issues, especially when it comes to officials, executives, employees, and board members, perhaps if I can be guided as to the exact process that is undertaken for reporting this, and I think it was indicated that it goes, depending on who the allegations are on, goes to the CEO, then from the CEO, depends if it's against him, it goes to the chairperson, if it's against the chairperson, it goes to the CEO. I just want to find out, in terms of your governance, there is no concurrence that speaks to these three spheres, which would be the CEO, the chairperson, and the deputy chairperson, conceding views or looking at issues that might be brought by board members. And in addition to that, does it then give powers for board members, which would then be your executive, your chairperson and deputy chairperson, to investigate one another? I'm not sure who's going to respond to that.
Through you, Chair, the company secretary is going to respond, but I think previously would have indicated the matter. Kosek.
Thank you, members. Just to clear it out, the policy does not state that the board members must investigate each other. The investigations are done through the internal audit and the risk management, depending on what the issue is. If it's an issue that is related to finances, it will go through to the Audit and Risk Committee, the report that comes out of that. If it's an issue that is related to human relations or employee relations, then it will be tabled by the HR, the Human Resource and Remunerations Committee, who will then take it to the board as a collective for them to take a decision on that. And all the reports for the whistleblower or for any anonymous tip-offs that come through, they go through to the Audit and Risk Committee, which then tables them to the board. So they form part of our quarterly meetings. In all quarterly meetings of the board that we do, those reports will be there.
Thank you very much. Chair, if I can just find out, we did receive a letter from Tembisiwe Mahua, who is a board member, who had wanted us to look at various matters of governance, but also we are made aware of her removal as the chairperson of the HR subcommittee. And there are allegations of favoritism, exclusion, and other allegations that are put forward. Perhaps if we can have an understanding, if Mahua can be given an opportunity just to speak to three critical issues that must be brought to our attention, and then additionally, if we can get a response on how these issues are being processed internally, and also from the department if they are aware of what has been brought forward by the board member, Tembisile Mahua.
Minister?
I am concerned, Chair, because I'm not sure whether we can review decisions of the board in a portfolio committee meeting. I'm not very sure. I'm concerned about that, because then the board will never be the board and they will never take decisions. They will take decisions, they will be subjected to Parliament for review. I'm a little bit concerned.
Chair, if I may interject, it is not to review any decision that has been taken by the board.
No, Honourable Member, I will deal with this. So, okay. And I've stopped your clock. Yes. Also, Honourable Member. So, Minister, it's not a review.
I'm not saying, Chair, it's a review, but I'm worried that the decision gets taken in the board. Then board members as individuals, not a collective, they write to us. And we don't send back the letters for processing by the board, a collective. then they come to explain, I don't know for what purpose. I'm just saying I'm concerned because this means that the board will be intimidated and board members to take decisions. I'm seriously concerned because we seem to be saying now board members as individuals can leave the board meetings and question decisions of the board outside the board meeting. I'm just saying it.
All right. So, Minister, so when a member here asks questions about decisions of any public entity, this is not reviewing that decision. The member is looking for an explanation, and the members are owed an explanation as to the rationale for that decision. It cannot be that members cannot ask those questions simply because somebody has written to the portfolio committee. It actually is an opportunity for the entity to now place on record the accurate information when that happens. It's not a review. What would be unacceptable is if the entity is therefore not given an opportunity to deal with that issue. But the honorable member here is giving an opportunity for that matter to be dealt with on the record. It's not a review. So can the honorable member then can...
I'm concerned, Chair, that we are entertaining individual board matters outside the board.
Yes, Chair, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I think we are slowly but surely getting to the cause of our problems. I think slowly the meeting is getting there, it's just that we're pressed on time. But firstly, to indicate there's no removal. Removal, I think it's a bit of a problematic word to use. The board in the Act clearly stipulates our role that the assessment of the committees, whether they're functioning or not functioning, it solely lies within the board. And I think it's clearly stipulated in section 12.4, if I'm not mistaken. I stand to be corrected. So the very same issue that honorable member is bringing was deliberated at a board level.
Chairperson, can I just interject? I was not asking for the deliberation of the removal of the member. I was simply citing that we are aware of this decision, but a letter has been written to the portfolio committee on other issues and giving her an opportunity to express what was contained in that letter, which is outside of that review of the board decisions. So it was not for us to speak about the board decision, but it was speaking about what was contained in the letter of this board member.
Okay, so you get it now?
Yeah,
okay.
I can proceed, Chair. And I can also say, Chair, I received the letter on Friday. It wasn't addressed to me. It was addressed to the portfolio committee chair or portfolio committee members. I'm not quite sure. But I'm going to respond to the letter and provide the committee with the relevant explanations, but also to put it on record, Chair, that the concerned board member is one of the highest paid board members.
No, so colleagues, can I, once again, so
Chair, order, no.
And I've stopped your clock. Honorable Chair, please, can I...
I was getting to my part, Chair, of saying, she's saying that she's not being, there's certain favoritism, she's not being allowed. So I was going to my point, Chair, if I'm allowed to finish.
No, Chair, you were not, and please take this meeting seriously.
Okay, Chair.
Okay, please take this meeting seriously. This is not a joke. Please switch off your mic. Okay. So please take these proceedings seriously. Okay, one of the things we do here is we are quite capable of finishing at midnight. Okay? That unseriousness that you are showing about these proceedings will disappear by 8 p.m. So please don't do that. The honorable member here is telling you what aspects she wants you to deal with. Please just deal with it. Okay? When you come here and there are issues, there are comments, there are jibes, focus on the substance of the question. It is not relevant that a person is getting paid X amount of money. That's not what was asked. Can I please just plead with you? Deal with the substance of the question. Be concise so that we can complete these proceedings in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My apologies for that, but I was getting to the point of saying that I don't think that the allegations or what has been brought forth is actually correct. Based on what then I would have articulated later to say that the concerned board member, I don't think it's fair for her to say.
Chairperson, apologies. What I wanted from the chairperson was just to give an indication of what they have done, and then wanted the member to speak. But from the chairperson, I just wanted to find out what have they done to process the matter. Thank you very much.
Okay, the matter was brought to me on Friday. I'm yet to respond to the letter. I've not yet responded to the letter. Thank you.
So can you see how long it took us to get there? This is what happens. I'm serious. This is what happens. And I said earlier, just give concise answers. We'll be out of here in good time. One more question, Honourable Ma'am. And I had stopped your clock when I interrupted.
Before, Chairperson, I did ask the question to the board member, Tembisile Mahua. Who
wanted to do?
The question was the issue of governance that she had raised, just to speak to 3 items. She was supposed to have brought this forward before we received the response of the chairperson.
Do so in a minute. In a minute, Honourable Board Member Mahua.
Thank you. I received the honourable Head Chair.
Yes, I've promoted you today.
Thank you. I just wanted a bit of a lighter moment, but I wrote a letter. Yes, I wrote a letter after careful consideration to the Portfolio Committee, raising 3 matters specifically. One was a request I had received from the chairperson in February, on 17 February this year, that was requesting me to give one name for the Solomon Mahlangu Scholarship Fund. This is a fund that is run under the NYDA for young people who apply therefore. I thereafter asked the chair what the processes of giving the name was, because I felt like that request was quite a bizarre one to come through. And also I sent through the screenshots that then spoke of this. And one of the few things that I asked was, what is the selection criteria for beneficiaries and who is responsible for the process? I then asked if for her to confirm whether the criteria includes board members submitting names as proposed, and how many names did herself as well as the executive deputy chair request. And I then further said how many young people actually applied for the scholarship, and therefore then said the name that she's requesting from me she can take from the plethora of young people that have applied for the bursary, because I did not feel that I should give a name of whoever that I would know that would not maybe be deserving, when there are thousands and thousands of young people in the country that do not have that are suffering, especially with regards to fees. I then raised, I think maybe you'd even tell from this meeting that I'm quite outspoken, and that has, I think, vilified me in the board, because even some of the matters that we discuss, I would openly and strongly object to some of them. And that has really put me at loggerheads with the chairperson, who would sometimes believe it is maybe personal. And this began when I think it was one of our first or second meetings, where we were discussing the structure that the chair and the deputy chair would have in their offices, and few of their positions were for messengers, and there were quite duplicate structures, in fact, for social media. It was just really there's like 4 positions that were duplicated. 3 I think were the chair, and then 1 were the deputy chair, plus the 2 drivers or messengers rather. And I was very strongly against that, to a point where the meeting adopted that structure as was, and I requested the company secretary to state that I personally do not, or I object to that structure as proposed, or as now adopted by the board. That really did create quite some serious tension, and labeled me as the problematic board member. And I think I really just gave into it by always saying my view views and dissenting if I dissent and agreeing when agreeing, but it really impacted everything. One of the things that it has then impacted is the approval process. There is an honourable member that spoke about the conflict of interest that exists between the chair approving for the CEO approving for the chair. I would say that the chair has used the approval system as a fight, basically. So if you oppose the chair, she will not approve, or she will take time to approve, or there'll just be issues with regards to your approval. So one thing about the agency, and this is why sometimes you'd find that board members have perhaps large fees, is that we are an active agency, and young people invite board members specifically to attend something, and then you would then need to be approved by the chair. So within that process, you would then find it very difficult for that. Another one is that there are other invites that come for the board, and board members are then demarcated by the chair. I've never, in our 10 months, been demarcated by the chair. And in the youth month, we are supposed to have different, so all of us have provinces that we then work in, assigned provinces. And even in the provinces I have been assigned to, I've never received an invite, to a point where I asked and sent an email to the board and the chair to please indicate what exactly is the reason, what is the criteria that is used when sending out a board member, because I've not been sent, and it looks like it's a specific number or certain people that are always being sent. So that was part of my issues, and I felt like, no, there's this favoritism.
Honourable Chalker,
Can I let you
you need to
Yeah.
you need to wrap up.
Yes. No, I just wanted to indicate to her that we'll deal with those issues at a later stage. I just wanted to have that opportunity to understand. My last question would be really on issues of governance and our coordination and concurrence. I just want to find out, and I think this has been displayed here in the board, where board members are at loggerheads. What is the process that is currently being utilized between the chairperson and the deputy chairperson on decisions that are taken, but also on lobbying each other on certain processes and decisions that are to be undertaken? And also the exchange of information on certain strategic partnerships as well. And the last part would be in terms of the whistleblower reports. I would like to find out what is the nature of the investigation that speaks to the financial elements. Have you been able to segregate all the complaints that have been received between governance, financial, and personal? And that would greatly assist us to know whether you've had an opportunity also as an internal structure to be able to separate which ones are personal, which ones are governance, and which ones are financial. Thank you.
Who would like to answer that?
On the one for the chairperson and deputy chairperson, if I can get the deputy chairperson and the chairperson respond.
Okay. Over to you, deputy, then chair.
No, thanks for the question. Ordinarily, there would be, and if you allow me, Chair, with the time permits, but ordinarily there'd be a board charter which dictates how the chair and the deputy chair, including the CEO, would split responsibilities in the institution. And that would then govern, also speaks to the initial question, Chair, around what are your day-to-day responsibilities considering that you're an executive? So part of the responsibilities of the executive deputy chair's office would be partnerships, investments, as well as bringing in stakeholders to the institution and so forth, just in special projects, just as a summary. However, what we found, what I've found in my experience in the past 8 to 10 months, Chair, is that there is no respect for such delegation of authority or board charter, demarcation of responsibilities. There's oftentimes overlaps between what the chairperson does and what the deputy chair does. Perhaps maybe because by design both roles are executive. However, and also there's no cohesion around what gets to be done by the chairperson and what gets to be done by the deputy chair. We would find out on TV sometimes what is happening within the institution. A case in point, there was a partnership that was announced for SIM cards called YOMO. I found out on June 16 that we are launching 1 million SIM cards. As a deputy chair, in no meeting I've ever been briefed about this landmark partnership, even though we've asked for inquiries internally to say what's happening, how do we get involved. So there is an issue of silos between the Office of the Executive Chair and the Office of the Executive Deputy Chair. Of course, the responsibilities are pretty clear in terms of what the chair's role is, communicating with Parliament, the Minister, stakeholders, and then it also demarcates what the Deputy Chair does. So it's part of the concerns that I wanted to highlight to the Minister, as well as to the Portfolio Committee in my letter, to say, upon reflection, these are some of the basic challenges on a day-to-day around those shared responsibilities. However, it's quite a concern where you see things, I mean, even the June 16 speech, I was shocked to hear some of the things I was hearing, because it was not something we would have discussed. Even the report sent to this Parliament today, I did not see it. It was not shared with me. There was no meeting that was set up to discuss such a report and what it is that we, and many other things that are sent to Parliament, by the way, including the said response to the Deputy Minister, which in a board meeting we were told that by the chair herself, that she would respond on behalf of the board, and there's no need for us to discuss whether or not we should or shouldn't meet with the minister. And it was quite concerning to me that there was that kind of unilateral approach.
Yeah, please wrap up. I am worried about time. Yeah. Chair, can you be concise also?
Firstly, Chair, there's a structure called EMC that I would have reflected on it earlier. That's the structure where myself, the Deputy Chair, and the CEO sit in.
What does EMC mean?
Executive Management Committee.
Correct, okay.
Before things get to the board. So that is where myself, the Deputy Chair, and the CEO deliberate on issues. And this then CEO would have had his meeting with management, then we come to the EMC, then it takes to the board. Then the other issue that's where issues get deliberated, then we align on issues at that particular level. I want to speak on the one pertaining to Yomo, because the Deputy has raised it. This is a partner that has been in existence in the NY.
Can you forgive me? Just remember as you answer, so there is what the Deputy Chair said. Just don't confuse that. So my suggestion is this. Deal with what Honorable Member has asked first. If there's something that the Deputy Chair has said that you wish to clarify, you then deal with that. Otherwise, you understand, you might then end up not answering the Honorable Member at all.
Yes, so the alignment takes place at an EMC level, then to the board, and subsequently then implemented. And then the one relating to what the Deputy Chair said regarding the issue of 1 million SIM cards, and the partnership that we found in the NYDA, it was already in existence. I think that should have been picked up maybe in one of the reports, and therefore him seeing it being launched. It's not something that came with me or anyone, but it's something that we found within the institutions. I think maybe for now, Chair, I'll stop there, but the functioning of the board and how myself and the Deputy Chair relate is clearly stipulated in the charter. I want to stop there. Thank you, Chair.
Just a quick follow-up question. Then how often does this EMC meet? If the Deputy Chair says this, you say you convene a, what is it called, the EMC? And it's yourself, the Deputy Chair, and CEO. So does it meet on a weekly basis?
Can I ask the COSEC to clearly give the response?
So I'm sorry, you really wouldn't know?
No, I know, Chair. It's just that I don't want to give.
No. What is the regularity of the meeting?
On a quarterly basis.
Okay, that's all. I mean, we don't need to ask the COMSEC to check.
I'm going to hand over to you, Honourable Khadebe.
Finally.
So, sorry, Chair, just a quick one. Is quarterly every 3 months?
Correct, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, chairpersons of the meeting. Nami, I will join other colleagues, all protocol observed. I will try to summarize as quick as I can. My first question will be, did the board agree on the service provider to look for the whistleblowers? That's question number one. Number two, did the board agree on the chairperson trying to silence the Sunday Times. Number 3, do members of the board get along? I'll pause there for now, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a volunteer?
I think maybe the first matter, Chair, would have been discussed and deliberated on, the one pertaining to the whistleblower, and I think it would have been covered. I think the second matter was on...
Sorry, can I just offer guidance in this way? So one of the things I have to also deal with as chair is that members raise matters sometimes that have been raised. I grin and bear it. I think Minister occasionally deals with the same, and Deputy Minister. So just you can refer to the previous answer, but be concise this time, right? So that the member is still served with an answer that to their question. Otherwise, we end up not answering.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe can I kindly request the honourable member to repeat the 2 last questions?
Sorry, did the board agree on the service provider to look for the whistleblowers? I think I'm referring to the RFQ that was published or that was advertised. Secondly, did the board agree on the chairperson trying to silence the Sunday Times? I think this matters on media. Thirdly, lastly, do members of the board get along? I'm getting somewhere with these questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I think maybe let me start on the second one. I don't think it was there was no board resolution on silencing a journalist because I don't think that would be the case. So my answer to that is no. And then the first question, I think, would have, there was no service provider that we approved. We approved the process that must be undertaken. And then the third question would have been the getting along one. I can say work is taking place. The one of getting along, I'm really not sure if I can answer adequately. Thank you.
It looks like they don't get along, Honourable Member, unfortunately.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Last time they told us that they are getting along. They did say they are getting along last time. And you can see South Africans are looking at us. It's not okay. There's a war. It is maybe it's a cold war. There's a war between the chairperson. Maybe it's cold war. I will say that because they are sitting in front of us. They are leading this this board. It's chairperson. It's unfortunately she's a young woman and the young one. Yeah, young man. I'm sorry. Chairperson and the deputy. They are messing up. They are messing this structure. They are messing this board executive because other members, they must choose side. They must choose side. If you are listening correctly so, you can see which member belong to which side. And it's not okay for young South Africans out there. It's not okay. And after, I will have a proposals and maybe suggestions to remedy this situation. Earlier on, the minister has correctly pointed out that the year under review is 2024, and that the current executive has been in office for only 10 months. The extent of the leakage of confidential information is deeply concerning. This situation raises questions about internal controls, governance and organizational stability, and requires urgent interventions to protect the integrity and reputation of the institution. What I think the organization is still there is still insufficient consequence management for unethical conduct. It is important that appropriate disciplinary and accountability measures are implemented to ensure ethical behavior and maintain public confidence in the institution, free from political interference. For our last meetings, there is a political interference. It's not for the first time we get that. So where I'm getting, in light of the serious allegations and governance concern, I propose that the committee recommend a formal administrative intervention and forensic investigation to establish the full facts, ensure the accountability. That will include, the scope should include the investigation, the scope of the investigation should be extended to include the reported 1 million office rental. Just recently, we visited, I think we visited Sentini. I know they don't agree with us when we say the property is situated in Sentini. They are paying 1.something million. So we need that investigation. A comprehensive and independent inquiry is necessary to determine compliance with the governance and procurement requirements, establish accountability where is necessary. Young people, we are your parents, and your South Africans are watching you. I think under oath, you lied to us. And when we conducted the committee conducted oversight visit, we were informed that the office is located adjustment to a taxi rank. But when we get there was no taxi rank, because we wanted where are you coming from with this 1 million? But there was no such taxi rank. It is an expensive property. So this investigation, independent foreign investigation, we want to see this political interference. Who is in between? We need those lease agreements so that we must see what is going on with the public purse. I'm so disappointed with the young people. I'm not accusing them, but these are the reports that are outside there. They must account. Yes, they are saying we are an independent institution, but what they are doing with the public accounts, public money, it's not okay. During our oversight, Chair, it was noted that there was an inadequate signage indication, the location of the offices, making them difficult for members of the public to identify or to access the place. I'm wrong? I am wrong? I'm not. I am not. And there's a lot of things that are coming. I'm tempted, Chairperson, even to ask about 50th anniversary, the budget, because we saw it was on a notice board. I know there were celebrations everywhere. Maybe our next meeting, they must bring that report so that we see that celebration did not belong to a certain organization, one organization. We must get that, because it's not our money, it's not their money, it's a public funds. They must account to that. Gone are those days that we are in power, we're gonna do as we wish. You see? And I'm worried about the whistleblowers.
Got 1 minute left.
Yes, I'm worried about the whistleblowers. The whistleblower is complaining, or he's got a grievance about certain individual who's aligned with certain party on a branch level and who's got influence to the decision of procurement. Is it okay? I think we need that independent investigation as this committee, so that Minister is not involved, myself, I'm not involved, so that you can table the report to Parliament. I will pause there, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Khadebe. I think those were useful inputs, because I think at one stage we should all come to a way forward, because quite clearly there is dysfunction within the NYDA. There's a crisis within the NYDA. Nobody seems to be getting along. And of course, you will not be able to deliver on your mandate if you are not getting along. And the Honourable Member has put forward some proposals on a parliamentary investigation. Honourable Lonzi, you will be the sweeper.
No, thanks, Chair.
Chair, I wanted to respond to some of the things that Honourable Member would have said.
Can she?
No, let's give you a chance.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's your protector. You can get a chance.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I think the first thing that I want to clarify is that the office space was not procured under us, in as much as we would have said that now we're here, but this office building or office space would have been there before us. So I don't want the public to think that it was us. But secondary to that, those offices are head office. We don't expect walk-ins. We don't expect young people, because young people, they go to the NYDA branch offices to get products and services for the NYDA. Thirdly, the taxi rank is there. It's just that there's no physical structure of the taxi rank, but the taxis behind our offices, they come and park. They're next to the engine garage. So that's some of the things that members would have raised. But I want to say, it's not a branch, it's a head office. But maybe some of the things a chair would deliberate on them further. But looking at the budget or what we're paying compared to what the building accommodates or the number of staff that is present in that particular building, I think it's another discussion that maybe we can have on another day. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I'm just going to go to Honourable Lonzi just now. I just want to ask, so that I'm on the same page, is the allegation that you guys are paying R1 million a month rent? Understanding that it's not you. Is it the allegation that you're paying under R1 million rent? You're paying R1 million a month? Is that the allegation? I'm just trying. Or you can just give us a fact. Then I just want to understand what the rental issue is.
Can I request that the CFO comes in? But I don't think it's 1 point what?
Actually, it's more than, I think last time CFO said it's more than R1 million.
Okay, so if it's, so how big is your office space?
It's very big. I think we're occupying, it is 300 and something employees that it occupies, plus parking, plus our...
I get that. I mean, but usually it's given to you. So your rental rate is X 100 rand per square meter. That's how they measure it. Does anybody know? Does anybody know?
Maybe, Chair, we can provide the response. I think previously we would have provided those responses to the portfolio committee, but if needed, we'll provide them. Thank you.
Okay, so here's my concern, and Honourable Lonzo can take it off. So generally in Sandton, R1 million a month gets you between 4,000 and 5,000 square meters. In Sandton, 4,000 and 5,000 square meters in Sandton. That's the most you'll get. If you are conservative and you choose sort of Catherine Road, somewhere thereabout, you'll still get above 3,500 square meters. Okay, so I was responsible for one of the bank's buildings, which is in Alice Lane at the bottom. You are overpaying. I'm not saying it's your fault. So it's one of the reasons, and we will have to come back and talk with the committees. We don't have to ventilate it now, but yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the last question that I will have with the direct to the Minister, because she said this matter, this review is from 2024. I want to ask her, why abantu bangathathwa even if they are not here saving? Why bangathathwa even? One of my colleagues athanda ukuthi even ayibathatha. I think abantu even must thatha abantu. Yes, even ayithatha abantu lapha ngaphandle. It's okay. Ayithatha abantu because you cannot say, they are not here. This one they must account. They must account for their 10 months because they are accounting. They are leaking the information as we speak. But the one from 2024, where are they? In jail or sitting at home? Living a good life? I don't think it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Bongane. Honorable Lonzi.
No, thanks, Chair. I don't think I'll be long because I did come a little bit late. I'll say I agree, though, Chair, that maybe we'll need a second session, preferably if we can do it on days where there's no house, so that we've got the whole morning and afternoon with the NYDA. I think, Chair, maybe we'll start with this point because I was quite taken aback when I arrived here, and then members of the board were accusing each other of sexual harassment. You know, maybe let me not call you comrades, I don't know, but you're very young, like for those type of low politics. I mean, we are politicians, we exist in the political space, we fight all the time, but once you want to weaponize GBV against each other, it's so low, it's so destructive. The CEO must still go and work after this. The deputy chair must still go and work, even the chair, even all of you. Beyond, this is 3 years that you are here. Now, if you are going to say the CEO is harassed, or the chair or the deputy chair has harassed someone, Wes, you don't have a complainant, you don't have anything, it's so wrong. I really want you guys to reflect on that. You may have whatever differences that you have with each other, but don't character assassinate each other, worse using the plight of GBV, considering what we're dealing with as a country. So I just thought I must address that point. It's so wrong. It's wrong what you did to these two comrades. But anyways, I think the problem I've always had, Chair, with NYDA, and I think I raised this when we're doing interviews, I don't know why there's an executive chair and executive deputy chair. I don't understand it. Because if you think corporate governance, if you think how entities are supposed to run, you have got a board, an accounting authority, that is actually supposed to be meeting quarterly. That's why when the chair said quarterly, I was shocked that how can an EMC meet every 3 months? It means you meet 4 times a year. That's an operational structure. Supposed to be meeting each and every day EMC because it deals, the whole point of operations, that's why if you read, it says day-to-day activities of the entity. You can't ever see an EMC meeting 4 times a year. That's unheard of. So the executive chair and the executive deputy chair are suffocating the CEO. Can't operate because essentially you've got 3 CEOs in the NYDA. That's why even when we come to the meeting, Chair, I haven't heard the guy speak. I don't know, maybe he spoke before I came. Because it's the board. This board is way too operational for what the board's supposed to do. The CEO doesn't have time to run the entity, doesn't have space to run the entity because every time he must take decisions for whatever he has to do, he has to consider an executive chairperson. He has to consider an executive. So if we're going to get this entity right, and maybe it's a policy discussion that we must have as a committee. I know committees are allowed to introduce amendments to the Act and all of those things because the problem of the Act, the NYDA will never be able to run efficiently when it's got 3 CEOs. That's why the executive chair speaks more than everyone in the meeting. When in actual fact, when we invite entities, the chairperson of the board will open the meeting and give us a high-level vision and mission, and then hand over to the CEO to lead the discussion and the presentation and respond to all these things. But I don't blame the CEO for not saying much because you have got these 2 CEOs here that are at loggerheads with each other. And really, I feel very sorry for him. I don't know how he runs the entity because we've got this structural problem. So I think that's the main problem here. The issues of the board, Chair, I think really we'll have to sit down and reflect on what we have to do. I think it's becoming very apparent that some of the contradictions here may be irreconcilable. But we still want to have hope that they're irreconcilable. You know, I listened to the former honorable member, the honorable member who spoke before me. I don't really like administration as well, because I don't like power that is centralized in the hands of one individual. So once you speak administration to me, it means you want to give Minister Chikunga a full authority over the entity. And I do not want politicians involved in those type of things, because I've got my own gripe with executive authority and what it does when it's got so much power. So I don't know what intervention we can have over this board. And it's so painful, you know, Chair of SCOPA, you may not know, but when we were interviewing this board, I think it was probably the first time where all political parties agreed on their names. We just had one problem with some ANC Youth League guy, but once we shifted him, we're very happy with this board.
So
the
TM has spoken.
So we were really so proud. It got all the different demographics, LGBTQI, persons with disabilities, a representative of, and we're hoping that they would come on board. I don't know if they can find it in themselves. We may be asking for too much, but I don't know if they can just find it in themselves to just work together, these comrades. Like, without us doing anything, I don't know if they can find it themselves. And I think they need to have that discussion with each other. There's clearly a contestation of very egotistical contestation between the chair and the deputy chair. And maybe they also need to sit down, because the honorable member is correct. I don't blame these board members. You must take a side. What must you do? Because they are both executives. This one is a chair, so is a deputy chair. If they are fighting, you are forced to side with this one or that one. So I just thought I'll make those comments. Just a few questions here to understand what is happening here. Honorable Paisley, I may be mispronouncing his name. I just want clarity on this from you, chairperson of the board. You are engaged in a personal case with the journalist of Sunday Times, and you are utilizing the resources of the NYDA. I just want to know if I'm understanding it correctly from your point of view.
Thank you, honorable member. Even if you got late, we missed you in the sitting. Maybe Chair, just that was on a lighter note, but I think the case, it's not, if it was sunshine was seated at home, it was gonna be fine. But I'm being taken to task because of my capacity as the chair of the NYDA. If I was not the chair of the NYDA, I was not going to be having this particular matter. And I also don't want, Chair, for us to get into the nitty-gritties of the case, because the case yesterday was postponed, I think, to a date later on in August, because the fact of the matter is that the case is deeper than what is being presented currently. But when the time is right and when it's in the court and it's ventilated in court, then all the details will be outlined.
That's fine, Chair.
Thank you.
Does the NYDA have a policy about how law firms are appointed to represent the NYDA? Is there like let's say it's not you, let's say a service provider is taking the NYDA to court because they didn't win the tender or whatever, I don't know, and then they take you to court. How does the NYDA then decide that out of these 50 or 40 or 30 law firms that are in our role, we want this one to come and represent us?
Okay, Chair, can I request the CFO a response so that I'm not the one who's responding to issues? Maybe through your CO, I'm sorry. CO, then CFO.
Thank you very much, Chair. The process is run by the legal services. There is a panel that's appointed. The legal services division within corporate services does the process internally.
So what is the process?
May I ask the executive director of corporate services who looks after legal services to outline? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. So there are rates that we have with the services provider, but they still follow the same SCM process. So what we'll do, we'll then send an RFQ to SCM using the same panel. They need to quote us before they can be allocated.
Thank you. Did you send an RFQ for the law firm that is representing the board chair?
I'm not too sure.
But they said you are the one who runs this thing, is legal. So who must respond to me? Because the chair said I must give the question to the CFO. The CFO says this thing is being run by legal. And now you are saying you must release an RFQ as legal. And I'm asking you a very simple and straightforward question. Was an RFQ released for the law firm that is representing the board chair in their case against Sunday Times. So who must respond to me now, because you are giving it to someone else?
Chairperson, I'm not privy to this information.
So who must respond?
Thank you, Chair. Currently, the person that is responsible for that is the legal manager. She's not available at the moment. We can request that she
No. You're not going to run away from this question. I'm not asking about an individual. I'm asking about a process.
Yes.
Now, let me take you through this. I'm asking about a process. You sent me to the CFO. CFO sends me to legal. Legal says the first thing you do is to issue out an RFQ. Now I'm asking, was an RFQ issued for the law firm that is representing the board chairperson? It's got nothing to do with who is absent and who is not here. It's either an RFQ was issued or it was not issued.
We will not be privy to that information because we don't deal with the SCM process of appointing from the legal panel. That is why I was saying we can request it to be written.
Which role do you perform in the
I'm
entity?
a company secretary.
As the company secretary, are you aware of any RFQ that was taken out
I'm not
for the law
aware,
firm? You're not aware?
yes,
Thank
which
you,
is why
company
we are
secretary.
requesting the legal
are
manager.
you aware of an RFQ that was released for the law firm that is representing the chair?
No, I'm not.
You're not aware. Thank you. CFO, are you aware?
No, I'm not aware.
So, board chair, can we accept here that there was no RFQ that was issued?
Honorable Member, I'm not operational, as you would have indicated.
But you're an executive chairperson.
Yes.
You've got EMC. You're in charge.
No, I'm not in charge. There's a CEO that deals with all those particular issues. There is management that deals with those particular issues.
CEO, are you aware of an RFQ that was released?
Honourable Member, I think I would be dishonest if I answer directly around the awareness. AG did advise in the previous cycle that where there is a panel, there needs to be an established process, one which you are requesting. My expectation is that there is that process that has been followed, but so that I'm honest, I would need to verify that so that I can answer it honestly.
No, that's fine. Thank you, CEO. Now, Chairperson, will you agree with me that the people that are representing you against Sunday Times, in your case, if those people are appointed and the standard process was not followed, that you are engaged in financial misconduct there?
I think, Honorable Member, firstly, I do not know them, as I couldn't even remember the name. And I think because the legal manager is not present.
No. I'm giving you a hypothetical scenario. I'm saying now you're a board chairperson who's got a fiduciary responsibility over the entity. You then discover that your lawyers were appointed, they are going to be paid, and there was no due process that was followed in their appointment. Would you agree with me that that would mean you are engaged in a financial misconduct?
I wouldn't agree, Chair.
So what would you call that?
Sorry, my honourable member.
What would you call that?
Because I'm not privy to the information. I don't.
No, Chairperson, I'm not asking you about this case. Okay, maybe let me take it to the Deputy Chair, because since you don't like each other, let me say there is a law firm. Let me say there is a law firm that is representing the Deputy Chair, and that law firm is going to be paid by the entity. And then you, as the chairperson, you later discover that this law firm that is being used by this Deputy Chair and the money is being taken from the entity, there was no due process that was followed in the appointment of the law firm that is used by the Deputy Chair. Would you agree that engagement that the Deputy Chair is engaged in is misconduct, is mismanagement of public funds, because no due process was followed?
I'll make that decision, Honourable Member, when I've been provided with the relevant documentation and the relevant processes that were undertaken at that particular time. I think CEO that is responsible for operations has indicated that at this particular point, we're not in a
Chairperson, can a company be appointed in the NYDA without a due process?
I doubt that is possible.
And if that were to happen, what do you call that?
It would be financial misconduct.
Thank you very much. So, and that's all we wanted from you. I think, Chair, then we'll try and write to the entity to find out if indeed the processes were followed in the appointment of the law firm that is representing the Chair against Sunday Times. Something that is very problematic in our view, considering media freedom and what we want our entities to be doing. My last question is to the Minister. Last time you said to us that on the issue of ARC, you have handed over the investigation to Treasury and you are waiting. How far is that process? Because we're sitting with this crisis here because there's no clarity on what must happen with the Audit and Risk Committee.
No, thank you very much. We received the report from the National Treasury investigating team. I think today's Friday, what's Thursday? Today's Friday? It's Thursday, I think on Tuesday. So I've not had time to read and to apply my mind on it, but otherwise it's something that is already before ourselves. But also maybe just to take the opportunity, Chair, Honorable Lunzi, it's very rare that I will agree with him, but I want to agree with him on the issue of the executive chair and executive deputy chair. It is a problem, Chair. In fact, we're talking about it even in the morning. And I think the department told us that when they brought the bill, the amendment bill, it actually was suggesting a non-executive chair and non-executive deputy chair, because it is problematic. What we're experiencing here, I've never experienced it, because with other entities, big for that matter, you have the chairperson who's non-executive. Sometimes you don't even know the deputy chairperson, because you interact with the chairperson and they go home, they do their work, etc., etc. It is a problem, and as a matter of fact, if the portfolio committee was to agree, would bring the amendment bill tomorrow.
No, please bring it, Minister.
For the chairperson, for the so that they finish their term, we'll say. They finish their term as executives, but going forward, we have non-executives. It is a problem, I must say. It will remain a problem.
I'm glad we agree on something, Minister.
At least.
No, my last point, Chair, and then I think I'll submit my other questions in writing, Chair, is when do you think we'll finalize I know you can't give us an exact date, Minister, but surely you will have a timetable roughly. When do you think we'll finalize this thing of Audit and Risk Committee? Because one of the biggest problems, I mean, a lot of the questions that were asked by members of Parliament here were around what is the process if there is corruption, if there is fraud. And then if you read, there is actually an NYDA policy on that. I don't know why no one on the other side mentioned it, whether it's staff, whether it's board members, because there is an NYDA policy that speaks to that. And at the center of that policy is the Audit and Risk Committee. So if we've got this lull on Audit and Risk Committee, then we're never going to be able, these problems are going to be persistent. So just my parting shot, when do you think we'll be able to finalize this process? I know Treasury only spoke to you on Tuesday. Maybe you'll give yourself a week or two, and then you must still consult. Just a rough estimate. It doesn't have to be a set date.
No, thank you very much. I wish I'd read the report for me to know whether they are saying let's go on with the process that already has unfolded, or we redo the process. Because if that is the case, it means advertising, etc., etc. That would therefore inform us about the timelines. But I think one definitely would want to finalize this matter as quickly as possible, whether it means redoing the process or starting the process afresh. If it has to be restarting the process, then of course you want to do it within, say, 2 weeks or so, if that is what the National Treasury report is advising us to do. Thank you very much.
No,
maybe the last one, Chair. The young people that are seated here, Honorable Lunzi, they don't have irreconcilable issues. I can tell you that. It's just that it's young people. And sometimes it's good that maybe we are older than them. And therefore we can understand the issues of youth and et cetera, et cetera. It's a formal meeting. Some of the things that one could say in an informal meeting, you can't say them. But they've done some good work. If there's one board that has worked, it's this board. Really, they've worked. And it's just unfortunate that we are seated here and probably representing this. They work, these children. They do. And I have that advantage of calling them children, even if they're board members probably. But they work. They've done the work. And if we can give them the space, they are better than any other board that we have had. We give them the space, they do their work, then of course they will be the best board. And I think for now they are the best board. So they are reconcilable. It's a matter of just calling them to say, and then
The deputy chair asked you for a meeting. Are you going to give him the meeting?
Definitely I am.
No. Thank you, Chair.
All right. No, thank you very much. On that note, Minister, about children, so I come from the former homeland of Transkei, and a 32-year-old now Deputy Minister of Defense overthrew the homeland government. So they now inform the late former Minister of Public Enterprises, Princess Stella Scau, that she has been overthrown. She's in Durban. So she says, "Yintwana le lenza abantwana ndini futsek man." True story. So don't say that to the board when you are irritated with them. Say, don't do that. Can I just ask, Honorable Lonzi had asked some important questions. Chair, I am going to give you a chance to just be open with the committee with this law firm. When did you first start consulting with them on this matter of the Sunday Times?
Maybe, Chair, if you can give me just 2 minutes just to peruse.
No, you can just give us an approximation. We're not going to kill you if you are a day or two out. Just say last week, week before last, 3 weeks ago, kind of thing.
What month is this now? June?
We are now in June.
I think maybe it could have been the month end of... No, maybe the article was released month end of... I think 1st or 2nd week of June, if I'm not mistaken, because the board meeting that they're reporting on took place on the 29th of May.
So it was sometime this month?
Yes, sometime this
month. No, that's good enough for me. Who told you about them? You obviously, I mean, as I understand, you don't choose your own law firm. Somebody told you that there will be lawyers at such and such a time, at such and such a place, go and talk to them. Who told you that you can go and talk to that particular law firm?
I didn't go and talk to them, Chair. We have a legal manager within the organization that I would have brought this concern to, and then after the process was taken from there. So I've never gone and spoke to them.
It doesn't matter. So you've never consulted with your own lawyers in the matter? Ahead of the court proceedings, you never consulted with them at all?
I would have done the affidavit and filed the case and gave the basis or the background to the particular case.
Who assisted you with the affidavit?
The legal manager in our office.
So when was the first time you met the attorneys?
That's why, Chair, I'm just requesting just 2 minutes for me to.
No.
I'm getting an indication that it was on the 3rd of June.
So that is the first time you met with them?
Yes.
The legal manager arranged it?
Yes, the meeting.
Okay, so the legal manager you guys said is not here?
Yes.
Okay, so can I just ask, why did you tell the court that the matter is in your personal capacity?
Because the issue, Chair, as I would have raised earlier, if the matter was being raised on me, Sunshine, as an individual, or maybe as a mother, it would have been a different case. But the case is based on my current work that I'm doing as the executive chairperson. And that's why maybe, Chair, I wouldn't want to dwell much on the case as it's something that is still in court, but it's based on that particular thing, because even the case...
No, Chair, you're not, okay, I must confess, I am very interested in the nitty-gritties and I'd love to spend the next hour, but I understand there are limitations. That's not where I am. All I'm asking is why, because it pertains to expenditure. So let me tell you what we now know. We know there was no RFQ. We know that the gentleman is the head of legal, or the colleague over there, head of legal, they were not aware of this. Remember, you are the board chairperson. I am mystified as to how you are able to reach several levels down and the legal manager miraculously knows that they are supposed to procure these attorneys for you. That is where I'm lost, and I don't think that can wait until some time we meet in the future. Can I ask you a direct question, and I need you to be clear with the committee? Did you ask for this law firm to be procured for you so that you could do this? Because we also know there was no board resolution or anything of the sort.
I never asked for a specific law.
That's not the point. Did you ask for a law firm to be procured for you for this purpose?
I asked for legal services based on the matter on hand.
Who did you ask?
The legal manager.
How is it that you are talking to the legal manager when you are the chairperson of the board?
Okay, obvious case through the CEO, I would have raised the issue. Okay, maybe just a background context share on this particular matter. It emanates from but now it looks like I must get into the
don't get into the detail. I am asking a governance question.
Yes.
You are the chairperson of the board. There is chief executive reporting to the board and to you, right? There is, who is in the reporting line? There is your colleague, the head of legal, right? Chief executive doesn't know, head of legal doesn't know, legal manager somehow knows. So that's why I asked you, who did you tell you need legal services, and then they went and procured?
My first interaction, or the person that I interact with on operational matters, it's obviously the CEO.
So you asked the CEO for the legal services? Is that what you're telling us?
I would have asked for a legal opinion or legal advice on the particular matter.
No, don't say I would have.
I had.
You did?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, Mr. Chief Executive, did you have this conversation with the board chair?
Yes, I did, Honorable Chair.
Okay, can you just tell us what were you asked to do?
I think firstly to solicit, I guess consultation and legal advice regarding this particular matter. And of course, referring it to the relevant officials in legal services in the agency to provide that guidance as to what should be done with respect to this inquiry.
Who did you speak to?
Spoke to the legal manager specifically.
Okay, and the legal manager's boss you skipped?
The legal manager's boss was aware of this request.
Okay, I thought to Honorable Lonzi, they were not aware. Did you hear that? You heard that when Honorable Lonzi was asking. I mean, they're here, so maybe we can clear this up right now. Did you or did you not know about this procurement, head of legal?
Chair, I do apologize. I'm not privy to this information.
Okay, CEO, you now need to help us. So you were aware that the person who deals with legal services, the head of legal, you didn't talk to them. You went and spoke to the legal manager.
I did.
Who happens not to be here.
No, I did, Honorable Chair. And practice is, of course, to consult with the ED responsible for legal services. Perhaps if it was not the case because the issues are many at the agency, then that would have been an oversight. But what we do is to consult with one another and, of course, for the legal services to then provide the necessary support.
Were you aware that the processes would then be circumvented? The normal processes that should take place. Were you aware that there would be no RFQ or anything? So the board never discussed this. The board chair just discussed it with you. You then skipped the head of legal. You went and spoke to the legal manager, who in the circumstances is very small in the context of the organization, and they also went and flouted the rules as well, because we've established that the process wasn't followed.
Chair, to be quite honest, I'm very cautious to say that processes were flouted. I would want to verify that, and my expectation is that processes are not flouted at all. And it's something that I would want to take quite seriously, but it's not an expectation that processes would be flouted, but we would want, for the purposes of the inquiry of the committee, to provide that, in essence, the steps that were taken to give comfort to the committee if a wrong or right thing was done.
You were here when Honorable Lonzi was discussing this, going around the room trying to find out about process. You were here in the room, right, when that happened?
Indeed, Honorable Chair.
And you didn't intervene to say the process wasn't flouted. Honorable Lonzi eventually ended up at financial misconduct, but you said nothing. But now you want to send us something in writing to say the process wasn't flouted.
I think, Chair, apologies, I'm sensitive to not mislead or give inaccurate information. That's why I would have preferred to verify it first before speaking with authority on the specific issue.
Okay, so the committees will make a decision shortly about when we talk to you again. Let me just say this. I'll come to you, Honorable Maduna, just now. Let me say this, Chair. So the matter is going to conclude in court, and it's likely to conclude against you. So let me explain why. The statute you used is to protect victims of harassment and abuse, primarily by their partners or people they know, and because they've got a fear of physical harm a lot of the time. It's not a statute that is used to deal with defamation and the like. I have heard, so I want you to know this. When the court delivers its final judgment, sub judice will not exist. You will be back here together with everybody who participated in the decision. The step that you've taken, and I'm saying this in order to avoid getting into the nitty-gritties of it, is an abuse of process. And it's also an abuse of public resources. It also exposes you to perjury, because in paragraph 2 of your papers, you say you're doing this in your personal capacity. Okay. When this matter is done, I want to assure you, you will be back here. And these committees will want full accounting for everything that has happened. People who have difficulty with a news organization that is sending them questions, and I've had a look at the appendages to your affidavit. It's just questions that the journalist has sent you. If we had more time, and it's just that we've got the portfolio committee here, they want to go home. We sit here until midnight. I would have asked you each of those questions and then asked you if they amount to harassment. It's simply called accountability. So you use a statute that victims of GBV use to get an interim restraining order at the magistrate's court, so that their partner can come back and explain later why it must not be made permanent. You used it on a journalist. The court will find against you, in my opinion, and when they do and send you to the High Court or the Press Ombud, we will call you back, together with everybody who participated in the decision, and we will want full accounting in detail. That's all I just want to leave this at. That's what we'll do. That statute is there for victims of harassment, from stalkers, all of these kind of things. You've appended emails where the journalist is asking you questions, and you are saying, you're telling the court that you have an apprehension that you are, what may happen, because you get asked questions. All of us get asked questions by journalists all the time. So I will leave it here because you're hiding under sub judice. But I just want to tell you, you'll be back here. Honorable Maduna, I saw a hand, your hand up. And Honorable Isaac, yeah, our most troublesome member, and Honorable Tsotitz. I just, so all 4 of you honorable members, just so you know, we asked for the transport to give an extension, so we said they must arrive at 4:30. So they're already downstairs, but Honorable Matuna, and then Honorable Skosana as well.
No.
30 seconds each.
Okay. No. Thanks. Thanks, Chair. I must say that one, I'm really worried on the issue with journalists, and I'm really even more worried, CEO, when we are going to be asked how the lawyers were appointed and you don't know. The CFO doesn't know. It's really a problem because whenever there's an appointment or any procurement that must happen between the two of you, given taking into account the delegation of authority, one of you should know. So someone between the two of you does not take these committees serious. And between the two of you in your heads, you know who does not take us serious. There can never be a procurement of any service without you might not know if the threshold is too small, but the CFO must know. It can't be. At least what you can do for us, at least take us serious. Just give us the information. I was simply asking, I think Honorable Loans was simply asking for that. It can't be that you don't know. We all know these processes, and we know that between the two of you, there's someone that knows. And secondly, Chair, I raised this issue. I want to raise it again. I'm very worried with the internal audit of NYDA. And I see I'm in one of the group of auditors. I'm seeing all of them are really raising this issue. It appears that the auditors or the senior internal audit manager of NYDA thinks that is part of management. That is why when he answers, he says we all the time. Because he really believes that is, and I think, Chair of ACI, this you must be worried about. Those dots to management here, they've been joined, it's a straight line. His independence is long been compromised. Because I'm asking myself, where does it enter in the RFQ of wanting to get who leaked information as internal audit? That is a responsibility of management. It does not enter anywhere. There are 3 lines of defense, and it's the 3rd one. His responsibility is to verify that the controls that have been employed by the organization are working, not to be the one that implement them. Now, we can't come here and lecture people that we are paying to be auditors in your organization. There are 3 lines of defense. I can go through each line of defense. People who are supposed to make sure that information doesn't leak, the controls, how they must be able to be formulated, how they must be implemented. And internal audit is number 3 in those 3 lines of defense. It doesn't implement, it doesn't check. There's no way in auditing standards where say you must go around witch hunting whistleblowers as internal audit. It really, really, really worries me. But Chair, when we write in our follow-up, I think it's one of the things that we must put. Really worries me. Maybe we must get and see how internal audit is placed in that organization.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Isaac.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I just wanted to allude to the fact that, as SCOPA, we have a memorandum of understanding with the SIU. And we need to seriously, Chairperson, consider the issues that were raised here all day. There's certain pertinent issues that we maybe need to hand over to the SIU minister also. I'm mentioning this because if this board is only here for the last 10 months, it should be a walk in the park for the SIU to do these investigations on certain issues that we might call for and want clarity on, as well as maybe we could just attach, because it's only 10 months, we could just attach a lifestyle audit to that too. Because, after all, we have this memorandum of understanding as SCOPA together with SIU. So I want that point to be noted, please, Chairperson. And then finally, in closing, Chair, I asked this morning when I had an opportunity, what was the current cash flow, CEO? That answer never came. I further went on to probe, and I asked, what is in terms of the expenditure budget, which was exceeded or is being exceeded, what is that exact amount that it was exceeded by? I think you will recall those questions of this morning. That too never came. So I'll just stop there, Chairperson, but I think I've made my point. Thank you so much.
Honourable Toteti.
Thanks, Chair. No, mine is just parting short, really. You know, when we made the recommendations to the President as Parliament, we were confident that we have outdone ourselves in as far as producing the best of potential to serve in this NYDA. And I'm still convinced, Chair, that indeed we have done so. You know, unlike in previous boards, this board is literally filled with academics. I don't think, if I recall, I don't think there is anyone who doesn't have a minimum NQF level 7 here. I don't think so. I don't recall, but I don't think that there is. These are people who really can take the country somewhere. The only problem is that you have squabbles. You know, we are seated with a situation where you have put two bulls in one kraal. And there is a consistent tension amongst them. And we are saying that your mandate really is to better the lives of young people in this country. And they have a very serious problem. They're confronted with very serious problems. Many of them, you know them. Really, the focus must be that. Now, I was going to implore Chair on the Chair and the Deputy Chair, because the crux of the matter is yourselves. I concur with whoever said that the crux of the matter, if there is anything beyond yourselves, we'll still get to the bottom of it, but what is clearing at the moment is that the crux of the matter is within that office of the chairperson, and these ordinary members are now coerced to identify with one amongst the two of you. We're going to oversight the NYDA for the next 3 years. That is, if you make it for the next 3 years. What we are going to request of you is that, particularly the Chair and the Deputy Chair, please go back and reflect and decide how you want to lead this body of young people. Because if we can resolve the impulse between the two of you, this potential that we have determined amongst 1.4 other applicants can be unleashed. And that is all that we're asking from you. The agency of matters that are confronting young people, they really cannot allow space for the shenanigans that are happening between the two of you. So please, the next time when we meet, can we ensure that we see a different picture in terms of how you relate? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable Skhosana, you're the last.
Yeah, no. Honourable Chauke Adonis.
Sorry.
I am looking out for the honourable. I don't want to repeat my mistake from last time. Yeah,
Sorry, Honourable Skhosana.
Sorry, Honourable Skhosana. The honourable member had raised, Honourable Chauke Adonis had raised her hand first. Apologies.
No, thank you very much. I think I do concur with all the other members who have spoken in terms of the great potential that we saw in the 7 members of the board. And it is unfortunate that we're finding ourselves at this point where you've got, various bulls within a kraal. And I think what these young individuals, and including myself, I'm a young person, but not in the board, but these young individuals must understand that the institution in which they are leading is meant to create sustainability and development for millions of South Africans, millions of young people, and restore dignity and hope and create opportunities. I think what, Chairperson, as part of one of the things that I would like to recommend is for us to look at all the issues that have been brought before the Portfolio Committee. Perhaps some of the issues are in relations to SCOPA as well, and really start to unpack them and segregate the information so that we are able to better coordinate or consolidate in our intervention that must be provided to the institution. Additionally, is to perhaps recommend that the board goes and reviews some of the internal policies and strategic frameworks that perhaps are the ones that might be misaligned with national legislations and perhaps might be not of contextual relevance in today's South Africa when it comes to the institution itself. Because you look at the whistleblower policy, we must just have that reviewed by the board and perhaps they come and represent that. We must look at the issues of governance, whether that is still practical, all elements are still relevant, and look against what is expected in terms of the PFMA as well in the finances as well. Chairperson, lastly, I think what is very important here is that all board member issues must be taken with the nature of the seriousness that they are brought forward. And what is equally important is that, and what I humbly request, is that the chairperson and the deputy chairperson must find a way in which they work together. It cannot be that unilateral decisions are taken, and that's the only way we're going to find a board that is fully functional and accountable and find sustainability and growth and development, is if the engines are functioning and are able to provide guidance to the rest of the vehicle. So, Chair, I think that's important for us to also oversee some of the issues of governance within the entity, and also really understand as the portfolio committees what is our constitutional mandate and responsibility in really providing the necessary support and guidance to the department, not to the department, to the agency of the NYDA, in order for us to see them excel. Thank you very much.
No, Honorable Skosana, you are really the last one.
No, thank you very much. Yeah, I also want to, I see people raising hands. I don't know what's happening.
They don't want to go home. Can you allow Honorable Skosana to have his say so, and then we'll conclude?
Yeah, just on my parting shot, just to add on what other members have said. I think in the morning I did indicate that there are two factions. I think now it's even more clearer than it was in the morning that there are two factions. And it looks like one faction want to get rid of the other faction, and also the other faction want to get rid of the other faction. And the unfortunate part is that the worst thing that will happen, or that can happen, is that we will all go home, because the board will be dissolved. So if you think that your faction will get rid of another faction, it may not be like that. What will happen is that all of you will go home, because the board will be dissolved. So I want you to take this moment, this opportunity, to go back and reflect and try to get back together and work together. Discuss matters, be tolerant to each other, have time, give yourself time, engage on each and every matter, give space, don't be impatient with each other. I think like the co-chairs have indicated that we will send you follow-up questions on matters that we think you need to respond to. I think at an appropriate time we would expect you to come back. I mean, even before that date, we'll have to send responses, then we'll have to come back and make a representation. But on that day, we expect to see a different picture. We don't expect to see what we saw today. Not only us as committees of parliament, but even the people of South Africa. They are not expecting to see what they are seeing. Like we've all indicated that you have made history to be a board that has been supported by all political parties in this parliament, in the National Assembly, which is a history. that we have made, something that has never happened in the recent history of this parliament. So I agree with the minister that you do have potential and that you are working. I normally see programs that you are doing as the board. So we want to see you continuing doing that, doing your work, but also working together. We don't want this thing that the deputy chair says he sees some of the programs on TV, being the deputy chair, and then the chairperson is explaining that, no, these are part of our programs that we are supposed to do. But the worry is not that those are your programs. The worry is that the deputy chair says is not aware that we are doing those programs. So we need to come together and please resolve that. We're hoping to see a different picture when we meet with you next time. And I agree with Honorable Lonzi that, Honorable Minister, please grant the Deputy Chair the meeting that he has requested. Maybe it will minimize some of the challenges that we see in this meeting. Thank you very much.
So colleagues, I am just wanting, okay. One of the things that happens, if I may say, one of the things that happens, the person who puts up a hand like you colleagues have done, you usually regrets it for the next 2 hours because we don't leave. Because you've said something that has invited the interest of the members. I am not saying don't raise those issues, but I am about to just say how we move forward. So let me ask this question rather, because I don't want to gag people. Is this something that cannot wait for the next time we see each other? Is it something that cannot wait? Or is it something that we can deal with it when we... Because I haven't asked half the questions I wanted to ask, but I'll do them next time. So I just want to give people an opportunity. It's a matter that cannot wait, right, for you. Okay, can we hear that?
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chair, for the indulgence. Chair, I am a member of the Audit and Risk Committee, and I just want to highlight, Chair, that what we were mandated to present on was the position of the existence of the Audit and Risk Committee, the internal dispute mechanisms, and the whistleblower processes, the policy positions and internal controls, etc. Now, Chair, the matters that are ventilated before this committee have not yet found expression with the Audit and Risk Committee. For instance, the issue of the litigation with the chairperson. This would be found in the litigation register that is yet to serve before the Audit and Risk Committee. Chair, I thought it imperative to highlight that we're not a lull, a non-existent Audit and Risk Committee, if you will. And these are the utterances by the member of the floor. We're independent Audit and Risk Committee members, Chair, who serve in other boards and other entities. And so such utterances raise a real reputational risk for us, Chair. I thought it necessary to put that on the record.
All right, thank you. You also have a matter that can't wait. Okay.
Chair, no, let me suppress myself, Chair.
Please do. We're gonna get it. I'm gonna deal with the way forward just now.
Yeah, it's fine. Let me not say anything.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate Rosie has covered some of the items to mention, but more importantly, the agency is currently going under audit, as members would be aware, and those audit findings will also be made public. I just wanted to also allay some of the concerns in terms of that to members. Thank you.
All right. No, thank you very much. So colleagues, that is the honorable members, colleagues. So we've got two choices by way of what we do next and when. One is to write to the House Chairperson to allow us to meet during the constituency period, to mop up on all the matters we couldn't deal with today, to send a very specific brief to the agency so that we deal with those issues and we know we're done. The alternative is to allow the Auditor General to conduct their audit, give us fresh information, but that takes us to the end of the year, just so you know. So I just want to give an opportunity to the Honourable Chair to opine and the members to see which option do the members prefer here.
No, Chair, I wouldn't want to wait till the end of the year. The issues before us are quite serious. I think as a portfolio committee, we have expressed how much faith we had in these young people. I think they've only got a 3-year term, and if we wait till the end of the month, or end of the year, there are many months that would have gone past. So we really do need to intervene as a matter of urgency. So I think a follow-up meeting should happen next month, and then we can always re-meet once the AG has done her work.
Okay, so we would then negotiate an appropriate date with everybody, a date that can work. So what we are agreeing is that we're not going to wait until the end of the year. No. We're going to meet, but we will then negotiate diaries, including with you, Minister, so we won't surprise you and say come here day after tomorrow. We'll negotiate the date so that it works. I just wanted, because I am going to shut up, I just wanted to say to the board first, colleagues, my advice is this. You are not there for your own jackets. You are there on behalf of the country. You have all the lawmakers of South Africa having expressed confidence in you. Even though I agree with the minister that the executive chairperson thing is a problem and so on, you have an option, all of you, to choose how you are going to lead that institution. I am asking each one of you, and I'm echoing the sentiments of all the members. Do 2 things for me. Reflect on your own. And secondly, reflect together. And ask yourselves the question, do we want to be known as the board that spent the majority of our time fighting and assassinating one another in Parliament? Or do we want the young people of South Africa to miss us when we are gone? It's a choice that all of you have to make. We can't make that choice for you. You will have noticed that the members of the committee really have a concern for you, not in a patronizing way, because they care about all of you as individuals, as South Africans, but also about the NYDA and the young people. So in between the stares and the shouting and so on, there is also a desire for you to come out of this entire thing looking good. I want the same, personally, for all of you. In fact, I want the minister to be under pressure at the end of your term to retain you, because you've turned things around, you are awesome, and people are saying, Minister, please leave those people in place, they're doing a great job. So this exercise is not about nailing anybody. And you really would have seen the members right across the board want the best for the NYDA. My suggestion to you, Minister, perhaps, given the realities of who the NYDA says should be on the board by way of age and that kind of thing, we also take into account the kind of support that is needed in order, not just for this board, even for future boards, to get the best opportunity possible to do the best job possible. My suggestion would be, if legislation and the rules allow you, get a board consultant to work with the board to diagnose some of the issues for you and the deputy minister, and recommend interventions that would bolster the board, make sure that it's able to do the work that it needs to do, so that you also don't get pulled into issues at a board level and so on, that the accounting is on a periodic basis, and you also don't need to come here and do this in the meeting because you're hearing things for the first time, right? So that would be my suggestion. Let us support the NYDA from board level on down to do the best possible job. It doesn't mean we don't demand accountability, but I just want us to have an intervention that still produces an outcome for young people that is positive. Right, so please, if I can do, and I thank everyone for their inputs. As I said, we'll negotiate the times, but I'm going to shut up. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to shut up now.
No, Chair, I think everybody is really tired. It was a very long day, but I think we share your sentiments. We only want the best for the NYDA, because at the end of the day, Honourable Angel mentioned it earlier today, if you're not functioning well, it's also a reflection on the decisions we made, because we are the ones who supported you. We are the ones who believed in you. And considering our national youth unemployment crisis, when you go to work and you fight amongst each other, think about the children or the young person at home without an opportunity, without a job, that are looking towards you to bring change to their lives. So some way, somehow, you need to find a way to work together. As Honourable Skosana said, otherwise you'll find yourself out of positions and will need to look for new people. I think we fully align with what you've said in terms of a follow-up meeting, but I also think we need to look at things like strengthening the Act. Honourable Minister, you have mentioned about the executive chairperson issue, but we have spoken about that before. I think there are issues that can be addressed through either a committee bill or Minister bringing a bill. Yeah, ultimately, at the end of the day, the follow-up meeting, hopefully you'll come back and there'll be some progress. We would want to hear you getting along better so that we can drive this agency forward in the best interests of all the young people that you are supposed to serve. So please, our appeal from all of us, do better. Do better. Please just do better. And then I want to say thank you to SCOPA. It was an entertaining day. We can see why you are the real watchdog of Parliament. You really are the real watchdog of Parliament, and we learned a lot being with you today. And on behalf of the Portfolio Committee of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, we thank you, SCOPA Chair. We also learned a lot from you today. So thank you for your time, and thank you to all honourable members, to the leadership of the NYDA and our ministry. And we'll see you sometime next month. Thank you very much. Meeting is adjourned.